All right, we are back. We were just asked to keep things on the rails. So, Jeff, why don't you take us off the rails?
Yeah, so, this is Cocodona After Sunrise. Thank you for joining us. Let's find the rails and get off them.
But for real, you're watching the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Ultra. I'm Shelby Farrell, and I get to sit next to the wonderful Kevin Goldberg.
And we're here with Jeff Garmire, who just finished his 6th Cocodona 250, and Peter Noyes, co-host of the Distance to Empty podcast, who brought you the Mingus Basketball Association. And someone asked, does Jeff Garmire find mayo as spicy as Kevin Goldberg does?
So your takes are like mayo is what they're saying?
I don't know.
Huh.
I don't fully understand.
I'm not a huge mayo fan or a Kevin fan. So.
Oof, that was rude. Let's see what other questions. I asked for some Jeff questions.
I'm more of like a maple barbecue person, and I'm not a mayo fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maple barbecue?
Yeah. What? Wait. We just glazed.
What is that? A condiment?
Are we just combining words?
Guys, I moved back to Vermont last year. Everything has maple in it.
So you mean like maple barbecue sauce?
Yeah, I thought we were talking about condiments.
Yeah, but like maple bar. This is just.
You just eat that with a spoon?
No, I like to dip my nuggets in it.
Maple barbecue gels out there?
Yeah. Did Jeff find any random beers on the course, like on his training run?
I did, yeah. I found one in my training run and found one near a little between Walnut and Wildcat. Ended up with a beer. And I didn't really want it, so Tara Dower drained it.
Nice. Did she shock on it, or what was her method of beer draining?
No, just chugged it. Carbs, high carb fueling.
Pro. She's a pro.
People like maple barbecue is going over well in the chat, so maybe we're the weird ones for.
Yeah, I mean I've always been the weird one, but.
Daddy said I'd eat anything if it had barbecue sauce on it, says one of our
Jeff,
friends in the chat.
Why are you leaving us in 10 minutes? I thought you were going to stay all night.
Yeah, I want to, but my people have just booked me up. I got to go to a Mount to Coast thing at the finish line. Show off my John G. If you want to see more about that, I have a Go Rendezvous profile. You can see my whole gear list over there. Shelby's going to pop that in the chat. This better feel very organic here.
Oh, it's like an alley-oop.
Yep. Yeah.
Oop.
Man,
but I do want to hear about your shoes, because there are a lot of runners in Mount to Coast shoes, and I know they had a couple different models out there. So what were you doing?
I wore the H1s, which is a pretty soft shoe. It's pretty mild tread, and it works really good on the whole course. But I did change to a M1 prototype shoe for the Hangover Trail, and I wished I hadn't. It was like, why
switch
people
with
here
what's
know,
working?
like, why mess with the good thing? It was like overthinking it, like it might be slick or technical. I should have just never touched my feet. So I wore one pair of those to get to Dead Horse, and then you cross the river, so then I switched to a dry pair and wore that for the second half, minus that quick Sedona change and attempt, and worked really good. It's just so comfortable, and not many people out here are running fast enough for super shoes to matter, so I would say comfort is king.
Yep.
For sure.
Yeah, Peter and I are big fans too. I did Mammoth in one pair, and it's pretty much it's all I run in. Like, I have all the other models too, but the H1 is just that sweet spot of like, it's good enough for anything.
And the dual lacing, like you can tighten your toes or the upper without impacting the other parts. So
the real question is how they play on the court. Were they
Honestly, a better court shoe than I would have thought. I'm going to have to take those to the local YMCA and dunk on some kids once I'm finally recovered. But they were pretty good. If people look up and see us play one-on-one, I mean, they held out for the crossover. You went one way and me and my shoes went the other.
Oof. Tell me about it.
I didn't know I had a left hand in me. That was just automatic.
It's funny, you posted that video, and I thought you looked good in real time, but then when I saw it, I was like, man, he's 107 miles in, and he looks pretty, like, I looked stiffer than you.
There's a behind the back, a between the legs, a crossover, a spin move, and a left-handed layup.
And a score, right.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like, when I scored, I just remember my head being like, whoa, that actually worked.
Yeah.
It's those lucky shoes.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Yeah.
guys also, Peter and Jeff, you can't see them right now, but they're wearing the same, not the same printed shirt, but the same shirt from John G, their Trucker Snappy shirt. It's pretty snazzy.
Yeah, you got the snakeskin print too.
Yeah, this is the first time I've worn it. Kevin brought it here for me, and we've been having a crazy rattlesnake phenomenon in California this year, so I've been itching to wear this rattlesnake print.
That'll keep you, they'll think you're one of them.
Yes, you'll become one with the rattlers.
That's right.
Snake Man.
We're going to have a lot of 250 finishers coming in here in the very near future. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 are within a mile and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope that they hung out with each other on Eldon. I was at the Wildcat aid station earlier today, like 11 a.m.-ish, and I did see a couple people going out in pairs, so definitely curious to see if, runners were making friends in those pacerless sections.
And honestly, just another human. That's all it takes to be a friend when you've got a 20-mile pacerless section to close it out. It's like, you're also going to the same place. Let's just find a way to get there.
Yeah.
Because it is so hard, that last bit alone.
Yeah, what time did you hit that section?
About midnight.
Oh,
I finished
man.
at 2 a.m. and it was like Browning was in that section. Heather Jackson hadn't finished out. All of us were different stages of barely functional and just praying we could make it to the finish.
Jeff, I know you have to go soon, but how are you going to change up your training for the Mingus Basketball League next year?
So I think I'm going to try to do some long runs, like 100-mile long run, and then try to do some dunking. Because I want to be able to throw down a dunk next year. Even if I don't win the league, if I can throw down 3 dunks, it's all about viral moments, whether it's throwing fists, whether it's winning it one-on-one.
All that
Viral
matters.
moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my plan.
Do we need to have a mini trampoline up there for you, or are you gonna train enough that you can dunk on a 10-foot hoop?
I feel like we're all similar ages, and we probably hit the age where trampolines are not a good idea.
But everything you do is not a good idea.
That is very true. Playing basketball after a 100-miler, not a good idea. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks for coming.
We will be glued to the live stream. Keep those views up. And Kevin, slightly more interesting than Mayo.
Thank you. That's one of the best compliments I've ever received.
But he's
Yeah.
not as interesting as maple barbecue sauce.
No one is anyone.
No one even knows what that is. Thanks, guys.
Thanks
See
for coming,
ya.
Jeff.
Thank you.
Oh man, Jeff Garmire. What a treat to have him on the live stream this evening.
He's the best.
Yeah, 20 miles without a pacer that late in the course is pretty crazy, especially considering they are going up and over Eldon, which is not nothing. It's about
not nothing.
3,386 feet of climbing, and then a gnarly descent.
Yeah, it is. Having just descended it or done it in reverse, like on fresh legs, it's still quite hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing we were just talking about is, when you finish a race like this, the endorphins are so high, but it can be a mistake to try to let that carry you too far, so you got to take care of yourself in a section this long.
Oh, we have some very happy finishers coming through right
happy.
now.
There's no better place to be than in Heritage Square at the end of Cocodona.
No. I wouldn't say I'm an emotional person, but I will probably cry at the final finisher tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. Yep.
It's inevitable.
We've had Nigel Harris recently just finished the 250. We keep it's so hard to see them in the chute amongst the Flagstaff crest finishers, but we did just have Nigel Harris finish, and next up should be David Reedman. I think you know David, right, Peter?
Yeah, we saw David at Schnebly. He was crushing the chili.
Yeah, he was crushing the chili. So many people eating chili at Schnebly. Shout out to Schnebly Hill Aid Station. Our good friend Bryant Shook was aid station captain, and man, he put on a really great aid station. He took care of a lot of people. I know of 2 people at least. I'm sure there were many more that he literally saved their race. He was able to talk them out of dropping, and he was just a very, very good aid station captain. And I think he just did a phenomenal job. It was an honor to spend 8 or so hours there volunteering with him.
Yeah, no, agreed. And I think it's maybe underrated in how important that aid station is. It's just that Sedona section is so hard, and then it's a long way to Munns after that. So, that's a key moment in the race.
It was my favorite aid station last year. I had the best grilled cheese. Perfectly crispy, perfectly cheesy. I was so excited about the grilled cheese, I left without my phone and had to run back and get it.
Oh, no. Yeah, I think the consistency of food is so important in these races where, if the cheese isn't fully melted, little things like that, it's makes it hard to eat. So
you're not wrong. Yeah. I'm not trying to be picky, but nothing hits like a good grilled cheese in the middle of a 250 miler. And I think it's just that awe of like, I'm in the middle of nowhere right now, and somebody just made me the most perfect grilled cheese I've ever seen in my life. How is this even possible?
Shelby, the chat is really coming out to defend your maple barbecue. Everyone in Canada knows about maple barbecue.
Thank you.
I guess
we've
been
northern
missing out.
Neighbors.
We gotta get some maple barbecue.
So it's a dipping sauce?
Yeah, it's just maple and barbecue. It's not
It sounds
that
amazing.
complicated.
Yeah.
But it's great to dip your pizza in maple barbecue too. Yeah.
I'm pretty excited for some pizza tonight.
Yeah, pizzicletta is the bomb.
Yeah.
If you're in Flagstaff and you need pizza, that's my recommendation. There's probably other great pizza places, though. I'm not from around here, so don't listen to me.
I don't think there's bad pizza. I know it might be a hot take, but it's just there. I mean, there's better pizza.
No.
But even bad pizza is good.
I hate paying for bad pizza. Like, overpriced, soggy pizza is the most disappointing thing ever.
All right, we should have David coming in any minute. I really want to catch one of these. I keep missing the 250ers finishing. David has run just about all these races, and he is a relatively new father, has an 18-month-old. So I was talking to him at Schnebly last night, and he said that he's trained less than usual for obvious reasons, and didn't seem to affect his finish. He's gonna get there.
I think he was here for the inaugural year.
Yeah, he was. Also, when we were out running Eldon, we ran past Eric Passmore. And is there a better last name for a runner than Passmore?
No, he was meant to be a runner.
Yeah. So many Flagstaff crest finishers coming in. They all look so happy. It was a great day to run a nice big loop around Flag. Fratelli's Pizza. Shout out to Fratelli's, someone says, for Flagstaff Pizza. Domino's is delicious. You know, I think I agree, Mr. Bish. It's a separate category.
It is. The runner that I was pacing this morning wanted Little Caesars, and it was 9:50 a.m. And I was like, I don't want you to get your hopes up. I don't know if Little Caesars is going to be open right now. Turns out, I think they opened at 10:30, and he had a nap plan, so it worked out perfectly that he was able to have some pizza this morning. But I'd put Little Caesars in that Domino's category, and sometimes that really hits, especially in an ultra race.
Yeah, and in the Flagstaff Bound series, we asked every guest we had what food really hits 200 miles into a race when nothing else sounds good, and pizza was a common answer.
Yeah. Often can't go wrong with pizza.
Tons of Flagstaff crest runners coming in. I wish when I was out running Eldon this afternoon, I paid more attention to what people were wearing, so I could like try to get them on the
Right.
coming down the chute.
We are 107 hours.
That's so weird. I was
52 minutes.
just gonna do a time update. We're on the same wavelength.
Whoa.
I was scrolling to look at the hour chart to see where we were, and you said it.
I said it because I looked at the Koros clock right there on the screen. Shout out Koros.
That's a lot easier than than the way I was trying to go find it. 107, almost 108 hours in, which is still like, there's still over, what is there, 17 hours of racing left at Cocodona 250. So there's going to be a whole group of runners that are going to have to go through a fifth night.
Yeah.
Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, a fifth night.
5 nights on the trail.
I've only ever done that once, and I finished around 4 a.m. on night 5, so it wasn't even a full night 5. 5 nights is hard.
Yeah. Speaking of 4 a.m., I have been noticing that we always say it's colder right before the sun rises. It's been drastically colder right before the sun rises all week.
Yeah.
And so that's a unique sensation for these runners that have been out there all night. All of a sudden, you're definitely sleepy. You're getting excited for sunrise, and it just temps drop. Did you experience that when you were out there, Peter?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a weird phenomenon with the dew or something, but yeah. And we were talking about it earlier today. Is like, what's worse, being too hot or too cold? I'm in the camp of too cold. I really don't like to be cold out there.
Same.
Looks like we just missed Brian Hines of Ashley, Michigan. Husband and father to 2 beautiful girls. He says that moderation is not his strong suit, which proven. He just ran 250 miles. He has his inspiration was a fear of failure, which led to the pursuit of this race. And he did not fail.
He did not. He made it all the way to Flagstaff. Congratulations.
Congrats, Brian.
Just in time for dinner. Can get some pizza.
This is a really nice time to finish. You finish, you go shower, and you grab dinner. And look at how like Heritage Square is hopping. Like, look at the people packed outside the finish chute, because it is a beautiful afternoon, early evening in Flagstaff, and yeah, fun time to finish. Congrats, Brian. Let's see, who do we got next? Next should be David finished as well. We're not very good at finding finishers in the chute, Shelby.
I know. To be fair, Kevin and I have been out there doing things, so we haven't been as, regimented at following the tracker and coming up with a good system of catching people. So bear with us, please. And there's a lot of people coming through the chute right now. It is crazy down there in Heritage Square. If you're in Flagstaff, go cheer on these runners.
Congrats, David Reedman. I've seen him at a lot of races, and he always gets it done. He's a pro. Sarah Malone and Sean Humphrey should be next. Sean Humphrey, he checked out at Schnebly Hill, and I was like the one he came up to, the volunteer he came up to. So he handed me his tracker and his bib, and I didn't have many people do that. So I was like, you have to promise me that you're going to come back, because you check out to go back to a hotel and get real food and a bed, and it's pretty comfortable. It could be hard to convince yourself to come back. And he promised me he would. And then when I saw him on Eldon today, he remembered me, and he was like, hey, I lived up to the promise. I kept my word. So he'll be coming in here shortly. Congratulations, Sean.
Yeah, that is a unique aspect of this race, where you can leave from an aid station to go have a meal or take a shower and come back. Would you ever consider doing that?
Maybe. It depends. So last year I was here to race. So no, I wasn't going to leave the course. But I do think it'd be really fun to do Cocodona 250 more as a stage race, where you're planning hotel stays and breaks and taking it more casual and soaking in the scenes, eating all the grilled cheeses at the aid stations. It'd be fun to do that with a friend or a spouse, maybe.
Peter and I were talking about maybe doing Tour de France together, like
Yes.
hand in hand. Yeah.
Well, in Tour de France, I hear that every town basically wants to outdo the other town.
Yeah.
And so it's just a crazy vibe every time you run into a new country, basically.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, I did it, and it was like I loved Tour de France. It was incredible, but I was lonely because it's like you don't speak the same language as a lot of the people. There's no pacers, so if you did it like as a buddy race, like you'd always have someone, and it would be really special.
Yeah.
You in, Peter?
Yeah, I think it's motivation to get in shape for that. So,
Okay. Consider yourself motivated.
all right.
Taylor, yes, you can leave and come back. Not a ton of people do it, but you can leave the course. And this is not true of every race. Every race has their own rules on this policy. But at Cocodona 250, you can leave from an aid station as long as you return to the same aid station. And you need to check in with the aid station captain or a volunteer and drop off your bib and your tracker. And then you can leave and come back and continue the race. For a race like Cocodona, where some of the aid stations are quite not remote, they're very close to hotels, you can really, like Shelby was saying, you could plan quite a luxurious journey if you were so inclined.
Yeah, once you're on the plateau, the aid stations are all so close to Flagstaff driving-wise, so it logistically makes sense.
Yeah. Sarah Malone is coming in for the 250. She did not fill out our survey. We don't have the information, but someone in chat is saying she is an insane rock climber. I can see she's from Superior, Colorado, which is right around like 15 minutes from where I live. And congrats, Sarah. Rock climbing in Colorado, that tracks. Question, so someone's asking, what was the Bradshaw Brute like, Peter? Would you recommend the race to someone who has only ever finished Javelina 100 in Golden Hour?
It's challenging, and one of the challenges is the cutoffs. It's I think it's doable, but aid station efficiency is paramount. For my race, I finished 2 hours from cutoffs, and I had 3 hours of downtime, which basically 30 minutes per aid station, and I think I can improve on that somewhat, but also you need to take care of yourself, and you are in charge of you with no crew or pacers. So if you can be efficient and move well, I think it's possible, but it is a graduate level race as billed in the course description.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's doable. You just have to approach it very strategically and make sure you cross your I's and dot your T's.
Yeah, I think it needs to be top of mind
the
entire time you're out there.
Yeah. Let's see, who else we got coming in soon? Greg Keller from Chandler, Arizona. He's a father of two. He was pacing his cousin last year at Sedona 125. Went to the wrong aid station to meet her. It was the middle of the night, and the only other guy there was Cam Haynes, who was at mile 206. He had just ran with his son at the Boston Marathon and was kind enough to ask him how it went, and challenged him to, said, why are you not running and just pacing? So he said, okay, and now he has plans to run the 250, and here he is about to get it done. Got someone running through Flagstaff here.
This might be Chris Haas.
I think it.
294. We're just refreshing our trackers like crazy people over here. It's so exciting to see these runners come through.
We've got Chris Haas and Peyton Rudnick coming in. Peyton scored 20 points at Mingus.
Whoa, that's a big baller.
Big baller. We had two people at the Mingus Basketball Association show up in basketball jerseys, like their own basketball jerseys.
No way.
We had someone show up in a Kobe jersey and someone show up in a Steve Nash jersey.
Wow, they must have planned that.
They did. Another really cool thing with the Mingus Basketball Association too that made me like just, I don't know, super happy and like there were people who DNF'd at Whiskey and Fane who then drove up to Mingus to play.
I love that.
Isn't that cool? I mean, like they wanted to get their name on that ball, and now they're on there, and it's just like it made me feel so good. And I, you know, yeah. There's no, like, these races are so hard, and DNFs happen, and I think like if you can find the compassion to like appreciate what you did and whatever point you made it to, like it's still such an accomplishment. And you know, anyone who toes the line or trains for these things is doing something amazing. And you know, we're in an echo chamber, and like sometimes the comparison trap can be really hard. So I hope anyone who didn't make it to the finish line here in Heritage Square is being nice to themselves and realizes that they also did something amazing.
Yeah. Thank you for showing up.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Woo, little jump. And there's so much to enjoy throughout the week. You know, if you don't finish, come cheer on other runners, volunteer at an aid station.
Taylor, the Koros clock is the time of day, so 24-hour time. So 17:03 is 5:03 p.m. So that's not the elapsed time clock. There are so many different race distances coming in, so they don't have the elapsed time clock there, more just a time of day clock. So that's what that is.
Yeah, you can see elapsed time on the screen up on the upper right-hand corner.
Yep.
Hey, Kevin, imagine if we had a marriage proposal at the NBA.
Well, that's when we had that earlier. I was thinking that. Like, does anyone want to get married at Mingus? Mingus Mountain is beautiful. You can get married at the NBA next year and then come and do your wedding at the camp the following year. Can't wait. It's going to be great. Apparently, a lot of people have been wondering about that clock, the differences of those clocks. That's funny.
Yeah, I really wanted to either pace to Mingus or pace from Mingus so I could play some basketball, and thankfully I got to pace to Mingus.
Yeah. Shelby was a baller until the ball left her hands.
I felt like a baller in my head and body. You guys had some music that was really pumping me up, and then I let go of the ball and showed my true colors.
As a 250 runner. Who's that?
Hey.
I think it's the 250 runner. It's not Peyton, it's not Chris, so maybe it's not. We have Kiefer Gilbert's going to be in soon if he hasn't finished already. He's based out of Gilbert, Arizona.
I love this. My first encounter with trail running was volunteering at a 100-mile race, immediately hooked. I love how much fun and supportive this community is. Seriously, it's so fun and supportive. And there's so many different ways to get involved. You don't have to be a runner to play in this space. We need supporters. We need crew chiefs. We need grilled cheese masters.
We need grilled cheese masters. Agreed.
So you talked about the section from Fane Ranch to Mingus. Fane Ranch moved this year, right?
Yeah, I actually went to an old drop pin in my phone and was like, oh, nope, not here.
When you drove there?
Yeah, yeah.
Did it substantially change the course?
Not from my perspective. I went from Fane to Mingus.
I think it just, like, it's the same course. They just kind of moved the aid station into a different location.
It was, it was very close
Yeah.
still. We have a very proud finisher here and some stoked crew. Love the bucket hats.
A Mingus moment. We can have a Mingus moment series and create magical moments.
You guys just became wedding planners.
Yeah. It's the next
Photo booth.
Yeah, photo. Oh my God. It's the evolution of our careers, Peter. we come up with enough of these ideas, we can just quit our jobs and be full-time podcasters. With your support, chat.
Oh, I love this scene from Buffalo Park. This is the point where runners can meet their crew to run in to the finish line.
Oh, we got a brief aid station shot.
Thank you for zooming in. It looks like Jesus Riviera, 125-mile finisher, just finished. Thanks for keeping eyes on that, chat.
Shelby, where in Vermont are you?
Morrisville, just
Okay.
outside of Stowe.
Yeah. My family shared a place in Killington when I was growing up. And then so I used to go to Killington all the time. And then when they sold it, I was like, I'm going to explore other parts of Vermont. So I've been to Burlington and Stowe quite a bit.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful up there.
It really is. It was a cold winter, but I'll be more prepared for it next year.
Yeah. Someone says, gotta propose to my girl at Mingus, but I'd have to find a girl first. You have a year. You have a year to find her.
Sign up for
Yeah.
a bunch of trail races. There's plenty of wonderful single ladies out
Yeah.
there. Just don't be creepy.
Yeah.
You know?
Just don't be creepy. That is a good piece of advice,
step one.
Shelby. Step one. Maybe don't lead with, hey, do you want to get married at Mingus? Something about the word Mingus is a little weird.
Maybe offer grilled cheese.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I don't think I'm going to get to be on the stream for Brock Everhart's finish, so I'm going to give him a little bit of a shout out now because I love Brock. I coach Brock. He's one of my athletes. This is his second Cocodona 250. He owns a strength and run coaching business called Build Pursuits, and he has an amazing wife and daughter, he says, who support him in everything he does in life. And when asked like why he participated in the race or what inspired him to participate in the race, he said that he could not have fathomed doing something like Cocodona 250, but then he finished in 2025 and grew in ways that he didn't know were possible. And he wanted to come back and see, where another journey, a second journey on the course would take him. And he is doing it. He's going to get that finish. He's about 5 or 6 miles away from the finish line now. And yeah, Brock had an incredible race. It was very challenging, and he met the challenge and showed up, and it paid off. Thank you, Kimball. Feel free to leave questions if you want us to answer ultra questions.
So Vermont's also known for ice cream, right? Ben & Jerry's.
Yes, and you're not even looking at the chat, but we've been talking about maple creamies.
Is that ice cream?
Yes. It's like soft serve, maple soft serve ice cream. It's a great post-run food, actually, in the summer. Oh, man.
Peter, do you like ice cream?
I love ice cream. We were talking about pizza around Flagstaff. I wonder what is the best ice cream around Flagstaff?
It's a great question.
Shelby getting strays for talking about cats.
I didn't even talk
catching
about
strays.
cats,
Also,
though.
catching strays with cats, that's kind of a dual, like,
I got it. I know. I'm holding back from talking about cats. Guys, be proud of me. Okay. Let's segue this, though. My mantra is big cats hunt at night. I think it probably came about in a race where I wanted to... I was probably maybe a little disappointed with the first half of my race and wanted to catch up.
Yep.
So I was like, let's go hunting. And it worked. What is your mantra when you're out there?
I have a few. I don't know if you're familiar with the movie What About Bob? It's an old Bill Murray movie. It's an amazing movie. What About Bob? Bill Murray and who else? Is it Richard Dreyfuss?
I can't remember. It's roses are red, violets are blue. I'm a schizophrenic, and so am I.
That's amazing. That should be my mantra. But it's my mantra from What About Bob is I feel good, I feel great, I feel wonderful. And then he keeps saying it, and by the end he's like screaming it. I feel good, I feel great, I feel wonderful. So I just like repeat that, even if obviously I don't feel good, great, or wonderful. So that's one of my go-to ones.
I love the crescendo there.
Yeah.
I do that with Big Cats on at night too. It's like as you get deeper into this thing, you just have to start yelling to yourself to convince yourself of what you're doing.
Yeah. I like to also because I want to quit all the time, right? These things are really hard, and quitting sounds really easy. So I want to quit all the time, and I kind of let myself fantasize about quitting and go into what would that look like? Like here I'm at, let's say I'm at Mingus Mountain, so quitting it'd be easy. I would get in the car, we'd drive down, we'd go to a hotel, I'd go to a restaurant. I go through the reality and of what quitting would actually look like, and it all sounds so silly. I signed up for this thing, unless I'm going to the hospital, then it's just silly. No, I can't do that. That would be, I don't need to do that. I have time. If I have the time, and I'm here doing the thing I said I was going to do. And, once I kind of get down the narrative of what I would actually do, I'm like, that is so dumb. So I can by fantasizing and allowing for that, I can kind of walk backwards and loop around and be like, no, you're not going to do that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've been there too, in a super deep low, and you're in the middle of nowhere though, and you're like, if I quit here, I would need to be helicopter evac, and that would be really expensive.
Yeah.
And I'd be really embarrassed if I had to call search and rescue to bring a helicopter to get me off because I put myself here, so I guess I better keep going.
Yeah. People are putting other mantras in from What About Bob. It's a good mantra movie. There's Baby Steps is the name of his book. Baby steps.
Yeah, wow.
Baby steps get to the next aid station. Baby steps eat a gel. Baby steps finish this flask. Love that. And the other one is I'm on a vacation from my problems.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. I gotta write some of these down.
Yeah, I gotta rewatch that. I haven't seen that movie since I don't know when.
Yeah, it's so good. I have it downloaded on my phone, so I watch it. I listen to it sometimes.
What's your mantra, Peter?
I don't know if I really have a short mantra, but one thing I think about is all the times I woke up at 5 a.m., 4 a.m. to run, or sacrifices made, things I had to skip, to get there. So I don't want to try not to let that version of myself down when things get hard. Just for to think about that.
Love it. And sometimes different races, you end up coming up with different mantras. It can be very situational. So Cocodona last year for me, in an extreme low where I just thought I was a complete failure, I had to start yelling to myself, I believe in myself. I believe in myself, because in the moment it was really hard to believe. But I knew that beyond the sleep deprivation, that there's still belief within me.
I don't know if it's a mantra either, but I've gotten so loopy in these races that I've gotten to the point of confusion where I had to repeat to myself, Peter, you are safe. You are in an ultra marathon. Mm-hmm. I was forgetting, kind of losing track of what was happening.
Oh, it looks like we're looking at Trinity Aid. Is that Trinity?
I think that is Trinity.
That's Trinity.
Yes.
So these individuals have made their way on the down Eldon, on that technical descent we've been talking about, and eventually you hit this parking lot with Trinity Aid.
I think that's John Bawden, who is in Trinity right now. 179. Let's see what we can pull up about John.
Crew is not allowed at this aid station.
John is born and raised in Phoenix, 56 years old, has a history of road cycling. John is amazing. We saw him out there. I interviewed him during the run I did. He was the aid station captain every year except for every year except for the inaugural year. 170 hours of volunteering at Cocodona. He could finish the race twice in his volunteer hours.
I've heard a few people who have done that with Aravipa races. They're really great about giving race credit to volunteers. So if you're eyeing a race like Cocodona but don't want to, put your credit card down right away, come volunteer for a couple of years and earn some race credits.
Absolutely. Runner coming down past the hospital, we hear in chat. There are going to be so many finishers rolling in here soon. Let's see, who else is near? Corey Clark is near Trinity. We got a shot of Eldon there.
Wow, look at that beast.
We got Brock Everhart coming into Trinity soon. I wonder if we can get Brock Everhart on the Trinity cam so I can give him a call. He's moving. He should be there any minute. Chat, do you have any questions about Shelby's cats?
No, don't do this to me, guys.
How many
I don't
cats?
want to get in trouble.
Peter has a bunch of weird animals. Let's talk about
Really?
Betsy.
Oh, Betsy. I
Oh, my
heard about
tortoise.
Betsy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Betsy's so cute.
She's a California desert tortoise, geriatric. She's anywhere between 60 to 80.
I'm thinking about calling a tortoise geriatric. Just really gets me.
She's great, though.
I have 2 cats, Todd and Felicia.
Todd and I love people names for dogs. My dogs are Maxine and Charlotte.
Oh.
Yeah. Maxine's a 14-year-old, 70-pound Labradoodle.
Oh,
Yeah.
sweetie.
Having an old dog is so hard, but she's
I
so
bet.
good. She's so good.
So I just met my grandmother's caretaker, who has 30 cats, but claims she has a cat sanctuary. So I think if it's a sanctuary, you're allowed more.
That's good to know. I dream of having that one day. Maybe not 30.
Someone's saying a good name for a cat would be Mingus. I think that's true.
That actually
that's
is a
great pet
great
name.
name.
Yeah, I'm putting that in the back pocket. Now the chat is, there was no cat talk, and now it's just full cats. So sorry, I forget who said them, Sarah or something. Sorry for, sorry. All right, got some drone shots around Eldon, and we're glued to our finish line here. Gonna have runners coming through. We are a little over 108 hours, 20 minutes over 108 hours elapsed from our Cocodona 250. Let's see how many hours are we into Sedona Canyons. 58 hours and change into Sedona Canyons, and we are just over 10 hours through Flagstaff Crest. The legendary photographer Howie Stern lining up a shot on the screen. Jeff made a great point. Like, we have some of the best photographers in the business, and those people now have their engagement photos, their engagement photos are.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably what, $25 to buy that photo versus
versus having paying for a photographer to come and.
And we saw Scott hiking backwards on the course all the way from Flagstaff to Wildcat. I mean, that's
Scott
a big
Rokas.
effort
he
to
puts
get
in big
photos.
miles. So a couple years ago, Scott with his Coros watch clocked how many miles he put in while shooting the race, and it was big miles. I can't tell you the exact number. I think he did a social post about it. So scroll back on Scott Rokas's feed. But these photographers our follow cams, shout out to them, are putting in a lot of work to bring the race to you through the screen via content and media.
Getting some long shadows on Eldon. It is 5:21 p.m. local time, so we got a couple hours left of daylight, but I feel like the difference between 4 and 5 p.m. out here does change quite a bit, temperature-wise, and just kind of the way the light feels, and runners are going into a 5th night. Is that a 250 runner?
Finisher. He's running so fast I can't read his bib, but I bet we can make a good guess here.
263.
Reconnected, look up the Never Summer 60K. I know it's not less than a 50K, but we're all about trying to get you to overachieve.
263 is Brian Jefferson.
Brian Jefferson. Never Summer 60K is a beautiful, beautiful Colorado race if you're looking for something in that 50K range. Brian Jefferson, 250. So strong.
Brian Jefferson's from Tucson, Arizona.
Lots of Arizonians finishing today.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, Tucson's south of here, so he's in a different landscape than what he's used to.
Yeah.
Way south of here now. South
Yeah,
of
now
Phoenix.
we're pretty far north. Got someone.
Yeah, the
just-
race starts quite far south of here.
I know. I'm like, wait, where am I?
Next up on our finishers are going to be Benjamin Kamen, Eric Passmore, Kiefer Gilbert, and Ian Floyd in the next few minutes here. Heritage Square is hopping.
I'm excited for Stephanie Rosebaugh's finish. She's a force. So I saw her out there a few times. I can't speak on her race, but I know that she's she's capable of running a really, really fast race, and she obviously is finishing very strong, but I have a feeling that, I don't know, I bet she had some experiences out there.
Oh, Peter, we've got such a good question for you.
Oh, no.
You ready?
Let's do it.
Would you rather run Cocodona in bowling shoes or have to carry a domestic cat from start to finish?
I'd carry a cat, duh. Sorry, it wasn't for me.
I mean, bowling shoes are about the worst because the whole point is no traction, right?
We need more questions like this, so let's,
As long as it's a friendly cat, I think I'm carrying the cat.
So okay. I think we can say it's a relatively friendly cat. Not like if you really mess with it, who knows? But
Could I have a cat backpack for it, or like physically carrying it with?
No,
my
you
arms?
can. You just have to have it with you. You don't have to carry it with your
Okay,
arms.
as long as it's a packed cat and a nice.
In a fat pole quiver.
And it's just a jumbo bulk when it goes in oh, that poor cat. All right, we want more questions like that. Would you rather this or that? All those things. Bring them in the chat. Someone wants to know, when are we going to run Western States or Hard Rock? So I've run Western States in 2022, and Peter is 3-4 tickets in the lottery, years in the lottery.
Yeah, and I don't have a qualifier for this year, so that's my next step.
Yeah.
Post Brute.
We got to get Peter a Western States qualifier. Hard Rock, I definitely want to run Hard Rock. It's high on my list. I think I'm. Oh no, I don't know which one it is, so I'm gonna have to say it. I think I'm 6 or 7 years deep in the lottery.
6, 7. Okay, I want to pause though. We're looking at Dr. Hammond, Jeff Hammond.
Oh, that's Brock in the aid station. Is that Brock and no,
Hammond?
I think it's Brock in the. I'm gonna try him.
If he doesn't answer, I'll call Jeff.
Call him.
He's eating. He's clearly very busy. He's got a race to finish.
Brock is also talking, so he's probably not going to. We're panning away. There's Brock's in the black at Trinity right there. Let's see if he picks up. Hold on.
I'm at the aid station.
I know you're at the aid station. I'm looking at you. You're on the live stream talking to your your 1,200 best friends. What would you like to say?
Oh my gosh, dude, we did it.
Yeah, you did.
What a year! What a year! And Kevin, I told you earlier, man, just doing all the support and just everybody following and everybody texting, everybody messaging. Just I got Nora right in front of me as well. Nora's been amazing. She's been hanging out instead of two. She came over to the aid station this morning and told me before I left. It was a team effort this year, man. Team effort. And I'm just a blessed man to get to do this race, to get to do it with all these people.
Brock, I'm super proud of you, buddy.
Yeah, and dude, I'm telling you again, when I saw you up there on that mountain earlier, when you're running down and, doing some interviews and everything, oh my gosh, man. Man, it just sent me into a whole new zone. And thank you. Thank you. So you're an amazing coach, an amazing person. Thank you.
Thank you, Brock. You're doing so amazing. You are so close. The hard part is over. Enjoy the victory lap. We'll see you in Heritage Square.
See you soon. Thanks, buddy. Bye.
Bye. All right, that was Brock Everhart at Trinity Aid Station. He is looking so good. I love he answered the phone. He's like, I'm in the aid station. Let me call you right back. And I'm glad we were able to connect with him. Man, so cool. He's such an amazing person, such an amazing athlete, such an amazing father. He's just a really, really good person. And I'm very, very, very happy for him. There's Jeff.
And there's
Jeff. Your boy. You want to call him?
I kind of do.
Do it. Call him.
Okay. I don't know why I'm
I don't know.
nervous.
I wonder if they're gonna be able to follow him too long. What if you're gonna have to give him a lot of crap if he doesn't answer?
Dr. Jeffrey Hammond. I somehow chose FaceTime audio. Oh my gosh, you answered. You're on the live stream right now.
Hey, Jeff.
Am I?
You are. We saw you just leave Trinity. Congratulations. You're almost home.
Oh my goodness. That coming off Eldon and then walking around is miserable.
Jeff, this is Kevin. How's it going?
Hey.
Dude, right after
How are you, man?
right after I saw you, I'm not even kidding. It's like double the size of my other one. I sprained my ankle so bad I needed a podiatrist.
Oh man.
And your wife and son just walked into the studio. I don't know how this timing played out. Come on, you can sit on the couch. Say hi. Robbie's here to get more glitter.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to tell Dad anything?
No.
Oh. We're so excited. You're almost there. How's he doing?
Can you hear Maggie? He
I
sounds
can
good.
hear a little bit
Okay.
in the back.
Is he coming through this?
No, here you can
Oh.
talk. He's on my phone.
Good job, babe. Keep going. You're doing awesome. Good job. I'm so proud of you.
I'm dying now.
You're gonna make it though. Way to go. Robbie wanted to come see Shelby. He wants a refreshment of his glitter, he said.
Oh nice.
We'll let you focus on finishing this thing. We'll be here in Heritage
Yeah.
Square ready to cheer you on.
Okay, I'm just gonna do a nice slow march back.
You just keep marching. You got this.
I'll do it. Okay.
We're so proud of you. Keep going. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
I can't believe he answered, and then you guys walked in. That was wild. We just saw him leave Trinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna be there soon. Yeah. And especially who knows, sometimes when you're that close, you start like all of a sudden all the pains go away and you just start moving. So it could be anywhere from, yeah. He was at a non-crew aid station, so yeah. Just to make it harder for your dad. Yeah, it's not hard enough, so they had to make some rules. It is.
It is. Jeff's son, Robbie, is here. He's 6 years old, I believe, right, Robbie? Turning 6. And I know he's not shy, but he's acting a little bit shy. It is intimidating with the microphones and the cameras. Ah!
This is basketball that Dad signed. Dad signed it. This is the Mingus Basketball
Yeah.
Association.
You want to try to find your dad's name? It might be really hard. There's a lot of names on
I'm not
there.
so sure
Yeah.
that he would've-
Yeah. Probably pretty hard. You could just point to one and
Plus the
we'll
doctor's
believe you.
signature,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's been an adventure. That's for sure. I'm glad it's almost over.
Yeah, Maggie, this is your first time ever experiencing
Yes.
this.
Yep. Very first time.
What's the longest race you've crewed Jeff for?
This one.
And
I've never crewed before.
Well, before this one, didn't you help
we
him with
did we did a race in Bryce Canyon, but I was also doing it, so I wasn't really crewing for him.
Okay.
So literally none until this week.
And Maggie's a pro. So for those of you just tuning in, we're watching the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Ultra. I'm Shelby Farrell, Kevin Goldberg sitting next to me, and we just watched Dr. Jeff Hammond at the Trinity Aid Station, and in some wild Ultra universe, his wife and son walked in while we were talking to him on the phone. So you are hearing Maggie Hammond, Jeff's wife, and I saw her out there, incredible crew chief. She had her clipboard out and notes and just, ran a tight ship out there.
Yeah. Yeah, basically how it went is that last year he came and helped with your crew, and he came home from it and was like, "Hey, that was so fun. I want to do it." And like I think I'm going to do it next year. And it was like a conversation just like that where he was like, "Can I do that?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, okay." I didn't really know what it entailed.
Is this the same track that did another Cocodona?
Yeah, he did Cocodona with Shelby last year. Last year he helped Shelby.
Is this the same track that you did?
Yeah, this is the same track. This is the same course that I did last year.
So now I get it because at finding I remember.
You remember watching it.
Yeah, we watched Jeff on the live stream last year. He sat here and I talked to you. So
full circle. I'm so sorry.
No, it's been an unforgettable experience. Yeah, he made me watch the was it called The Chase?
Yes.
The Chase. As I watched The Chase, I was like, oh wait, okay, now I see what I'm in for. And one of our going into it, he just kept saying, you got to be so organized. Like we just got to know where stuff is, and you got to be charging my stuff while I'm sleeping. And he basically just taught me how to do it. And then I put together a checklist, a little table that I worked on at every station of nutrition, water, clothes, and we had a checklist of things we needed to make sure he had every time he left the aid stations, and we got through it.
You sure did. And you were so organized. You were using those silo drop bags.
Yes, those are awesome. Huge fan of the silo drop bags.
And it looked like you had one for clothes, one for electronics.
Yeah, we got color-coded bags, so we had pink was medical, yellow was electronics, orange was inclement weather, and blue was just regular clothes, and then we had cooler and
We've got a 250 finisher here. I believe this is Eric Passmore, who we talked about earlier with the cool last name. Taking off his tracker. Congratulations, Eric. Amazing accomplishment. Getting his photo. 108 hours and 35 minutes into Cocodona 250. Oh, there's two. Oh, it's Eric Passmore and Kiefer Gilbert. You guys don't have to run anymore.
You're done. You did it.
Yeah, Dad's only got a few miles to go.
And then where is he? He's 100 miles away? What's that screen?
Whoa. We just got word that there's a trivia night happening at Babbitt's. 5 to 7, free pizza, free beer, plenty of prizes tonight.
That's right now.
That's right now.
You can go there right now and get free pizza, free beer, and plenty of prizes at Babbitt's, which is, if you're in Heritage Square or near Heritage Square, or looking at the live stream and listening to it in Heritage Square right now, you can be at Babbitt's in 47 seconds, unless you are a finisher, and then it triple that.
Yeah. I don't know if I could do trivia right now. My brain's a little sleepy.
I've got one for you.
No, please don't.
Where is the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world located?
Flagstaff.
That's right.
Yay.
A lot of runners are in it right now.
It's such a cool thing to run through those ponderosa pines. Bright blue sky, bright green pines, and the shades of brown. It's just such a beautiful landscape. technically the forest isn't just in Flagstaff, so I'm told.
Oh, but yeah, but it's here. It's here.
It's here.
Yeah.
I didn't win the trivia,
Yeah.
but I was close.
Yeah. It's kind of like basketball. You didn't win that either.
Nope. I'm a winner, but I'm not a winner. It's fine.
You are a winner, Shelby. You are a winner.
But the actual largest known ponderosa pine is called Old Mike, and that's located near Flagstaff in the Coconino National Forest. So, Old Mike.
Someone wants to know whatever happened to the blind runner, Aylin Davis. Did Aylin end up dropping? Let's find out. We just said goodbye to Jeffrey Hammond's wife and son, and we got Distance to Empty podcast, Peter Noyes, back on the couch. Welcome back, Peter.
Thank you, Kevin.
Aylin did DNF, unfortunately. She ran such a good race. She made it to mile 190.6, which is just an incredible accomplishment. She was at Munns Park. Aylin dropped at Munns Park. Thanks for checking on her. We hope she's doing okay. Yeah, we've had the pleasure to interview Aylin on the Distance to Empty podcast twice with her translator, and she is just has given so much to this sport and this race, and we hope she'll keep coming back and keep trying to get that finish. But regardless, 190 miles is nothing to
Yeah, she's amazing. I've got to hang out with her. She works for Aravipa, so she's often around at these races. She's featured in The Cutoff, the most recent movie on Cocodona from last year's race. So if you want to see Aylin in action, you should probably watch The Cutoff.
You should definitely watch The Cutoff. And if you've watched The Cutoff and you're thinking, man, that was amazing, and you're wiping your tears on your tissue, Peter and I on Distance to Empty podcast, we actually interviewed all 8 guests who are eight athletes who are most prominently featured in the film. And those episodes have yet to be released. So that'll be later this month and early June. We're going to release those episodes of all those Cutoff athletes.
You're just trying to make us cry more.
Yeah. Peter and I are trying to normalize crying in 200s. We love crying.
I love it. I cried early in The Cutoff.
Someone put in the chat yesterday, here for the men's cry.
So yeah, that was Robbie, the 6-year-old that was just in the studio. The father was very worried. He was like, "Oh no."
Oh, that was okay.
Yeah, that
gotcha.
was the kid. Yeah. So now full circle.
Full circle.
Who do we have finishing here? This is definitely
That is
a
a 250-er.
So you can just tell by
Yes.
that vest that kind of looks like a life jacket.
You accumulate so much during these things that you just continually.
Well, and you don't know what
pack grows.
Eldon's going to entail. It could be really cold at the top.
Yep.
Let's see. Who are you?
Might be Ian Floyd. Oh, I don't think that is Ian Floyd. But if it is, he's from Leadville, Colorado.
Yeah, Ian Floyd just finished, so maybe.
That's a Sedona Canyons finisher. We got a few more of those fun, silly questions, but we were preoccupied and I missed them, and now I can't even scroll up, so. Womp womp. Ugh. All right, I got one for you.
All right, let's hear it.
Would you rather run Cocodona in track spikes or with a 50-pound... Oh, there's 3 things. Track spikes, 50-pound pack, or you only get to eat raw liver at aid stations?
Track spikes.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think so, too.
Oh,
Yeah.
all those rocks with track spikes,
I
though.
mean, but a 50-pound pack or just raw liver?
What are you, a
Fuel?
wuss?
Is it any track
Yes.
spike? Aren't there variations in length?
Probably.
Yeah, liver would be
Yeah.
terrible. And 50 pounds, no thank you.
That one's pretty good. I think I'd probably choose bowling shoes. Would you rather run the 250 in bowling shoes or backwards?
I can't run it backwards. I was trying to film people running backwards, and that was dangerous enough in running shoes, so I'd have to go bowling shoes with that. unless I had Mexican spotted owl head and I could swivel it around a
Ooh,
bit
there you go.
more. Then I could do it backwards.
Yeah.
That one section of the Brute that deviates toward Camp Kippa, I was moving backwards at some points. Just it's so steep.
2 steps forward and then slide back a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. Getting some finish line photos here. We've got a drone shot of Eldon. Sun is almost going to dip below Eldon here soon as runners enter night 5 of Cocodona 250. What's the most nights you've been out, Peter?
Into night 4. No, into night 5. I've gone into
You've
night
run into
5.
night 5, okay. I've done 12 200-plus mile races. One of them I did in 2 nights. One of them I did in 5 nights. And then 10 of them I did in 3 nights.
I did 5 nights on the long trail.
You did 5 nights on the long trail.
And then I got stormed on the 5th night and had
Okay.
to call it. So yeah, that wrecked me. Not gonna lie, it's a long
It's
time.
a lot of
It's
nights.
a long time.
I mean, I've only done it once, but I do feel like night 4 is more difficult just because at least on night 5, you are approaching that finish line. You do have that like carrot and that, you
Mm-hmm.
can see that finish line. Night 4, things get weird.
Yeah, for me, nights 3 and 4 are always the worst because I think if you're going to be into night 5, you must have slept a good amount by then.
Yeah. If you were planning it, then hopefully you're going into night 5 with a healthy dose of sleep for the week.
Maybe not healthy.
Well, yeah, healthy in the not the medical term.
Yeah, not like normal healthy, but ultra healthy.
Would you rather attempt a soccer penalty kick or a 20-yard field goal in Buffalo Park or a slam dunk? We can get a hoop out there. I'd probably rather do the penalty kick.
Look at this footage.
I don't have the skills to do a penalty kick.
This is really good footage of
Yeah.
what this descent's like. You have to be so patient coming down Eldon. It took me 45 minutes to go a mile, basically.
Yeah.
And that was kind of fast.
Yeah, I just did this today, and I can attest to it. It is equally slowed down as it is up.
Yeah.
I do love seeing these runners sticking together, too.
Yep. Peter, you want to go get insomnia cookies after this?
I want pizza too.
Well, yeah, but I want insomnia cookies. We've got another 15-ish minutes here on the mic with you. It's been lovely spending the afternoon with you, Shelby and Peter. And then I think we're passing to Jake Jackson and Chris Warden to...
I think so. And I think they have some sweet interviews lined up, too, or at least guests to come hang with them. Yeah, this was really fun.
Let's run it back next year.
Please. Well, ideally, we'll have finished racing the Flagstaff Crest 40.
Right. That's right.
I think it's technically 39 miles, actually.
I think
but
it is 39
yeah.
point something, yeah. But who's counting?
Yeah, I always round up.
When I see this, I think of Jurassic Park. They do travel in herds.
That's really funny. Well, they have no pacers. They have to adapt. Life finds a way.
Exactly. Another good Jurassic Park quote.
That's a good mantra. I don't know. Life finds a way. You can yeah. I'm excited to get down there. I'm probably going to stay in Heritage Square like all night tonight. I have a couple of athletes going to be coming in the overnight, and I want to be there to hug them.
Well, yeah, it's hard to sleep during this week. Even when you're done pacing or done running, there's just so much excitement all around.
It's constant.
You don't want to miss anything. And before you know it, you've slept 3 hours over the course of 5 days.
People are loving the Jurassic Park references, Peter.
Wonderful.
Also, the questions are getting weirder. You ready?
All right.
Would you rather get chased by the Flagstaff toe tickler from the forest deep during Cocodona 250 or have to run back to the start after you finish? Is that a thing? Is there a Flagstaff toe tickler?
I don't know, but I am so ticklish. I really do not want that. I think I'd rather just run back.
I'm not running back to Black. I'll be chased by anything. I'm not running back to Black Canyon City.
I'm waiting for somebody to run it back.
Well, so Andrea Moore ran it in reverse, not back. But she ran this a few months ago. She ran it from Flagstaff to Crown King.
Wow, unmarked too. In that case,
So that's been done. But to your point, me too. I think someone someday, as this race continues to grow, is going to turn around at the finish line after maybe a little R&R and just head back to Black Canyon City. And it could be you, Shelby.
Somebody want to give me a month off from work? Let's go. You could pick up all the gel wrappers on the way back. I mean, hopefully there aren't that many, but I know they do fall out.
All right, let's see what we got coming up for finishers here. We've got a bunch of people coming in soon. Stephanie, Rosebaugh, John Bawden, Corey Clark, Jeffrey Hammond, Brock Everhart, Kimber Snow, Sean Dyer, and Michael Borowski are all going to be finishing here in the next hour or so.
Yeah, so I was talking about Stephanie. I mean, she has some if you look at her ultra sign up, she's done several last person standing events and podiumed. So she got 171.79 miles in the Queenie Backyard Ultra this March, not too long ago. Across the years, she was the first female with 172 miles. Summit Trail Racing last person standing in November 2025, 279 miles, second overall, first female. Like, this woman's a force. I saw her at Across the Years a couple of years ago, and she just looked unstoppable. She was so focused. So, I'm really curious to hear how her Cocodona went.
Yeah, sounds like she's pretty good at doing hard things.
Totally.
What hour did the Cody interview happen? I know Cody, I assume they mean Cody Poskin, was interviewed last night around, I want to say like 8 p.m., but I'm not totally positive.
That sounds probably close. I was here. I should know. Oh, you know what? I took a video of it so I could look at my timestamp. And wow.
We are so
technology.
Smart. We got finishers coming down the chute here.
The Cody interview started around 8:29 p.m.
There you go. 8:29 p.m. Thanks for the assist.
For sure. Glad I could help. My job here's done.
Almost. We're still watching that pack of runners come down Eldon. It's going to be nice to for these runners to finish that descent, at least in the daylight, so they don't have to get the headlamps out on that descent.
Yeah, that's what we were saying to Jeff as he left Wildcat. We were like, all right, get out of here. You're going to get this descent in the daylight, and that's a beautiful thing.
And he sure did. He's probably going to finish in the daylight.
It's so nice. And it's so nice to finish with this type of crowd, too.
Yep. Taylor asked, did they change the Cocodona course at all? I thought he heard someone say Eldon Climb this year was the descent last year. So it was 2 years ago. So this year and last year have been changed, where you used to go up this steep climb that they're descending and then descend a fire road around into Flagstaff. Now you go up the Newhart Trail, so it's a long, steady ascent. You're climbing kind of gradually until you get to the top of Eldon, and then that steep descent is really hard going down that steep descent. 200-mile races in general change much more frequently course-wise than other ultras. There's just so many permitting agencies and so many things that could happen and variables. So it's not uncommon for a course to look a little different year over year.
Well said, Kevin. I mean, the permits required for this race have to be insane. It's a point-to-point 250-mile race.
Logistics are off the chain.
Yeah, running through multiple towns. And national forests, right? Or at least
the Cocodona National Forest.
Yeah. So that's a separate permit from the other areas around it. But they do try to keep it. They either, or they try to keep it as consistent as they can, and or if they see a better route, for example, the Hangover Trail was a cooler way to leave Sedona, then they can, find ways to tweak it. So it's always very intentional.
Yep. 68 permits, apparently. Someone just asked how many people were left in the 250, and unfortunately, 48 is the highest I can count to. So I lost track at 48, but it looked like there was maybe about half that on top of where I lost count. So I'd say probably in the 70 range for people left in the 250. Wait, that's 40 plus 20 is not 70, but yeah, 60-ish. Real micro guy. I did the Eldon descent in the H1s. I don't know how, probably not as fast as that, but they were pretty good for that. Did Anton Krupichka finish yet? Someone asked.
What's the question?
Someone asked if Anton Krupichka finished.
Is he doing one of these races?
No. I don't think so. Right?
No, it'd be
He's not
cool
doing,
though.
Doing the flag, jumped into the Flagstaff crest.
But Peter, you could probably look like Anton.
I ran into him once. We were coming down Mount Massive a couple years
that's
ago.
right. Yeah.
When he was just running uphill like nothing.
No shirt, no pack. Yeah.
I agree. Cocodona week should be a national holiday. This whole week is so fun. So grateful to be a part of it. I've been out here every year since the inaugural year, either running it, pacing, crewing, commentating. And at this point, I don't think I ever want to miss one.
Yeah. And it's so hard to I feel like this is my first year. Well, first year I was pacing and supporting a runner, then 4 years of running, and now this year just running the Mingus Basketball Association and volunteering. Volunteering at Schnebly overnight, and now commentating and being here. I don't know which is it's all so good. I couldn't pick a favorite.
Yeah.
We need a Cocodona like twice a year. We need a spring Cocodona and a fall Cocodona.
I don't know if my body could handle all that sleep deprivation.
Right?
Though.
This is it's not healthy at all, but once a year is enough.
Yeah.
I agree. The vibes are so high. Just finishing in a town like Flagstaff is so cool. There's just so much around.
It really is. And it's motivating when you're out there, too, to be party in Flagstaff, running to Flagstaff. You really feel like you have a purpose and somewhere to go. And I think that's probably part of what drew me to this race. It's you're really going somewhere.
Yeah. Stacy says that she's not sure how she's going to go back to real life after cheering for strangers online all week.
Good luck. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to go
either.
back to real life either.
Yeah. Should just build a Cheering for Strangers website where people can say what they did that day and other people can cheer for them.
That could work.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was running Cocodona, I knew back at my job, people had the
cracker and the
live
live
stream on the
yeah.
big screen, everyone watching it.
That's awesome. Almost at the 109-hour mark.
I'd rather be stalked by a mountain lion, I think, than paced by my worst enemy. Thanks for that question. Actually, no. Mountain lion can be very dangerous, but I do love mountain lions. So
yeah.
I'd like to believe that they would feel my big cat energy and protect me, and we could be friends and just kind of walk together through the night.
Definitely. So I've seen just about every large animal in North America except for a mountain lion. And the two friends I run with the most in Colorado, run together every weekend, they went for it might have been the only run they went for that year without me, and they saw a mountain lion.
Oh.
So it was devastated.
I ran into 2 mountain lions together once.
Yeah, same. And I think it was a mama and a baby. I could see that my light was picking up their eyes across a switchback. And that was actually kind of scary.
Yeah, I agree. I had to stare down.
Yeah. And I was with my husband at the time, which was lucky, because he could have fought them off and I could have ran. But, we have Stephanie on the screen. Enough about mountain lions. We
got a real mountain lion.
Real mountain lion running through the streets of Flag.
Hunt.
So strong. So Stephanie lives in Prescott, Arizona. She got to run right through her hometown. She's a therapist, a writer, mom of 2 boys, and ultra runner who loves exploring the edges of what's possible, both in life and on the trail. Her faith is at the center of it all, grounding her in who she is beyond performance and reminding her she's already enough. She's passionate about helping others reconnect to that same truth while continuing to test her own limits out there. Her boys keep her learning and laughing, and her husband Kyle keeps her grounded. And between her golden doodles and chickens, life is always full. She says, I love pushing limits, finding joy in the hard, and seeing what I'm made of at Cocodona.
I love it. Stephanie and I have the same coach.
Oh, really? That's rad.
Scott Trayer.
Oh, Scott was out there at the old NBA snapping pics of us looking like ballers.
Yeah, he made some good shots. He's a bit of a baller.
I could see that.
I was really disappointed that Chris Warden didn't come up to shoot hoops.
I bet Chris Warden's great at shooting hoops.
Yeah, we'll never know, though.
In Stephanie... Oh.
Because we just talked about you.
We got caught.
What'd you say?
We said that we were really disappointed that Chris Warden didn't come up to shoot hoops at Mingus.
Well, I mean, have you seen me shoot hoops?
No.
It's comparable to my running,
But
so...
you should have... There wasn't many people that were good at shooting hoops. That wasn't the point.
Oh. Well, hey, Kevin, I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you found your distance to empty? Is it the free throw line? Is it the 3-point line, the half-court shot?
My distance to empty was staying awake for the entirety of the tournament. I was trying to get every runner on that court.
Fair enough.
So sadly, my time with Kevin and Peter, it's coming to an end. We're going to be heading out to eat some pizza and insomnia cookies. But first, we are here to cheer in Stephanie Rosebaugh.
Here for this women's race.
And then you will be soothed by the beautiful voices of Chris Warden and Jake Jackson. Should be a fun night.
Definitely. I'll be watching them from Heritage Square on the big screen. So many high fives for Stephanie. So close to bringing it home.
She wrote some really wonderful things about her crew in her runner survey. So I'm going to read them to you because the crew is, the real MVP. It really does take a village. And Stephanie is clearly grateful for that and what she wrote here. So she said, I've got an incredible crew behind me. My husband Kyle is my crew chief and steady presence through it all. Part chef, part superhero, and the one who keeps me grounded and moving forward when things get tough. My boys, Dawson and Sawyer, are a huge part of why I'm out here, cheering me on and somehow understanding all the long days on the trail, even if they're still trying to figure out why anyone would choose to run this far. My parents and sisters for the prayers, encouragement, and unwavering support. They've been in my corner long before this start line. I'm so grateful for my friends, Pacers, and the Prescott trail running community. This place and these people have shaped me in so many ways.
That's awesome.
Oh, and she's running on a charity bib for Bigger Than the Trail.
Oh, cool.
Super cool. So thank you to all of the donors who made that possible. It's such a great cause.
She's running again and getting very close to her finish in Heritage Square.
Yeah, so 2024, Stephanie had a 6th place finish at Cocodona.
Nice.
Like I want to be her friend. That's all I'm trying to say with Stephanie. I think she's so cool.
It must be so nice to, you do this last section now without pacers, and now you have the follow cam, and there's people everywhere, and it's just like, because I just did that loop around Eldon with these runners, and even though they appear to be bunched up on the tracker, they're not. Like they're not. You're running a little bit between them, so it can be quite lonely out there, especially if you had pacers for the rest of the race. So getting into Flagstaff, getting back to civilization here must just be such a treat for these runners and Stephanie and yeah.
Yeah, my friend Joaquim, who did the 40-miler, who was with us on the couch earlier today, said that you run into Buffalo Park and you see iPhones on gimbals and you know that you're getting close, and just like that adrenaline, like little pump up you get from getting followed by a live stream cam, it'll make you want to run faster. Good motivation.
I've only ever finished this at like 3 a.m. So I need to come back and try to get a daytime finish.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. My first year I finished pretty late at night, and last year I finished I think around 6-ish p.m. So yeah, right around this time.
Yeah. And sadly my wife missed it. She was trying to get my parents and kids organized right there. I came in a little faster than expected, and so I want her to be able to see that one day.
Yeah,
too.
you're gonna have to do it again.
All right, Jenna, if you're listening, maybe I need permission.
I haven't seen her in the chat, but did you tell her?
Yeah, I told her.
You did tell your mom, so maybe she is listening. Jenna, with what we've created this week at Cocodona, I think we need Peter for the first week of May for the rest of his life.
Let's go, Stephanie.
So close. It's been so fun hanging out with you guys. Thanks for watching. Shelby, thanks for being my co-host. Peter, thanks for being my forever co-host. It's been a blast.
Yeah, I'll have to run a 200 soon so I can come back on the podcast.
I mean, we're happy to have you on anytime, but it's better for business if you've run a 200 recently.
Yeah, let me do some cool stuff first, and then we can talk.
Yeah, recent cool stuff. You've done tons of cool stuff.
Yeah, fair. Thanks.
Well, that wasn't the left, right? Did you just make the left? I'm trying to orient. That was a left. You don't make any rights unless you're making a mistake on that final. I think she's in the final stretch here.
Little regroup.
Peter, do you remember when you finished? You had the big long beard, and then you went and shaved like huge beard, like covers his whole face, and then you shaved it to nothing the day after, and like Melanie actually didn't recognize you. She was like, "Who is Kevin talking with over there?"
Yeah, I did. Well, I was only going for a 1-year beard, and I DNF'd, so it became a
Turned
2-year
into
beard.
a 2-year beard. Oh, no, it's commitment. Well done.
Let's go, Stephanie.
I know her pain so much of you're so jazzed and the adrenaline is pumping and you're running so you're running fast, but you're also 250 plus miles in. So then you stop for a little bit and then you run again. And it's just it's awesome. Oh my gosh. She's seconds away from finishing.
Yeah, her heart rate could be higher than it's been in a while.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet these are her boys. Stop. Here we go.
In the finisher chute.
This is beautiful. Let's go, Stephanie.
Congrats, Stephanie. Oh, that's amazing. Whoop woo.
Aw. What a champion. Fresh belt buckle to add to her collection. Really impressive race. Whee! I love it when they do a little jump at the
Yeah.
finish.
Oh, we get a dog coming into the finish chute now. I think this is going to be Mason Brink coming down the finish chute now. Right.
All right, and with that, Kevin and I and good old Peter on the couch are gonna
Thanks,
peace
Peter.
out. First,
This was fun.
we will we'll throw it to an ad though, so don't go anywhere. You have
Yeah.
a fun night planned.
And this is going to be the best ad we've shown yet.
Thanks for tuning in. Shelby, signing out.
An adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
Presented by Ultra. It is time now for Aravipa After Dark. Chris Warden
Jake Jackson here.
And we are hanging out here in the Run Flagstaff Studios, the ground zero of our broadcast here at the Cocodona 250. Thanks to Run Flagstaff for hosting us here in such gracious fashion. We're going to do our best to ID, name, celebrate, and worship these amazing athletes here. I don't have all the names, and my eyes are fading in my my waning years, but we are going to give you our best effort. Jake and I both.
Going into their 5th night, which is pretty wild.
It's the longest time-wise race that you've done, Jake. Was it Cocodona?
It would be Cocodona, yes. It was 89 hours, I believe.
So these people are basically almost a full day ahead of that, or beyond that.
Yeah.
So amazing.
Yes, it definitely is. I've had the, I guess, luxury, I don't know if it's luxury, but been able to bounce around a lot from aid stations throughout the day, getting to see people come in. It's super inspirational. I mean, I'm not usually one that's chasing cutoffs, but some of these people that are out there just don't have much time to even get their water bottles filled up and move on to the next aid station. I drove out to Fort Tuthill earlier today at 12:45. That was their cutoff earlier, and got to talk to Chris Thornley out there at Squirrels Nut Butter aid station out there, and thankfully every single athlete that was there left the aid station in time. Hopefully they're continuing on their journey to Flagstaff right now.
Yeah, of course, these runners, we'll go over the details as soon as we have that information. On your left-hand side, that is the Trinity aid station, the last way station before the final few moments of the race, about 4 miles to go from this vantage point. And on the right is the finish line, the ultimate destination for all these runners, regardless of distance. Of course, we have runners from 3 different races still out there. We have the Cocodona 250 proper, we have Sedona Canyons 125, and the Flagstaff Crest 40.
And speaking about cutoffs, it looks like Walnut Canyon will have the next cutoff at 7:45 tonight, so about an hour and 30 minutes.
Of course, congratulations to all of our finishers so far. Everybody has been doing an amazing job out there. From our winners, Rachel Entrikin winning the overall Cocodona 250, setting a new course record outright. An amazing course, 56:09. Killian Korth winning the men's race, all the way to our most recent finishers. We're going to have, I think that AJW had actually broken it down. He said that that half of the finishers finish in the final 24 hours. I did not fact check him on that, but he knows his stuff, so I'm going to trust him on that.
Yeah, I was really curious just looking at the tracker from afar, just how many people finished on, the last 25 hours of the race compared to, the rest of the 100 hours that the other athletes finished in. It's really fascinating.
Yeah. I want to shout out our most recent Cocodona 250 finishers. I know that they mentioned Stephanie Rosebell. I believe Matt Ledoux finished recently as well. Hopefully going to see some names I recognize coming in here fairly soon, potentially. Mason Brink, John Bowden. I know John is a Phoenix local. Kimber Snow, Corey Clark. I do know that there was at least one individual quite fond of Corey Clark in the chat. Been calling him out for the better part of the day, I believe. Jeffrey Hammond, Brock Everhart. See, we do read the chat. Sean Dyer, Francisco Porto, Jason Hammond, Michael Borowski, Mark Kirkland, and Greg Bergeron. I actually met Greg Bergeron a couple years ago at Western States.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he showed up the morning of, and he was next on the wait list.
Oh, geez. Okay.
And he got in.
Oh, awesome.
One person didn't show up. So
wow.
It was funny because I was actually following Greg around doing some coverage for Mountain Outpost. And every so often I'd see him and like, any word yet? Any word yet? And then at 1 in the afternoon, I believe, or 1:15, he he got a phone call, walked up the stairs to go and grab
That's
his
awesome.
bib. So Greg Bergeron, another person we expect to see coming in tonight. So, and it's going to be fast and furious. We're going to do our best to keep up with everybody. We do have notes on everybody. We are depending on our eyes to track these runners. And we'll do our best. And the Sedona Canyons race as well. We do have a runner tracker for those. Flagstaff Crest is more of a crapshoot because we don't have GPS tracking on those runners. As we talked about this morning, GPS trackers are more of a safety function that we happen to be benefiting from, rather than a live stream dedicated tool.
Yes.
So, but I do think we are going to hopefully see some members of that Flagstaff, or the Sedona Canyons race. People who seem to be getting close include Ramona Stein, Marina James, Andrea Ferreira, Amy Bates, Jennifer Rankin, Ronnie Jackson, Jillian Swope, Tim McCauley, Colette Haney, and Mandy Midget. Those are some of the names that we would expect to see here sooner rather than later coming into Heritage Square.
And we are trying to work on getting the finish line camera back up and running so we can get some of those finishers coming in.
Absolutely.
Finding their numbers and calling them out, giving them their kudos. This looks like a drone shot coming down Eldon right now.
That descent on Eldon, I know that's changed since you ran the race, Jake.
Yeah, I went up that.
Yeah.
So
you have an
familiar with
impression.
it. Right. I could not imagine having to go down that after this many miles, though.
Well, I did speak to a pacer, a friend of mine who was pacing a runner that is going to be potentially a Golden Morning finisher. And, of course, the runners cannot take pacers from up and over Eldon. And I told the pacer to encourage that runner because they're well under cutoff paces. And their original timing plan is kind of out the window.
Right.
But I said, tell her to pair up with one or two people if possible. Like, I think that you have to go up there as a team, and if somebody's a little bit slower than you, as long as it's not preventing you from finishing the race, I would say take your time getting up there and even getting down. So,
I mean, especially on the down in the dark, it looks like there's a defined trail right here, but that is not the case for the entire way down. There are some sections that could lead you in the wrong direction. So if you had more than one headlamp and a couple pairs of eyes to make sure that you were all going the right directions, that sounds like a great plan.
The last thing we would want is for people to miss a critical turn on this course due to exhaustion. Race Command is following things very closely. There was actually a great post by them. And they were sharing, the fact that we've got a team of 3 or 4 people together working on following these runners, as one is looking like they're almost to the bottom.
Yeah. And I did actually send a text message that all the runners are required to carry in their phone just in case something does happen. I sent a text into Race Command. I was over with a friend over at the Hangover Trail, and the cutoff had already gone through, and we had assumed that all the flags had already been pulled. But we did happen to come across a couple flags, and I just wanted to make sure that it was okay for us to pull those. And, they got back to us really quick on the text and said, go and pick them up. Thanks for grabbing those for us. We must have missed them at some point. But what do we have here? 158? But they're on top of things on the keeping all the runners safe out there.
Absolutely. Thanks to our Race Command and everybody involved in keeping these runners safe.
This looks like Byron Roca making his way down.
Byron Roca of Lake Worth, Florida, going for a second Cocodona finish here.
Oh, very cool. Byron was also a mammoth finisher last year with me. That's awesome. So he definitely knows what he's doing out there with the 200 milers.
Last finished Cocodona in 2024.
And Moab in 2019.
So Byron knows
a couple Moab finishes here.
Byron knows what he's doing. I've talked with Chris Twiggs, I want to say 15, 16-time Hard Rock finisher, talking about how they prepare for mountain races down in Florida. And I've also heard from other people that parking garages are a very common thing to latch onto when they're training in Florida.
Yeah, overpasses and parking garages and maybe some treadmill.
That bridge from Tampa to Clearwater is valued real estate. Looks like that's bib number 200, unless I missed my guess. That would be Kellen Lomayestowa of Kearns Canyon, Arizona, also a previous Cocodona finisher. A Hopi from Hopi, Arizona, married to Keisha. They have 2 daughters, Kaylee and Kenley. Completed Cocodona 250 in 2023 on a scholarship bib, now looking to finish on a charity bib. Chose the Hopi Foundation as his charity. What brought him back? It's one of the hardest races he's completed and wanted to try it again. Furthest distance run before would be that Cocodona year.
There you go.
Looking forward to Sedona. Hopefully enjoyed it. Only an ultra runner because his wife made him try, and the rest was history. I'm going to shout out, got his K4 Hopi Ultra crew in the van, the crew boss wife, Keisha, and sister Tracy, big brother Alan, Pacers, little brothers Dal, Trey, Ian, Isaiah, KJ, Wendy, and the rest of the Hopi community. Great shout out there. As you can see, we have our finish line cam back up. Thank you very much. Our producers have been doing work this week, keeping us on the air and keeping us on the straight and narrow.
Still a very large crowd down there at Heritage Square. That's great.
Yeah, I was just over there, and frankly, if I weren't here, I'd be there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Energy is amazing out there right now.
They are having a lot of fun over there.
And I was down there a few hours ago, and there's still a lot of the front runners, some celebrities out there. And
oh,
if
yeah.
you're looking for your favorite runner to meet and get a picture with, head on down there. You might run into him.
I actually spent some time talking with Jeff Garmire over there after he was here in the studio. Also spoke with Mike McKnight, talking about him and his career as a burgeoning career as a basketball player.
Yeah, I ran into our Sedona Canyons 125 new course record holder, Trueheart Brown, for a moment.
Was that your first time meeting Trueheart?
Well, I did help him at Schnebley Hill for a bit, but he wanted to come by and thank me personally for helping his mom, who was there crewing him. I helped her with her phone and tracking her son. So it was really, really cool getting to see him in person and chit-chat a little bit about ultra running and his, he's a family guy. He loves his job. Of course, that always comes first. And I was kind of asking him, if he'd hopefully try to get back into Western States. And he said, it's a possibility, but, that time of year, it's busy at work. So
we just saw a mom and a couple of kids, and I was able to catch an eye on the bib, and that would be the bib of Ashley Arnson of Phoenix, Arizona, running Flagstaff Crest. Married mom of 3 young kids, business owner who fits ultra training around work, school drop-offs, and running kids to all their activities. I know that you can probably feel that pain as well.
Yeah.
Volunteered for Cocodona 250 last year at Dead Horse and knew she had to be a part of this week of events. Loves the running community, a local in Phoenix, and volunteering again at Dead Horse on Tuesday before coming up here to run Flagstaff Crest. Ran her first road marathon last year and done a couple of trail races, but this is her first ultra. So now, welcome to the club. I was excited from the views over Flagstaff. Wanted to shout out her husband and kids who have supported them. Sarah June is her coach. Sarah June's running the 125.
Oh,
that I
awesome.
do know. Megan Slavin has been her PT. Megan Slavin is my PT, keeping me in the game. And Megan Slavin is going to be doing some training up here this weekend because her husband, Brian Slavin, just texted me to go meet for lunch tomorrow.
Nice.
But yeah, shout out, congratulations to you, Ashley. Welcome to the ever-growing ultramarathon club.
Yeah.
Remember when we didn't know any other ultramarathoners once upon a time?
And now it's getting even into the 200-mile plus club.
I love it.
Which is growing seems like every weekend, it seems like.
Absolutely. I want to celebrate as many of these finishers as we can. As if we can catch eyes on a bib, we are going to do our best to shout these individuals out. So, congratulations to all these runners. On the left, you can see the finish line. On the right, that is the Mount Eldon area. I'll level with you on a personal level. I don't do it for fun. I do. I mean, if I'm going to come up to Flagstaff and I'm going to do a mountain, it's not going to be Eldon. But that's because of the amount of respect I have for it.
Right. Yeah, I had kind of maybe hoped of getting up there after the live stream, after the race finishes tomorrow, but more than likely I'll probably just head home. I had so much fun out there at the Hangover Trail yesterday. I don't want to ruin it. It was just too awesome out there.
Josh Tucker, I'm with you on what you said about Trueheart in the chat. And if you're interested in what he said about Trueheart, you can read it. But I'm going to leave that there and let that stew. Of course, you can see on the Coros clock on the upper right-hand side, we are 109 hours into the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. With 109 hours down, that means Sedona Canyons is in hour 59, and Flagstaff Crest is in hour 11. I know this because I created a little chart.
Of course you did.
I am a big chart guy.
Yeah, we have quite a few people coming through Heritage Park right now, and I'm wondering if some of them are looking at their watches saying, okay, I got 30 minutes to go under 110. Let's speed it up a little bit just to make it under.
I think that might have been bib number 109, perhaps? I'm not 100% sure. One day about 2 years ago, Jake, I woke up and rubbed my eyes until they were raw, and I realized I needed glasses. So my eyesight is not what it once was.
No. Mine was never great to begin with. I've worn glasses my entire life, but it seems to be since I hit 40, it's gone downhill since then.
It took me until my mid-40s. I want to shout out somebody who has gotten a lot of love in the chat, and that's Harold Benali. I hope I'm saying that right, Benali, bib number 285. Harold is an indigenous runner, and I believe a 3-time Cocodona finisher to this point, which would make him in line for a 1,000-mile buckle, assuming he gets it done yet again here this week.
Yeah, that would be definitely a motivator.
Oh, absolutely.
Some more folks heading down Eldon down there on the bottom right. Starting to see the shadow. You're on the other side of where that sun would be shining on you. It's time to get the waist lamp or headlamp out. There's a little sun.
Yeah, in the chat, if I pronounced it wrong, please don't be shy about correcting me. Had been shy about this point. No sense in starting now.
I got called out earlier. We had a Brazilian runner come in, and I said they speak Spanish, and it was Portuguese. I'm an idiot.
Actually, thanks, Old Dirty Rob. It is Greg Secatera that's the 3-time finisher. So, Harold, I'm going to give a little bit of love here and correctly share his running resume. Harold is going for his first finish. Member of the Navajo Nation from Litchi, Arizona. Been running since the age of 4, raised on the reservation, growing up traditional with his grandparents on the ranch with sheep, cattle, horses, growing crops, gathering firewoods, hauling. Man, this is like all runner training right here. Hauling water from windmills. Riding the school bus an hour and out and an hour back home, attending school in Page for elementary through high school. Ran for the school competitively from 6th grade to senior year, where as a team they won three state titles. 1 of 5 honorable mention, senior year for Arizona, attended Pima Community College in cross country and track, attended national meets 6 times, All-American in cross country nationals. Man, this guy's talented.
Stout.
Yeah. Blue collar for over 20 years for Salt River Project, electrical water company. Owner of Moccasin Running, a small business he created to bring awareness to oneself, indigenous cultural in running. Hosts races on Navajo Nation exclusively inside their backyard of Antelope Canyon. Their events have been fundraisers for their local youth runners to inspire them to keep running and build their future through education and running. At the moment, he is fundraising for their summer running camps where they'll be training at 9,000 to 10,000 feet altitude for their upcoming season. Was inspired to run by his grandparents. They've all passed on, and all he can do is what their ancestors have once done in the long walk when the Navajo people had to trek across New Mexico to a prison camp by foot, and when released April 27th, 1868, only to have to trek back to what is currently Navajo Nation. Many of his tribal members are here today only because of the survival and resilience of the long walk. My teaching of ceremonial practices and running from my grandparents is what inspires me to be a runner. Wow. Longest distance he'd done in previous to this is Sedona Canyons, 125. What section of the course is he most excited for? The beginning. And he's an artist. And he wanted to give a shout out to his sponsors, Catula, Rising Hearts, Aravipa Running, Goo Energy, Ultra Running. See, this is what you get when you fill out the runner questionnaire.
Right. Yeah. Okay, it looks like, we have Corey Clark coming in.
Yes, Corey Clark.
Minutes away from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Corey Clark getting married in September to his crew chief. The people that said he is too old to accomplish it are the reason that he ran it in the first place. 56 years young. He ran 126 miles in a backyard. He was looking forward to the first 37 miles. Man,
seemed like years ago maybe to him by now.
Yeah. He's the friend you call when you need help in the middle of the night. That's what he said about himself. Shout out to his kids. Teresa, full throttle on support for what is right and keeps him moving forward. And his mom, Janet. And apparently Janet makes the best banana bread in the world.
Oh, I love banana bread.
And other important mentions, Foosters, Friction Prescription, and the Ultra community for understanding his just don't quit mentality. So congratulations to Corey coming in here. Coming in hot, Corey Clark of Knoxville, Tennessee, your newest.
Bunch of runners coming in here. Maybe
finisher.
Crew coming in? Yeah, there he is.
Congratulations to Corey Clark.
I believe that is Trinity Heights aid station down there on the lower right.
That is indeed. We aim and strive for accuracy, Stephanie. So, like I said, if I mispronounce somebody's name, it is not due to a lack of effort.
Corey rocking yet another one of the Ultraspire Traverse packs.
Those things are...
I guarantee you half the field has got one of those on.
Pretty impressive representation. Yeah, Lisa, we are very proud of the representation that Indigenous runners have shown at Aravipa events and at Cocodona, and we do our best to represent them. So, I know that there are some others out there. We mentioned Greg Secatero, Harold Benali, Missy Hendricks. I know we'll be seeing Missy Hendricks come in, a previous finisher.
I think that might have been a Sedona Canyons finisher that just crossed the finish line.
Missy Hendricks is a finish I'm definitely looking forward to after watching her story in the cutoff. Watch it again with Claire Farrow and Aid Station Fireball today, and moved to Weepy Eyes.
Hope you had some Kleenex there to dry the tears.
Oh yeah, I mean the representation there, and the ceremony surrounding the start and finish of their runs was just so special to witness last year, and to be reminded of that watching the cutoff. Such a great feeling.
Yeah.
That was Kimber Snow. Thank you so much, Katie. We appreciate your, keeping us honest here on the live stream. We'll tell you a little bit about Kimber Snow. We can pull up her bib number.
Okay.
Bib number 89. Kimber Snow of Raymond, Alberta, Canada, now a two-time Cocodona finisher. From Canada, as I mentioned, back for another year at Cocodona. Couldn't be more excited. And came back to prove, and this is what she did right now, just to prove that last year's Cocodona finish wasn't a fluke. I was looking forward to the Hangover Trail. And who's in your corner? In the case of Kimber, it was her mom crewing solo all week. She wanted to recognize her family back home in Canada, following the tracker and sending good vibes, and shout out in specific to her niece, Nora. So congratulations to Kimber. There's Kimber to get in front of the finish line and get some memory pictures. Okay, so if that's her time, I would assume right there, 1:14, actually knocked 5 hours.
Nice.
When was the last time you knocked 5 hours off a race that you did in back-to-back years, Jake?
I couldn't tell you.
Like maybe early in your running career, maybe dropping from like 24 to 19 in the 100-miler or anything like that?
Maybe distance-wise, knocking off some miles in a 24-hour race.
That would make sense, yeah. And again, shout out to Kimber. And we're going to be having an interview coming up here in just a moment here on the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra.
We have a couple 250 runners coming down. Should be hitting the finish line here shortly. Jeffrey Hammond and Brock Everhart. Within the next 10 minutes or so, I think.
I know we're also going to see John Bowden come in here fairly soon. John Bowden, Phoenix local, I've known for many years. Looking forward to him getting his Cocodona finish. I guess either, I don't know if you'd call it vice president or co-conspirator of a group called Rotor, the Royal Order of Desert Rats. They put on an event every year called the Circle of Hell Run, and that's as much as I'm going to say about the Circle of Hell Run.
I've heard of it. I've never participated, but yeah, it sounds pretty brutal.
I am a two-time participant of the Circle of Hell Run, and probably going to stay a two-time finisher. That is Greg Bergeron right there. I know him on the lower right-hand side, Greg Bergeron out of San Diego, California. As I mentioned earlier, he was the last person into Western States 2025. Found out with about, let's do math, about 16 hours notice before the start of the race that he was running Western States. Okay. He showed up to Olympic Valley, the next person on the wait list, and lo and behold, somebody did not show up, and he got that ever valuable call from Craig Thornley, the race director at Western States, and Greg got to run Western States. He finished Western States, and And now he is here just 3.9 miles from the finish of his first Cocodona.
Yeah, sitting there
And the pack?
waiting to come in for, possibly running Western States. That's got to be some major anxiety.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he was walking around Olympic Valley, and he did seem kind of upbeat, but definitely nervous.
Yeah.
The aforementioned Brian Slavin mentioned he was there, I remember, because he was right there when Greg got the call and had to step away from us for a few minutes. Okay, TJ Gardner with the details on Circle of Hell that if somebody else wants to share and check out. Circle of Hell is like the Fight Club of Arizona ultra running. Or actually, it's not really an ultra, but of trail running. We've got another finisher coming in on the cam. They're about to make the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports. I mean, you all can share what you think is the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, but if you disagree, you're wrong.
It might be Jeffrey Hammond.
154, I believe.
Yeah, Provo, Utah.
All right, Jeffrey Hammond of Provo, Utah, coming in for a finish. And after that, we are going to greet our very special guest.
Eldon Crest finisher coming through.
So Jeffrey Hammond only had 2 ultras prior to this, the longest being the Marin Ultra Challenge. Earlier this year, ran Bryce Canyon 50K last year. Acquitted himself very well, an 8th place finish at Bryce Canyon, and now is going to be adding the 250 plus mile Cocodona to his resume.
I was speaking with Bryant Shook as one of his athletes was coming into, what was that aid station? Anyways, he was telling me that his athlete had only run a 44-mile race before signing up for Cocodona 250 this year. And that seems to be kind of a common theme these days. You just skip all the middle distances that go straight to the crazy 200-mile stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that you necessarily have to ladder up. Like people tell me when they're getting ready for a 100-miler that they have to run a 50K, a 50-mile, 100K. I think you can go straight from a 50K to a 100-miler as long as you train and prepare properly.
Yeah, and the information is out there. There's, you can watch stuff on YouTube about how to get through these things. There's plenty of documentaries out there. And
I need to watch those documentaries.
Yeah, just a little bit of doing your homework.
Looks like Jeffrey has grabbed the fam for a group finish here, coming in.
Just made it over under that 110 time there. Great job.
Looks like 109.45 and about 45 seconds. Jeffrey Hammond, congratulations.
Way to go.
And now, while we have some time, we would like to welcome in our next guest here to the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Ultra. This is Ty with Runners for Public Lands. Ty, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course, Runners for Public Lands, one of our partners here for the Cocodona 250 live stream. Can you tell us what Runners for Public Lands is and what your mission involves?
Yeah, so Runners for Public Lands is a nationwide organization. We were founded in Ventura, California, and have since branched out to have an ambassador program that spans across the U.S. So I'm based in Durango, Colorado, but we have ambassadors in California, northern Colorado, Montana, all the way over to the East Coast. And yeah, our goal is, just to continue fighting for public lands, bringing runners into the conversations, because we are trail users, we're recreators, we're getting out there. And so, as you may or may not know, a lot of our public lands are currently under attack. And so we're really, kind of just ramping up on the fight to continue protecting these places that we get to recreate and play in.
When you talk about these efforts regarding runners, what inspired the organization to begin their mission, and what inspired you to become involved with the organization if you weren't in from the ground floor?
Sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
What brought about the genesis of the organization, and if you weren't part of that from the very beginning, how did you get involved?
Yeah, totally. Runners for Public Lands was started by runners. They were just seeing a need for, runners to be included in these conversations around public lands. And so, they started Runners for Public Lands back, I believe, in 2019. And since then, it's really grown to, what it is today. And, we're really excited to be able to partner with something as big as Cocodona 250 to help raise awareness around our efforts. I have only been with Runners for Public Lands for about a year now. And since then, I've just been so enamored by the work that Runners for Public Lands has done. I've been a runner for, more than half my life. And, being able to tie my personal passion for the outdoors, my advocacy, to a cause like Runners for Public Lands has been really fulfilling and heartwarming for me. They offer a race director hub, so you can find resources if you're a race director for how you can continue to promote public land protections. We also do a trail work series where you can go and volunteer at a local, with your local trail work nonprofits to just help start talking about public lands, and then also get out and do the work too on the trails. And then, I think our biggest thing right now is we have an action network. So if you are interested in getting involved with Runners for Public Lands, you can go to our website, runnersforpubliclands.org, and sign up for the Action Network, and it'll give you updates and notifications on the work that we're doing on the ground.
Yeah, so trail work is kind of it's a hot topic for trail runners in general. I know lots of mountain bike folks are more well known for taking care of the trails, and hikers and trail runners tend to take a lot of heat for not contributing as much as we probably should.
Totally.
And I know there are quite a few 100-mile races that require trail work to actually participate, or even donating to a cause like what you're trying to raise funds for taking care of our trails. Do you work with some of the mountain bike organizations to facilitate in adding us into some of what they're doing?
That's a great idea.
Okay.
I would say the trail organizations that a lot of the RPL, or Runners for Public Lands ambassadors are working with are more like trail focus, which is kind of like multi-use trails. So,
right.
In Durango, for example, we've got Durango Trails, and that's bringing in mountain bikers, runners, hikers, everyone into the conversations.
Right.
So I wouldn't say it's focused specifically on bridging that gap between the mountain bike community and the running community,
right.
but, kind of all trail users as a whole.
Yeah. That's great.
You mentioned you're part of the Durango chapter, and, how many chapters are there around, and what regions have you concentrated your efforts into this point?
Yeah, I think California's been the big one. That's where, our executive director, founder, a lot of the board members live. And so it kind of spans, from Ventura, California, up the coast, up into the Northwest. It's not really, I would say, chapters. Funny enough, me joining, I have one other ambassador for Runners for Public Lands who lives in Durango.
Okay.
And so we were brought in to kind of help with that southwest part of Colorado, kind of going down into New Mexico, a little bit into Arizona. I think there's a couple ambassadors here in Flagstaff as well. or in the Arizona area. And so, right now we're really just trying to expand our reach and, hit as many places as possible, especially where we see a lot of public land usage.
When you talk about expanding your reach, is that something where like maybe established members who are familiar with your mission, your cause, your protocols are going to be maybe going into new regions? Or is this something that like maybe somebody who is hearing these stories of advocacy and effort are going to be able to reach out and say, hey, I think that my area could benefit from what your organization is doing? What is kind of the growth plan for Runners for Public Lands?
Yeah, great question. I would say, with the ambassadors specifically, we're really trying to be good stewards for the places that we live. And so, a lot of my work will revolve around Southwest Colorado, helping to just raise awareness. Surprising enough, I actually didn't know much about Runners for Public Lands until we got into it. My other ambassador friend, Sada, who also lives in Durango, we did a project with Runners for Public Lands after she was introduced. So, I think there's still a lot of awareness that needs to be done around, who Runners for Public Lands is and what what our organization does. And so ambassadors are, going out into their own communities, doing a lot of that relationship building, partnering with local nonprofits, local organizations to help, towards the same goal of protecting public lands. I would say for organizations, we're always looking to partner with, local nonprofits, local trail work crews. So, definitely reach out and see if there's an ambassador in your area. And yeah, again, I'll plug the Race Director Hub. If you're a race director, definitely reach out. We've had race director letters go to, Congress, go to Senate, all the way up to, the White House, helping to show all the different races that are run on public lands. And I think that that's been super impactful because I don't think a lot of us take the time to really think about like what land we're running on and recreating on. And so, having the race directors kind of take a step back and say, oh, wow, like, a lot of my land is on public land. This land is at risk of being, rescinded and moved to privatized. So, I think those are some of the ways to get involved.
As far as the race directors, have you had a lot of response back, like saying, yes, we would love to help you guys? Or is it still kind of a new thing where it's just like, oh, we kind of are busy doing our own thing and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, it's been pretty, it's been received pretty well by race directors. Okay. The race director letter was super easy. It was just, sign your name on this form, tell us what your race is. And I know that Runners for Public Lands is really trying to get a little bit more personal with those race directors now, talking to them, help highlight their races, provide them with the resources that they need to have these conversations in their own communities. Mm-hmm. And so, I would say from the work that we've done so far, it has been well received. But again, it's kind of the tip of the iceberg. Right. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and we'll see how the conversations go.
What kind of work does need to be done? Like, could you name a few things that are specifically that you're trying to achieve?
Yeah, totally. I think just awareness around how many people love public lands. Calling your Congress, calling your senators, making sure that your voice is being heard when it comes to, what you do, how you play outside, how you play on public lands, how you run on public lands. And so, again, with the action network that we have on the Runners for Public Lands website, it's as simple as signing a letter that we will send. It takes 2 minutes to pop on there. And so, when we look at things like Boundary Waters or Bears Ears or all these places that had national monuments designated that are our public lands, just signing your letter or signing your name and letting us do the rest of the work is, it may seem small, but it is a critical step in making sure that your voice is heard.
And that could be something as simple as the race directors sending out something like that to every single runner and saying, you can't run our race unless you sign this, And I couldn't imagine a runner would be like, no, I don't support that at all.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope not. Like if we don't have public lands, some of these races will cease to exist. Exactly. And so, yeah, I totally agree that that's one super simple step that we can take.
We actually had a question in the chat. Thank you very much. If you're interested in asking questions, we've got Ty from Runners for Public Lands. Is there a specific policy RPL is advocating for, or is it more focused on land stewardship?
That's a good question. I would say when it comes to public policy, I mean, we're pretty involved in the roadless rule right now. There's a lot of talk around roadless rule. That one is going to public comment here pretty soon. We haven't gotten the date yet, but that's definitely one that we're really kind of keeping our eyes on. Same thing too with anything related to national monuments. We want to make sure that our voices are being heard as runners in those conversations. A lot of these conversations are definitely being fueled by, mountain bikers, by, hunters, anglers, but the running community needs to have a voice there as well. Yeah. And so that's where Runners for Public Lands is really trying to step in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that, you kind of look at this as a collaborative effort across disciplines, I think is pretty powerful. We have actually pinned your website to the top of the chat so people can find out more information for themselves. If people are not in an area where Runners for Public Lands is actively has an effort going, how can those people who might not be geographically convenient get involved?
Yeah, as a nonprofit, we do accept donations. We do have a donation button on the website. That's the easiest way. Here at Cocodona, we're set up over at Babbitt's right now selling some gear. So go buy some Runners for Public Lands gear. All that money, all those proceeds go to the organization to help us continue to do this work. But yeah, if you're not in a space where you have ambassadors, or if you want to get involved, reach out. We're always looking for more runners to join. But I'd say the easiest way is to donate and help us continue to do this work.
I'm actually looking at your website right now. I can see the shirts. You've got hats. The sunglasses and hats are pretty sharp.
Yeah, we've got a few of those here too. So again, swing by.
I might have to go over and check. Yeah, see if the sunglasses will fit me. But they look nice. So. Is there anything else that you would like to talk about with regards to Runners for Public Lands? Is there any bases that we haven't touched upon, or anything that you feel that would be vital to sharing more information with regards to what you and your organization are working on?
Yeah, I think I would just reiterate, that it only takes a second. It only takes a couple minutes to, look at what we're doing. Do your research on what's going on with public land protections in the news. This is a pretty complex and difficult time when it comes to public lands. And so, like I said, no action is too small. Whether that's just signing on to one of our letters, if you want to go the extra step and, start talking to your own community about how important public lands are, visit our website. We have tons of resources on there that talk about public lands and how you can play a part in this conversation as well. So.
One of the specific locations that you mentioned, no pun intended, perked my ears up talking about Bears Ears, because it has been in the discourse very prominently for the last several years. Can you shine a little bit of light for maybe those who are maybe a little bit less familiar with Bears Ears and what's going on there?
Yeah, so Bears Ears, it's a monument that was designated back before the Trump presidency in southeast Utah. A lot of tribes have been fighting for this designation, and it did finally become designated as a national monument. I can't remember exactly what year it was, but recently it has come under attack under the new Trump administration for rescinding this national monument. And so the reason why this is so big, and the same thing too with Boundary Waters that I just mentioned and so many other of our national monuments, is that it opens up these lands to private companies coming in and buying the land. And when that happens, that's when, Bears Ears specifically is very rich in oil. Mm-hmm. With it being in Utah, they are very focused on mining and extraction. And so, by us working to continue to keep these national monuments designated as national monuments, it helps us to protect these spaces so that people can go and recreate. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to get to Bears Ears. It is beautiful.
I've seen a lot of photos. I just haven't been in that area of Utah in a long time. I found out about it after the fact, my last visit up in that region. But and I also didn't realize how large the area was.
Yeah, it's massive. And, you go a little bit to the west and you've got Grand Staircase Escalante, which is another one that's currently under threat as well. And so, originally tribal voices were brought into these conversations alongside the administration to make sure that these places were, being protected in the best way possible. And now we're starting to see just, that entire relationship crumble. And with that relationship crumbling is also, the fear of losing these public lands, beautiful landscapes being completely desecrated by oil pads.
I guess, do you have anything else?
No,
Jake?
I don't. Yeah.
To reiterate, for those people who are interested in becoming involved in the work that Runners for Public Lands is doing, before you go, can you reiterate how they can do so?
Visit our website. We've got tons of resources on there, runnersforpubliclands.org. Check out the Action Network. There's tons of opportunities there for how you can get involved, whether that's, signing a petition, or, going out and doing the work in your community. If you're a race director, join our race director hub. Tons of resources there for you as well to help you navigate your own races. Reach out to us. We always love hearing conversations. We love hearing from runners and what your stories are when it comes to public lands. We've had some, really great, heartwarming, stories shared with us over the years. And so we'd love to just continue to hear that and spotlight, the places that we'd love to run.
Amazing.
Yeah. Ty, thank you very much for your time. I'm actually going to make a note. I did see the tent set up just next to Babbitt's, and I knew that we'd be talking today, and I definitely, probably not tonight because we're going to be in here pretty late, but definitely tomorrow morning going to swing by there and get some more information, and also, like I said, check out those sunglasses.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks, Ty.
Thanks for sharing that with us.
Ty from Runners for Public Lands, one of our broadcast partners here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. We have had eyes on a few runners. We wanted to make sure that we shared this very important discourse with you, our audience. We just saw Corey Davidson. He's in the upper right-hand corner hanging out at Trinity. Corey Davidson of Sedona, Arizona, a longtime Arizona resident, works in software development. He's done a 100-miler before. And
we had Brock Everett come through.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. From Canal, Winchester, Ohio.
It's got to be tough to train for this race in a place like Ohio. I know Arlen Glick figured it out.
Yeah, he definitely did.
But yeah, I mean, I have to tip my cap to anybody who comes from a less than mountainous state. I know there's hills. I mean, I've seen them on video, but yeah, definitely not the most mountainous or hottest place you can train. So, but again, thanks to Ty for Runners for Public Lands.
Yeah, I didn't know too much about the organization, and that was very informative.
Nor did I. I saw them set up over at the Cocodona finish line. I mean, it's a party over there. It's like a festival.
Yeah.
And there's an opportunity to find out more about them. Of course, they have vendors set up and everything. If you're coming down here tonight or tomorrow, I would definitely engage with Ty and her team with Runners for Public Lands if you're interested in conservation efforts. And again, I really love the fact that it's something that it's not just runners, it's mountain bikers, it's hunters, it's hikers, it's people, anybody who feels that they want to be a part of the preservation and conservation efforts of public lands. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've noticed over the years, just in my area alone, some of the local trails that we have, they're mostly maintained by mountain bikers.
Yeah.
And granted, they create a lot of the trails, and we get the benefit of running on them. Another finisher coming in right now, try to get the number. But even trying to organize a trash trail, that looks like a...
That's a Sedona Canyon, or Flagstaff Crest Bib. That was number 1519.
There's not many local groups that will go out to their local trails to pick up trash. It's like just a very uncommon thing, at least in my area.
No, I agree. And I think that's something, that's one of the things that we've talked about if we could ever get our efforts together to maybe do that kind of contribution to our area, even down in the valley here. That is Jason Flores in your lower right-hand corner of El Dorado, Kansas, finishing the Flagstaff Crest race. Jason has done a few other trail races. Actually has a Heartland 100-mile finish to his credit, as well as a Heartland 125. But congratulations, and thanks for coming out here and being a part of the Cocodona 250 running Flagstaff Crest. Chris Warden here with Jake Jackson. Jake, it's been a pleasure having you join the Mountain Outpost team this year. Getting to work with you at Jackpot and now getting to share on the Cocodona broadcast.
Yeah, I feel like I got pushed into the big leagues just overnight.
Well, that's what you get for raising your hand.
Yeah, true.
But no, we're glad to have you, and I was so happy to have you join what we do here. Runners leaving Trinity Heights. We'll be having runners leave Trinity Heights throughout the night and into the morning. Our next cutoff on the course is at Walnut Canyon, mile 227.1, and that's at 7:45 tonight. I'm going to go down the list and see how many people we have coming in from that point, because we want to see hopefully as many people as possible finish. We have the for Sedona Canyons, the cutoff point is the Flagstaff Athletic Club, and the Flagstaff Athletic Club sits at mile 114.1, and those runners have to be in by 10 p.m. And then from there, I like their chances, because if you can get to Flagstaff Athletic Club, you're 114 miles into your 125-mile journey, and you've got 12 hours to cover that last 10 miles.
Yeah.
You made it that far, you're getting home.
Right, yeah.
So that's
you could take a couple trail naps and still make it in time.
I would co-sign on that entirely. You want to come in and, jump, at the finish line. Somebody was saying we haven't had anybody do a flip at the finish line yet.
Yeah.
Rest up and get your wits about you. And
even in the 250, you have Trinity Heights, the last aid station. It's only 4 miles, and you have, what is that?
90 minutes, I believe, or maybe even more.
Hour and 45 minutes.
Hour 45.
Yeah. So still plenty of time to bring it in.
Yeah. I mean, if you can get up and over Eldon, that is the last big mountain to climb,
Right.
quite literally. And I was talking with a pacer for a runner this afternoon that was going to be pacing a runner from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, and one of the things that I told the pacer was that the runner was doing very well, making good time, definitely on pace to finish with some time to spare. You're probably going to come in the wee hours of the morning, but I told them, ensure that your runner is going to depart Wildcat maybe with a group of 2 or 3 people. I think that as there are no pacers, that's so critical. Looks like that's bib number 1703. We'll tell you about bib 1703. That is Michaela Stinnett of Highlands, Colorado, running Flagstaff Crest, and coming in with a finish at about 12 hours and 9 minutes. This looks like it was Michaela's first ultra. Got a couple things coming up later this year. Going to do Chase the Moon 12-hour in Highland Ranch, Colorado, and going to run the Crested Butte 50-miler. I know Crested Butte has a lot of love as a beautiful area in Colorado, kind of a hidden gem to a lot of people, a smaller town. I know a couple people that live there that speak very glowingly of it. Never been there myself.
Yeah.
But shout out Hannes Gehring for being the guy who told me all about Crested Butte.
Yeah, TJ Gardner in the chat. Going back to our conversations about the land use, Santan trail runners do go out several times a year and clean and maintain the trails at Santan Mountain in Arizona. That's great.
Yeah, those Santan trail runners, they're actually a very well-established, well-developed group in non-for-profit in the southeast Phoenix Valley. They have regular runs and all sorts of group events. So, shout out to Trevor, TJ, and all the Santan Trail Runners for all the work that they do.
1634.
Let's tell you about bib number 1634.
Yeah, I do a local trail run every Tuesday mornings in the hills about a mile from our house. And we do also take a couple days out of the year to go up there and pick up trash. And it's unfortunate that people that go up there that don't know proper trail etiquette, they'll just throw their water bottles on the ground or leave the little dog poop bags. There's trash cans set out there.
That's my biggest pet peeve.
You picked it up, great, but you got to actually get rid of it off the trail.
Exactly. A couple more finishers for Flagstaff Crest coming in hot. Another finisher. That looks like that's a Sedona Canyons finisher. Maybe 690?
689 maybe?
Okay.
Timothy McCoy or McCloy from Peoria,
Macaulay.
Arizona. Okay.
Timothy Macaulay.
There you go.
Out of Peoria, Arizona. Yeah. Ran the Crown King Scramble just a few weeks ago, so he's gotten the front of the course, some of the front of the course, as well as the back of the course. A lot of 50Ks. Actually, he's done Crown King, oh boy, a lot of times. Well, so I've done Crown King 8 times.
Okay.
And I see right here he's done it at least 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So I need to keep doing it in order to keep my rank as far as the locals who have done Crown King a ton of times.
Yeah.
Of course, Crown King Scramble, one of the iconic races in Arizona trail running history. Been around since the late 80s. Originally started as a Western States trail run by, I believe it was Bruce Wise. And I know that the all-time leader in Crown King Scramble finishes is Scott Modulewski, the most beautiful man on the face of the earth. You laugh, but you see this guy. This guy was like the original jockey model guy.
Okay.
So, but Mojo has run it 25 times.
Wow.
Paul Bonet, I believe, has run it 18 times. There used to be a 50-miler, and so he counts both of them. I think 18 times, give or take. I know other people have run it several times, include a friend of the family, Andre Reed, Terry Rashid, Stephen Crawford. These are some of the locals. Like, this is kind of become a reunion thing for us every year.
Right.
I mean, we see each other at races all the time, but we always stay up in Crown King and do breakfast the next day.
Okay.
So, that's a race that's near and dear to those of us here in Arizona. And one of the opportunities you can get some real good training in for the Cocodona 250 or the Bradshaw Brute.
True. Yep. Got a runner on our lower right going through Buffalo Park right now. Getting to that area down there. Just
I was just going to ask you.
It's such a relief to get off that mountain, get out of those rocks. It's like smooth sailing all the way to the finish line. Such a great feeling.
Yeah, I bet.
I will say running on this straightaway section at night is kind of, it's stressful because it seems like it just goes on forever. You never see the end of it till you hit that arch, the archway there at the end.
Yeah, of course, from where they're at Buffalo Park, what they're going to do is they're going to hang a right and catch the Schweitzer Canyon Trail, which is a connector that leads them to the streets of Flagstaff. They're going to head on the streets of Flagstaff. I believe they hit Prairie first, go for about 3 or 4 blocks west, then take a left on Beaver Street, head down Beaver Street for about 6 or 7 blocks. Take the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, that left on Birch. Head 1 block down, 1 block past LaRue, take a right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley, and then they'll go from basically where we see these runners on the lower right to where they'll be at the finish line.
Right.
Yeah, I think that those that are still on the course for Sedona Canyons, if you can get to Flagstaff Athletic, you're going to finish this race. We believe in you. We know you can do it. So don't give up. Keep plugging away. The sun is going to start to hide here, and one thing I've learned about my 20 years in Arizona, once the sun goes down, it cools off quickly.
Yes. Yeah, we were commenting earlier this morning how some of the runners were coming off Eldon and they still had their long jackets on, and the sun was out, so you know it was starting to warm up. But when you're that close to the finish line, you don't want to have to stop and take your pack off to take your jacket off. So you're just going to sweat it out. But I'm sure some of these runners are coming off Eldon with no jacket on, and they're, even if it starts getting cold, they're going to be like, forget it, I'm just going to run it in and get the finish. This might be Sean Dyer on the lower right.
I think
from the United Kingdom. It's kind of hard to see the first number there. Help us out in the chat if you recognize this runner here.
Do you claim this runner? Yeah, shout out to everybody throughout the last 110 hours who has felt some semblance of inspiration, following this race from afar.
Yeah, that's definitely a 3, so that has to be Sean Dyer coming in. Yep.
Looks like 398 perhaps?
398, yes.
So Sean Dyer of the UK, 39 years old. Commercial tire fitter from the UK who's, this is his words, whose pasty white face and ginger hair is not designed for this heat. Don't let me on the live stream. I'll likely swear.
Uh-oh.
If you ordered Jack Scott from Temu, I'm who would turn up. I like this guy, Sean Dyer. Turning 40 this year, so it's clearly a midlife crisis.
Absolutely.
That's what caused him to do it. What is the furthest distance he's run before? Centurion, Winter Downs 200. 210 miles, you get the extra for free. To totally sidebar here, I'm coached by Peter Mortimer, originally a UK native, and some of those races over there are absolutely obscene. I didn't realize how tough some of those UK runners are, and basically they just take the toughest stuff they can find and stretch it out for
a race.
For 100 or 200 miles. I was looking forward to, hopefully enjoyed Sedona in the day, and obviously looking forward to these last few steps.
Yeah. Scotty Coomer is out there crewing with his wife. That's amazing.
Oh, of course, 10 miles, Scotty Coomer, Midwest guy. I know, I believe Chicago area.
Right.
He actually runs the aid station at mile 40/60 at the Hennepin 100.
Okay.
Does a pig roast each year.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I love his
I've
podcast.
had it. I've partaken in the pig roast, yeah.
Let's see if we can see Scotty at the finish line coming out there.
I was hanging out at the aid station a little bit too long the first time I ran Hennepin, and Scotty Coomer looked at me and the shirt I was wearing and said, "Hey, Aravipa, get out of here."
Uh-oh.
So that is my most significant interaction with Scotty Coomer. And also wanted to mention Jack at John G UK, as they don't sponsor him, but he wouldn't say no. I like Sean.
Yeah.
He is a very
personality
engaging guy. Absolutely. See, this is what happens when, whenever you run one of these large Aravipa events, whether it be Cocodona, Javelin 100, and there's a runner survey, fill it out.
Yeah.
Give us something to tell people about you. And
unless you don't want us talking about you, which...
Well, no. AJW has already said, we will make it up.
Yeah, we can at least figure out your ultra sign-up, so...
Yeah. That's for sure. We've got, looks like, a couple of Flagstaff Crest 40 finishers. Looks like at least 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Congratulations to them. And I also want to reiterate to people as we get to see Sean Dyer finish here, 40 miles is not a short day.
No, definitely not.
Here we go with Sean Dyer coming all the way from across the pond.
Congratulations. Oh, he's going to do some push-ups.
Oh, he's one of those
David
guys.
Goggins style right there.
Man, look at the lift that he's getting on those. That's impressive.
Yep, definitely a personality.
And it looks like Howie might have gotten some pictures of those.
Scotty's walking over right now.
Yeah, there he is. I recognize Scotty, yeah.
That was fun.
It's like some more Flagstaff Crest finishers. I love how the family is kind of rolling in, you know. It's really a great feeling.
Husband and wife finishing together looks like maybe.
Potentially.
Or, well, maybe not. She's
Well,
got the kids.
I did see a bib number. I think I saw 1706. So I can identify at least one person there. Sharon Thompson Mike of Luca Chukai, Arizona. Congratulations, Sharon.
Should be seeing Francisco Porto here coming in soon. Another Brazilian runner from Belo Horizonte.
And what do they speak in Brazil, Jake?
Portuguese.
All right.
See, learn something every day.
I'm actually a huge fan of all things Portuguese. My first trip to Europe a couple years ago was to Portugal and Spain. I went there to run a stage race on Ibiza. Not to flex or anything like that, but it was really cool.
Yeah.
But I spent most of my time actually in Portugal and got to listen to a lot of great music over there. That was the thing about Lisbon that one of the things I was surprised about the most. Like, I didn't realize like how much awesome street music there would be there when I got there. You can see it looks like we might have I could be an NAU grad. It could be somebody handing out diplomas.
There's Francisco, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Representing the flag.
From beautiful Horizon, Brazil. See, I even can speak a little Portuguese. Belo Horizonte. Nice work, Francisco.
Yeah, once they turn that down Cocodona Alley, the runners aren't like right there unless they go full on Rachel Entrick sprint down the alley. You know, the people have a few moments, but congratulations. Great job by Francisco.
Did Francisco fill out the questionnaire, I wonder?
What was his bib number? 236. Let me pull that up. He did not. So I think we were kidding about making things up. But Francisco ran Western States in 2024, so no stranger to running in the U.S.
Yeah.
And he loves the big stuff. Run Istria, Snowdonia, Tour de Jean.
Tour de Jean's nice.
You know, you see
UTMB,
you see that Tour de Jean finish on somebody's somebody's resume. You know they are somebody who knows what they're doing. Swiss Alps, Ultra Fjord, Tarawera, man. We have all sorts of. He has races all over the world, and now Cocodona finish. Looks like that might be bib. Was that like maybe a 4.51 perhaps?
I did not catch it.
We'll do our best to identify that runner. Of course, I can see Howie Stern offering high fives at the finish line. Howie Stern, a legendary photographer, been around the game a long time, not only as a photographer, but a runner as well. It's so funny how he makes his home in Silverton, Colorado. And somebody had actually asked him, he was shooting Hard Rock a couple of years ago, and then he ran it the following year, and somebody said, "Oh, like you're not running it, or you're not shooting it this year." And Howie's like, "I've shot this race twice, and I've run it 11 times." Like people see Howie more recently and don't understand that he is indeed a very battle-tested ultra runner.
I mean, when I first met Howie, I just assumed he was just a photographer, and then I dug a little deeper and found out how long he's been in the sport, and it's impressive. Absolutely.
Yeah, we're doing our best to identify as many people as we can. Fast and Furious, the runners are coming in. These runners that are 40 miles into their journey, with a little bit more pep in their step. Bib 631, is this a runner who was graduating from NAU that ran Sedona Canyons? If so, that is a baller move right there. What was I want to say? It looks like maybe 621. I'm not sure. We'll see if we can positively ID that. But I love the cap and gown look. Of course, this is, as we mentioned, the graduation weekend for Northern Arizona University. So the streets of Flagstaff are full of not only Cocodona runners having their journey draw to a close, but those matriculating from NAU this weekend. So shout out to all of the NAU grads. And you will, if you stick around, you will see plenty of them on your screen reveling in the wee hours of the night. I can tell you that from experience. That's right there.
Is Mandy Midget?
Yep, I am a friend of Mandy's. I'm going to text her right
Tucson?
now. I was waiting for her to come in. Congratulations to Mandy Midget of Tucson. I know that this is the first time she has topped 100 miles. We just saw actually Brianna Grigsby was her pacer.
Oh, cool.
Coming in. She's crewed Brianna at other races, and obviously Bri returning the favor. So congratulations to Mandy Midget finishing the Sedona Canyon's 125. I want to see when the last time Mandy was on Facebook was. 5 hours ago, so she was out there on Facebook. But, all kidding aside, congratulations to you, Mandy. If you walk over to your left and forward, I'll take a picture of you on the live stream from the studio. But yeah, Jake Jackson and Chris Warden hanging out with you here on the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Ultra here at the Run Flagstaff Studios. We might have a couple of guests coming in. We're kind of playing it by ear. We do want to focus first and foremost on the finishers of the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, and the Flagstaff Crest. It's a little bit easier for us to venture a guess on the Cocodona and Sedona Canyons runners because their bibs are trackable via the runner tracking. Flagstaff Crest did not have runner tracking because runner tracking is usually reserved as a safety precaution.
Right. And the two clocks that you see on the screen, the Coros clock there is the time of day, and the upper right-hand corner is the elapsed time since the Cocodona 250 started. 110 hours, 28 minutes. These athletes have been making their way. Oh, boy.
It looks like we also might have had Bill Schroeder come in as well. Of course, we just still do have plenty of runners out on the course, and as we mentioned, we're going to do our best to identify as many as we can. Jake and I are going to go as late as we can into the night, as long as our bodies allow and as long as the producers don't turn off our mics. We will call as many finishers as we can. We will be taking at least some semblance of a respite this evening, and then we're going to come back for the final few hours of the broadcast and call in that golden morning that that really catches you all the feels. Some of those runners in the golden morning, they're not moving the most spry. They're working through it. They're doing what they need to do to get it done. Just saw a bib number. It looked like bib 1337. Maybe that wasn't 1337 because nobody came up.
And we're looking at our next cutoff at Walnut Canyon, mile 227.1 in about 15 minutes. We need to get all them runners in and out of there and on their way onto their next stop at Wildcat Hill.
Of course, Wildcat is where the runners have to drop off their pacers for the final time.
As far as I can tell from the tracker, we only have one Danny Westergaard who has not made it to was it Walnut Canyon. So Danny Westergaard, if you've been in the sport, you've probably heard that name before.
Yeah, Danny Westergaard. Go ahead.
Multiple Badwater finisher. Badwater 135.
Yeah, Danny was one of those names as I was making notes this morning, was definitely at the back of the pack. But as you mentioned, somebody who has done some hard things, multiple-time Cocodona finisher already, finished Mammoth last year, Badwater in 2024, and was ninth at the 2023 Beyond Limits 100 miles. So, he's been running ultras longer than some of our audience has been alive at this point. His first ultra was in 1990. Wow. He has a 1,000-mile Western States buckle. Finished Badwater the past 18 years. Definitely a guy who knows this sport probably better than just about anybody.
Oh yeah. Also, another runner who has to deal with the lean. Almost all of the races that I've seen him in, he's late in the race. He's been having to deal with that. It's just amazing that he can still push his body as hard as he does.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had lean, but I've also heard that you don't know if you've had the lean when it happens.
Right.
I want to shout out, I want to do a quick rundown while we have a moment to breathe. All of the winners of our distances here this week at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Of course, your winners of the main event, Rachel Entrikin with a brand new standard of 56:09:48. Your first man was Killian Korth, 57:28:36. Rachel's effort was her third consecutive Cocodona 250 victory, dropping from 73-ish hours to 63-ish hours to 56 hours. How do you follow that
up?
A
whole day cutting?
It's like 14 hours.
Wow. Yeah.
And you're doing that while winning. This isn't like back of the pack jumps. And also the Bradshaw Brute, Ryan Rogers finishing in 23 hours, 18 seconds, beating second place Jake Jackson by 3 hours and 17 minutes. And Kelly Halpin winning the Bradshaw Brute 100 in the women's race, 27:01. Congratulations to them. Of course, Mingus Traverse started on Tuesday. Adam Gloyeski won by a pretty large margin in the 80-mile Mingus Traverse, winning in 14:41:53. Stephanie Manti winning the women's race in 18:32:40. Your Sedona Canyons 125 started on Wednesday, is still going on. Your men's winner was Trueheart Brown, setting a new course record. Did not surprise those of us who know Trueheart.
No.
25:14:07, and Andrea White, I think, won the. Well, actually, I have to double check that. I want to make sure I give propers. Looks like Bib 616. We'll get back to recognizing our Sedona Canyons winners in just a few moments. But that is Colette Haney with a second Sedona Canyons finish. 60 years old, out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Colette Haney ran Sedona Canyons last year in a time of 55:43:12. This year, her time, as I have my little table, was about 63 hours. Still getting it done. Colette Haney run the Mount Taylor 50K multiple times. Did the 70K at Tushers a few years ago. Not sure if you've ever run Tushers, Jake.
I have not, but wanted to, yes.
It is so hard.
Is it? Okay.
You can't breathe. The entire thing is like 9,000 feet. It's like when Jamil first began race directing it, he called it a mini hard rock, and I'm inclined to agree. I've never run hard rock, but I've done a lot of the course, and it really does give those vibes.
Nice.
So I would say as a, quote, next best thing, other than something like Uray, which is right there, Tushers definitely fits the bill.
All right.
But Colette Haney, who just finished her second Sedona Canyons, also ran Eldon Crest back in 2023. So congratulations to Colette. We're going to take a quick break here. That'll give me a chance to compose the rest of my searching on our remaining race winners. We will give props to them right on the other side of this. This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. You are on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
Last lap, 6 minutes, 17 seconds.
Flip that.
Ultra fit. With room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra. Stay out there.
Runners are motivated to be involved in their local communities to protect cherished landscapes and expand access to nature. Together, we can make a positive impact in our community by volunteering locally and supporting national outdoor recreation and environmental advocacy efforts. RPL approaches this through community service, education, and civic engagement. As the largest outdoor recreational group in the country, 60 million strong, runners can make a difference.
We are back here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra, Chris Warden and Jake Jackson.
Uh-oh.
All right, we're back at the finish line here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra, Chris Warden, Jake Jackson.
We got Greg Bergeron, should be finishing here pretty soon. And Tim McCauley in the Sedona Canyons 125. It's getting dark out there, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Greg leave Trinity a while ago. I mean, yeah, I would say if I had to venture a guess, he's probably somewhere around whatever it is, the C Street or the D Street, perhaps. I forget which ones they are when you're running down Beaver Street. Maybe Elm, perhaps. Of course, they're in reverse alphabetical order. Dale Avenue is the one I was thinking of. There he is.
Boy, running like he hasn't run 250 miles already.
He's just a happy guy. Of course, I've gotten to know several San Diego runners. I met through Greg. I actually was Mike and Ina Darras, the people I've met through this sport from San Diego, some pretty fantastic individuals.
He says he's not a dad, but I tell dad jokes, which makes me a faux pas. LOL.
That tracks. That is like a very Greg Bergeron thing to say. Like, I haven't spent a ton of time with Greg, but I spent a lot of time with him when he was at his most nervous, probably.
Yeah. Guess 18 months ago, he fell and tore the quad tendon off his patella. 5 months of no running and rehab after surgery was incredibly hard, but he can't believe how far he's come since then.
And shout out Greg's crew, Heather, Melissa, Paloma, Ben, and John. He said he couldn't have done it without you. It's not just hyperbole. They're an amazing supportive team that helped get him through this, and he wanted to offer his thanks.
And his inspiration for coming out and running it is in 2022, he was glued to the live stream all week long watching 6 of his friends running the race. Every year since, I'm still glued to the live stream. I think we all are at this point. I mean, that's what got me out here running it. I was tired of watching it on the TV and wanted to come out and see it for myself.
Yeah, so now he has made the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, and he's going to make an almost nearly as iconic right-hand turn here down Cocodona Alley. And you know what I'm really loving as we see Greg Bergeron finishing Cocodona?
Nice work, Greg.
There's still a ton of people down there.
Yeah.
This is 110 hours into the race. These are not front of the packers. This is, I would say, the delineation between the mid and the back of the pack. And they're all still out here. And in all likelihood, it's only going to get more buzzing over at least the next few hours with the streets of Flagstaff filling up with revelers from the Northern Arizona University graduation.
I mean, if you look at the tracking link, there are, what do you say, about 30, 40 people doing the Eldon climb and descent right now?
Oh, boy.
That's a lot of folks up there. At least they have company.
Yeah, basically over 10% of the field.
Yeah.
Between the ascent and descent.
And we are about a minute and a half from the cutoff over at Walnut Canyon. Hopefully Danny made it there, and then all of those runners going through there are already on their way over to Trinity Heights next.
Of course, Walnut Canyon cutoff is that's at mile 227. So those runners have basically about 20, actually it's 26.2 according to the chart. If only there were a name for that kind of distance. It seems very random. But so 26.2 miles from Walnut Canyon to the finish.
And some of you might be wondering, what is considered being cut off? If you are in the aid station or have not arrived at the aid station when that time comes, technically you are cut off. As long as you have left the aid station, you are progressing in the race and not cut off.
So it seems like everybody has made it there if I am reading the tracker correctly. To shout out those people who are going to be, oh man, Jake, this is going to be something. So we mentioned Danny Westergaard, basically a guy who's done it all 10 times over in this sport. We have Kyle Kranz, Kevin Cato, Aaron McCracken, Robbie Cheney, the 2024 DFL.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Who was featured in the movie The Chase.
Picture is familiar now.
Yeah. And Missy Hendricks, one of our indigenous runners who was also featured. I'm sorry, in the cutoff. Robbie was featured in the cutoff.
Yes.
And Missy Hendricks, who was also featured in the cutoff.
Okay, yeah.
So some familiar faces you can root for. Maybe open up a second screen and watch the cutoff on one side while you're watching the Cocodona 250 live stream on the other. A couple of runners, it looks like Eldon Crest finishers. We'll see if we can get our lights adjusted perhaps at the finish line.
Yeah,
Maybe.
what are those that they are holding?
They're posters.
Okay.
They're really cool posters. And I actually almost tried to swipe one this afternoon when I was over there after I swiped a burger from the aid station, because that's what I do. I go for the free stuff. But yeah, these posters for the Flagstaff Crest are pretty great.
So we should be seeing Mark Kirkland coming in soon from Urbana, Illinois. Urbana.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is the home of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, the Fighting Illini.
And behind Mark is Michael Borowski from Huntington Beach, California. I know that beach very well. I used to surf there a lot as a kid.
Huntington Beach is a really nice area.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah, it really is.
We are 110 hours and 47 minutes into the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra, which by comparison means that we are over 60 hours into Sedona Canyons and over 12 hours into Eldon Crest. Of course, the final cutoff for each of these races, Cocodona, is a 125-hour cutoff at 10 a.m. tomorrow. They're all 10 a.m. tomorrow. Sedona Canyons, the 125 has a 75-hour cutoff, and Eldon Crest has a 27-hour cutoff. Looks like we've got another Cocodona finisher coming in, being paced by crew pacer, perhaps. One of the things that we always try and do at Mountain Outpost is get to know what people are wearing when we're covering these races so we can identify them a little bit quicker. That trick doesn't work quite as well during a 5-day race.
No.
Because believe it or not, people do change clothes from time to time. So that if that is, it looks like it could be Michael Borowski.
334. Yeah. Was it 2? Yeah, that looks like it's Mark Kirkland right here running in. 334.
Okay. Mark Kirkland of Urbana, Illinois, as you mentioned. Wonder if he's run some ornery mule races from the Midwest. No, he likes tough stuff. He ran the Bear, was his last ultra. Although he does have some stuff from the flatlands of Illinois. Run the Bear multiple times, Bandera 50K. He has run Hennepin 50 miler. And now he has run the Cocodona 250. Mark Kirkland.
Way to go, Mark. Way to get it done. It's always nice finishing a race without having to have a headlamp on. Wonder when we're going to start seeing those.
Well, I mean, you have to think about at what point would you need a headlamp? Like if you're working reverse on this course. I mean, you wouldn't need it on the streets of Flagstaff.
No.
You probably don't need it in Schweitzer Canyon. You definitely don't need it in Buffalo Park.
Yeah.
Like maybe on the pipeline connector, maybe the first 2 miles after departing Trinity Heights, you probably need a headlamp for that section because you do go into some trees and it does get pretty dark. That was one of the things we noticed with the women's race, and I wish we would have gotten a chance to ask it. If I saw her, I'd ask. But Meg Eckert, our F3, had made a pass on Heather Jackson right before the Trinity Aid. And, of course, Heather, as we know, went to lie down because she was really working through some things. Yeah. But Meg kept going. And Meg didn't turn on her headlamp for a long time.
Was that strategic, maybe?
That was my guess.
Yeah.
My guess was honestly that maybe she was trying not to give Heather a beacon, not realizing that Heather had gone down for some rest.
Yeah.
Because I've done that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I have too.
You don't want to, like, if you're feeling rough, the last thing you want to do is give somebody under pursuit a target to chase.
Right. And even when you are being chased and you want to look back to see who's chasing you,
you turn around, you give it to them.
And you even cover your headlamp or turn it off so you can turn around so they don't see you turning around to look for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's one of those tricks that you learn, if you run enough night races. And that was the first time I ever made a podium was because I turned off my headlamp at a 30K, and I saw behind me the M4. Jeff Foote was actually the M4, and he was just moving at a very medium pace, because he didn't see anything to hunt down.
Okay,
and you actually run on a levee.
Oh.
So, like, had he seen me, I would have been toast.
Yeah.
I only held him off by about 2 or 3 minutes. But, yeah, that's the strategy that I was thinking that Meg Eckert might have employed.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to find out.
Another finisher coming in here. A couple of them. And she had her headlamp on.
Yeah. Of course, this is the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. We are watching the runners from 3 different distances come in.
That's a big group. Yeah, I'm not one of those runners that can run at night by just the glow of the moon. I've tried turning off my headlamp to be a little sneaky and try to have the moon just light the trail, but my eyesight is not good enough to be able to do that.
Yeah, you really need like a confluence of conditions. You need it to be dark enough that they can't see you, but also decent enough that you can see where you're going.
Right. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I've always liked about the Ultraspire waist lights is it's lower to the ground, and if you do need to turn your head to look behind you, you're not shining your light backwards.
That's an excellent point. That's a very good point, that you don't have to basically light up the sky and let the person behind you know.
Yeah.
So I want to pick up before where we left off before we went on a commercial break. Of course, I mentioned Trueheart Brown and was singing his praises for his win in the Sedona Canyons 125. The winner of the women's race was Andrea White. And then for Flagstaff Crest, the 40-mile run that started this morning, the winners were Avi Avanom Meyer, finished in under 5 hours, very impressive. And our F1 was Madeline Hawkins with a time of 5:55:15. So congratulations to all those who have won these events, but also those who simply got it done.
Yeah. That may have been Michael Borowski that just finished.
Looks like he's being greeted by a crew of people. We can tell you about Michael Borowski. Yeah, I think that was bib number 278.
Yeah, I can. His picture here looks very similar.
Yeah. As you mentioned, out of Huntington Beach, one of your favorite surfing joints. I ran Black Canyon here a few months ago. Ran Haviland 100 last year. A nice sub 24 time there. Run Silver Rush 50 last year. Avalon 50 miler. It's a race that people sing high praise about, the Avalon 50 mile. Ran a race that I actually ran this year, this past fall rather, Dinosaur Valley 100K. Shout out to Libby and the job that they do with the Dinosaur Valley race over in Glen Rose, Texas. I really enjoyed my time there. I'm beginning to sound like AJW. Now, I'll never be to that level where I know everyone everywhere in every race in existence, but
yeah.
When I see people's race histories and the results, I'm getting to know a lot more about I know about more than I ever realized.
Right. I think that was just Ryan Vanderwant that just finished from Cumming, Georgia. Do you have anything on him?
Let's take a look. Bib number 273. Ryan Vanderwant of Cumming, Georgia. That was his first Cocodona finish. A husband, father, software engineer. He put it in that order. Wanted to do something hard. Well, he found it. Well, I mean, he's no stranger to it. He ran Moab 240 in 2024. He was looking forward to the Hangover Trail. And
I love this one.
Are there any fun, unique facts about yourself that you'd be comfortable with sharing on the live stream? Well, if he's comfortable with sharing it, I guess I have to be comfortable with sharing it, don't I?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So he once made in a bag next to a cow patty, and that's the way I'm going to phrase it. Who's in Mike's corner? Or I'm sorry, Ryan's corner, rather. His wife, Gail, 2 kiddos, Max, 6 years of age, and Lyra, 4 years of age, and father-in-law, Mike. So congratulations to Ryan of Cumming, Georgia, our most recent Cocodona finisher. Okay, so thank you very much, my guy in the chat, TJ Gardner, reminding me. So apparently, Michael Borowski ordered a very special gift for his crew, and what they are is they are wood maps of the Cocodona 250, or like wood portraits of the Cocodona 250. Really sharp-looking pieces of art. Maybe Aravipa Artworks can fire those up and share those on their socials. But it looks like they've got them right there. I can see somebody in the left-hand side and in behind. Yeah, they're holding up those pieces of artwork. So yeah, TJ, it looks like he is indeed sharing them.
So the next couple runners coming in that are out of the trail section and onto the roads are Jen Hayworth, Scott Davis, and Marion
Gumont. And so what's interesting, Jake, and I know you can see it here, that the 2 races, well, 3 races actually, but Sedona Canyons and Flagstaff Crest share the last 40 miles. But the 2 races converge roughly 3 blocks from the finish.
Yeah.
And those next runners coming up from the Flagstaff Crest / Eldon, Sedona Canyon side, these are Sedona Canyons runners. We would expect to see Angela Harrelson, perhaps Mary Beth Brown, or Jacqueline Russo, maybe Hezekiah Miller. Some people that we're going to keep an eye out for. Yeah, I'm looking and, talking about those runners that are Oh my mercy.
Yeah.
We have a ton of runners. We're going to do our best to get these lights cooked back up. I want to see how many people are off the summit of Eldon and between there and Trinity Heights.
111 hours elapsed with 14 hours to go to the close of the Cocodona 250 and Sedona Canyons 125.
All right, so I am going to eyeball this number and make a guesstimate on how many runners are. I guess if you're coming off of Eldon, that's about it's about 8 miles. So probably 2.5 hours, maybe. Well, actually, it's pretty rough heading down. So maybe about 3 hours coming down. Like once you get to the bottom, you're good.
Yeah.
But just looking at those runners that are at the summit of Eldon and then heading down, there's a substantial number of them. So if I had to venture a guess, about 35 runners over the next 2.5 to 3 hours, if I had to guess. Yeah. That's just for the Cocodona 250.
This might be Jen Hayworth coming in, maybe?
We're working to get lights going up there at the finish.
Or maybe one of the Flagstaff crest runners coming in.
It's hard to tell because the Flagstaff crest runners are fresher, but I'm sure that once you turn that corner and see the finish line, everybody feels a couple steps fresher.
Yeah, they look like they're getting a tracker taken off them, so...
Yeah, I think you're right. That's probably Jen Hayworth out of Harrisburg, Oregon, bib number 77.
Mama 2, farm wife of 19 years and hairstylist. Marathoner turned ultra runner. She loves Jesus and America too. Let's see. What inspired her? You want to go for it?
Yeah. Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah. She lives in the same town as Cam Hanes and Taylor Spike and know them both. They are inspiring. Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
My buddy Steve Epifano, which I know very well too, came out with the film following his Cocodona race last year. It's called Oh No, a Cocodona Story. Yeah, check that one out. It's really good. Made me less nervous and more excited for the challenge. Lastly, my best friend, Danielle, who had a stroke 15 years ago that left her paralyzed in a wheelchair. She is so positive and full of life. She flew down from Washington and will be waiting for me in Flagstaff to wheel into the finish with me. Oh, well, that might not be her then, because we definitely did not see somebody in a wheelchair. That probably maybe one of the Sedona Canyon runners. She will be my wife.
This is it right here.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So we're good. Please carry.
Jen Hayward just finished. Awesome. Furthest run before 100 miles. Any fun, unique facts? My training for Cocodona looked a little bit different than most. I train early in the morning before work, then train with a girl who was 100% blind the evenings for her first half marathon. Wow, that's awesome. We crossed the finish line together last Sunday. She was the best part of training for Cocodona. Very cool. Giving her friend there a nice big hug. Who's in her corner? Her husband and kids back home, Darren, Dylan, and John. Her mom, Diana, who is fighting stage 4 cancer. Oh, boy. My friends, coworkers, hair clients, my Lane 5 CrossFit family, and my Badass Lady Gang run group. And lastly, my crew. Couldn't do it without them. Very cool.
Yeah, congratulations to Jen. It looks like somebody else has better eyes than we do, Jake, because they called it out bib 96, perhaps finishing Marion Guimont of Austin, Texas. A first-time Cocodona finisher. Marion previously had run Brazos Bend late last year. Had a pretty solid time. Ran it in Finished in fourth place with a time of 18:49.53. Ran another Dinosaur Valley alumnus. Ran Tahoe 200 in 2024, so this is not her first foray into the 100 and beyond distances. So congratulations to Marion. Of course, we are just underway with our 111 here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. 8 o'clock or just after 8 o'clock local time here, Chris Warden and Jake Jackson. And as we mentioned, the finishers are fast and furious here at this point. It is daunting to try and keep up with them as many as we can, but we are up to trying our best. We appreciate you all bearing with us here. We want to recognize as many of these amazing athletes and amazing people as we can, because whether they run 40, 125, or 250, they're all pretty fantastic. Did you know, Jake, that there are more than a couple people, or I guess there's a couple people who actually are topping off their weekend their week with Flagstaff Crest who ran a race earlier in the week?
I did, yes. There was somebody who I was running with, I think his name was Wu Dai.
Yes.
Who ran with me. Let's see if we can get a number here. The Bradshaw Brute. Finished that. Was that
7:46.
Okay. And then went out and finished the Sedona Canyons 125. And I'm assuming is out there running Flagstaff Crest right now.
Angela Harrelson just finished Sedona Canyons 125. Already on the starter list for Black Canyon, doing the double next year. Something you have done, I know.
Very cool, yes.
So any advice to her for that one?
Try to finish the 100K as fast as you can so you can get sleep for the next day.
I figured that's what you were going to say, because I actually do remember speaking to you after you had done the 100K, 50K double that weekend. Was it last year?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
2 or 3, yeah.
And I just remember you would kind of, I think it seemed like you kind of paced yourself in the 100K, not realizing that you were going to need that sleep. But that was the snow year.
That was the snow year that we started, what was it, about 2 hours later.
Yeah, because we couldn't get buses up to Mayer.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so Angela Harrelson, congratulations on your first Sedona Canyons finish. And you know what? This actually warms my heart, because this is not her first attempt at the Sedona Canyons. Actually, did not have the day she hoped for last year, but came back to finish unfinished business.
There you go.
That's awesome. Angela Harrelson, well done.
And thank you, chat, for pointing. If you see somebody that you know, or you can see the number better than we do, just throw it up there so we can shout them out.
Absolutely. And Aid Station Molly B, don't go away. We're not going away, so you can't go away either. Yeah, thank you very much, Systems PM, for giving us that heads up on that bib number, because we did not catch it, and we wanted to recognize that runner. We're expecting, I would assume that on the Cocodona side, some of our next runners might include, we might actually have a bit of a breather here from Cocodona, because we already had Jen Hayworth come through and Corey Davidson come through, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, there might be a...
No, did we see Corey? I don't think we saw Corey
okay.
yet. No. I was just looking at his bio that he gave us. Could this be Corey?
Or is this Corey right here? No, the guy... that guy had a bit of a bigger beard than
his picture.
Corey, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Corey is still on Beaver Street. Yeah, he pinged a minute ago, so yeah, he should be coming in here real soon. But after Corey, we might have a sizable gap for us before our next finishers. But I would say we're going to have 1, 2, 3. We have about 5 runners within a quarter mile of one another on or coming through Buffalo Park.
Okay.
Just a nice little row of them. between Trinity Heights and the finish, a total of 9 runners. Those 9 are Jonathan Nickel, James Hessen, Brian Thorne, Nick Mose, Wes Newbeck, Benjamin Lodgson, Peggy Schaus, James McCulloch, and Keith Astorga. As far as runners that are approaching or have hit Trinity Heights, Robert Crow, Walter Handloser.
He's out there, yep.
Yeah. Probably run more 100 milers than anybody else in the field that's still out there anyways.
Yeah.
Because he ran 52 of them in a year, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And the way he did it was absolutely wild. I mean, like he came to across the years and ran like 3 separate 100 milers. Yeah. Just amazing work. But yeah, those are some of the runners we expect to be hitting Trinity Heights Aid. Did you hear about the Trinity Heights Aid visit from authorities last year?
No, I didn't.
So last year, Trinity Heights Aid Station was brought to the attention of the authorities for concerns that there was something of ill repute going on there. Because they were not, maybe people in the neighborhood. Trinity Heights is basically a church, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So, maybe neighbors didn't understand why there were lights going on at all hours of the night. Well, somebody reached out to law enforcement concerned that there was perhaps a, how shall we say, a Breaking Bad style facility operating out there. Of course, law enforcement got there, realized that there was nothing untoward going, just a bunch of crazy runners doing amazing things, and we were allowed to continue.
Yeah. Chasing that natural high.
Yes, absolutely. There are no labs of any sort of design out on the course. I would expect I think we are expecting perhaps Tim McCauley already came in. Maybe Hezekiah Miller or Jacqueline Russo to come in from Sedona Canyons. Yes, Trash Panda Stacker. That's exactly what it was. I'm not going to repeat it, but if you want to know what I was referring to in not so subtle fashion, yeah, that's Walter Handloser right there.
And did we just have Corey Davison just finish?
I think so.
Yeah, that is definitely Walter in the lower right screen there.
Recognize Walter. I've seen him at... Well, if you've been to a 100-miler in the last 3 years, you've probably seen Walter. Yeah. And the amazing thing about Walter is that I guess that he's one of those people who found inspiration and ran himself into shape. I guess he was a heavier set person in his younger days and has turned around his fitness level to a staggering degree. And Walter is, he is one of the fewest people in the world, if not one of the youngest people in the world, rather, to have the race resume he does, because he is on the ultra running history page as a 100-mile finisher.
Oh, cool.
And he's only 44.
Yeah.
He's younger than us.
Yeah. That's amazing.
How many hundreds do you have in the books, Jake?
I was trying to figure it out. It's somewhere in the high 30s, I think.
Okay.
100-plus mile finishes. Yeah.
I think I have 9, but some of them are pretty, how shall we say, softer efforts. I mean, I may or may not have a 6-day 100-mile buckle.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's how it works sometimes. Right. But yeah, Walter is a very prolific runner. I believe makes his home in Ouray right now. But I know travels a ton for running. So
we're looking at the Trinity Aid Station down the bottom right. Trinity Heights.
You can see a few runners hanging out at Trinity Heights. I did hear they were going to kind of lean into the suspicions from last year and perhaps have some
272?
Fernando Montes. Awesome. Yeah, see, they understand what we're looking for out there.
Two-time Cocodona finisher.
Going for the trifecta out of Michigan. In addition to his two-time Cocodona finishes, has finishes at the Wolverine State 100 recently, running a sub 24 there. And it looks like, multiple Cocodonas. The Devil Dog Ultra out of Virginia. I've heard a lot of good things about that race. Marquette Trail 50 milers. So a handful of 100 plus mile races, but also going for that third Cocodona buckle.
Yeah, this will be that section where we have a little bit of a lull between some of the 250 runners and the Sedona Canyon runners.
And once we get those lights up down at the finish line, we'll be able to better identify perhaps even a few more Flagstaff Crest 40 finishers. Jake, do you have any people that you know still on the course in any distance that you want to give a shout out to?
Oh, I don't think so. Just scrolling here, seeing if I recognize any of these names.
Well, while you take a look at that, I'm going to actually take the initiative on that and share some of the names that I happen to know out there. I know in the Flagstaff Crest, I've got a couple friends in Jan Rice and Andre Lee. Of course, Andre Lee was the DFL of the inaugural year of Cocodona 2021. Ran the Mingus Traverse earlier this week and came back. We started to talk about the people who'd run 2 races this week. And he is running the 40 miler with his partner Jan. As far as people in the Cocodona 250, one of the people I really would be proud to shout out is my friend Brittany Olson. Brittany, I've been friends with her. Actually met her in Flagstaff at Sky Peaks many years ago, maybe about 8-9 years ago. And really excited to see her get it done. I know that it's been a struggle, as happens a lot of times in 200 plus mile races. Not quite where she expected to be, but still moving. I know that her pacer, Meg Kuhn, is taking excellent care of her. She was also in good hands earlier with my friend Kat Forrest pacing her. So Brittany Olson, somebody I'm excited to see come in for a finish probably tomorrow morning. One runner I do expect to finish tonight that is on that list is somebody that everybody who watches this broadcast should know. And that's Anthony Culpepper.
That's a name that I instantly recognized.
Anthony Culpepper, I believe, is a 4-time Hard Rock finisher, and I don't think I'm peeling the onion far back in any sort of private manner, but pretty close with Jamil Curry.
Right.
The founder of Aravipa Running and the creator of the Cocodona 250. And I would go so far as to call Anthony Culpepper a co-creator of the Cocodona 250.
Yep.
The two of them, along with a couple other people, set out on this Cocodona course back in like 2017, 2018 to begin scouting for what this race would become.
And there's a great YouTube video of them doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, check it out.
Inaugural year.
Yes.
And there's also, I believe, some other some clips from Jamil's Run Steep YouTube channel, but Anthony Culpepper. It's a long time coming. With this being the 6th year of Cocodona, Anthony had been, fighting to get to the start line, and I know that he had tried at least once before, resulting in a DNF, and fighting through some physical maladies to not get too far into it, but finished Hard Rock a couple years ago, and brought tears to my eyes when I saw it, because I know like how hard he had fought to get back to that level.
Yeah.
Also a guy who shows up to Across the Years and pounds out 300, 400 miles in 6 days.
Right. Yep.
But this Cocodona course, I hope that he is relishing this first ever Cocodona finish for the man who, other than Jamil, did this course before anybody else.
Yeah.
So Anthony Culpepper, if you're looking for somebody to root for in the next couple hours, that is the guy. As far as runners in Sedona Canyons, I've got a couple that I am rooting for as well. I want to shout out to a couple of friends of our local running community here. Brian Rathbun, I believe, is going to be coming in here very shortly. Always had good times hanging out with Brian. Had a lot of fun hanging out with him at our Christmas party for Aravipa running. I think actually one of the people I was going to shout out literally just finished. Jesse Ziegler. Yeah, I think I missed Jesse Ziegler's finish a few moments ago. Jesse Ziegler and her partner Ryan are members of our running community and have given so much of their time and effort. Ryan leads our weekly runs on a regular basis, and shout out to Jesse for finishing Sedona Canyons 125.
Yeah, another one of the names that I picked up on instantly scanning through the 250 list is Andrea Moore. And if you know anything about 200-mile races, she's one of the queens.
Yeah.
So many 200-mile finishes on her Ultra sign-up. I mean, just looking at what she has planned over the next couple months, Copper Kings 100, Summit 200, Bigfoot 200, Old Ephraim 200, which I'm not sure if that's still happening. I've heard rumors that Mike had to close that one down, Mike McKnight, unfortunately, with just a lot going on this year.
Yeah.
And is already signed up for Black Canyon. But she's Ultra Arizona Monster 300 finisher, Cross the Years 6 hours just this past December, Cross Florida 200. I mean, she's basically done them all.
It's funny, Andrea Moore, I actually met her for the first time at Black Canyon the same year you did the double. She did the double.
Right, yeah. I think that's where I met her too.
Yeah. And then I actually happened to walk into a local Flagstaff establishment, a few months later, and she recognized me and came up and reintroduced herself. And ever since then, I consider Andrea Moore a pretty fantastic friend. So, rooting for Andrea Moore to get it done because she just doesn't know any other way.
Right.
We've got a Flagstaff Crest 40 finisher right there.
Very excited to be done. Congratulations.
Yeah, don't blame don't blame them in the least.
Yeah.
Of course, we are here at the Run Flagstaff Studios. They have been very gracious and accommodating. Thanks to the crew here at Run Flagstaff who have opened up their doors to us round the clock for the last 5 days.
Yeah, the setup here has been, I didn't see what any of the other studios look like, but this is pretty phenomenal.
This is pretty great. I mean, it's different. Like, nothing taken away from any of the other studios. Like, our previous studios had usually been in a Airbnb type setup. Like, we'll take like maybe the living room / dining room or whatever we could do, move everything around and make a studio large enough to accommodate everything. But this is different, and it's different because we can have people come by and see what's going on and check us out. And I've looked over. We have a window to our right, and we'll see people occasionally peek their heads in, take pictures. And we had, I believe that Ultra had a group run event earlier this week. I think it was Tuesday night, and had a bunch of people. As we see another Flagstaff Crest finisher, people coming in to check out what goes into our live streams. And if you could see it from our vantage point, it's a whole TV studio that we basically imported into this meeting space. Yeah. It's pretty great.
I'm looking at the back of some of the electronics up here, and it's just a mass of wires. Like, I wouldn't even try to step through that without tripping on something.
Well, it's terrifying sometimes when we have limited space. Like, the fact that we have so much space to work with here is a great thing. So, it ain't always like this, Jake. Of course, you were at Jackpot, where we had the entirely outdoor studio, and that was a bit snug.
It was snug, yeah.
So, we're very fortunate to have the space we do here. Well, Hard Rock is a little bit different. I think Hard Rock, it feels bigger than it is, at least from our vantage point. I want to shout out some of our hopeful. I think that our most recent finishers of the Flagstaff Crest were Leslie Perez Whitehead and Tanisha John. Hopefully that's who those were. But yeah, we've still got, we've had 243 finishers of the Flagstaff Crest. We still got about 40 or 50 people out there.
Is there a cutoff for that race?
It's the same as Cocodona, so 10 a.m. And we've had a couple people who have taken their time and made stops along the way and taken until the morning. They're entirely welcome to do so if that's what they want to do. I mentioned Andre and Jan. Keisha Ferrulo is a Phoenix local. Shout out to Keisha. Looking forward to seeing her finish. And so far, again, 243 finishers in the Flagstaff Crest. In the Cocodona 250 to this point, according to my calculations, we have 147 finishers, and that number is liable to go up by about 90. So Jake and I are going to do our best to keep up with those numbers. And then Sedona Canyons, again, still going on as well. I'm hoping to see perhaps... It looks like we've got about 40 people remaining in that event still out in the course. All right. Folks, stick with us. We are going to get together with our sponsors, and they are going to... we're going to go to a quick sponsor break, and we will be right back on the other side of this. This is the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Ultra.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing? Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
Hi, I'm Bryce Thatcher, founder of Ultraspire. I'm so excited to be at Cocodona this year. It's an incredible event, and I am inspired by those of you that are running this event. It gets me so excited. In fact, I'll be at Lane Mountain again this year, and I like watching, observing, and communicating with you and realizing those things that can be done in development to help your runs go better. Hence, the Traverse and other products that we've developed specifically around you incredible athletes that are able to go so far and do such incredible things. I'm so excited for you this year.
And we're back. Are we back? Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Ultra. Chris Warden and Jake Jackson
here. Yeah, join our time together.
I want to shout out to somebody who I just spoke to during our break. That is Dakota, one of our drone pilots. And if you were waking up in the same fashion I was to those 5:15 a.m. shots of Sedona, Hangover Trail in the foreground with runners trying to keep their wits about them in the early morning, as well as the beautiful red rock formations in the background, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was I got to go out to visit that section yesterday, and first time going through there, and I thought this would be the one reason that I needed to come out and run this race, just to see that section.
Yeah, it was, I haven't done it yet. I've actually been kind of saving it for, no pun intended, saving it for a rainy day, but I've been following, for the last couple of years, our Cocodona 250 Runners page on Facebook. Yep. And when they first initiated the fact that they were going to have the Hangover Trail as a part of the course, and they were having training runs going up there, the runners were concerned.
Yeah, understandably so. Yeah.
Looks like we have a finisher here. Not sure which distance that this cowboy completed here.
They're trying to get a number, maybe?
I didn't see one in the front or in the back.
I didn't see one either.
But, it's really cool that, you can see all the people in the background at Heritage Square in Flagstaff, all there to celebrate. So it is... Well, they're taking a transponder off. Yeah. So one of the longer distances, we'll see if we can ID that runner. Perhaps that's Hezekiah Miller. That would make sense. Let's operate under the assumption that that's Hezekiah. Hezekiah, bib number 791.
Yes. Yeah, we have a group of 4 gentlemen that are making their way into the finish line in the 250 race. Wonder if they're racing each other right now. See who's going to make it in first. It's funny how us runners, we're obviously not winning the race at this point, but we still are... we want to get, even if it's one spot.
Okay, you're saying that, but I am going to bring up something that we've had conversations about. Of course, a few years ago, Nick Curry at Desert Solstice set the American record for the most miles covered in 24 hours. However, that's bib number 83. Tracy Denblaker will be keeping eyes on Tracy. So you and Nick. Looks like that's
maybe a group of 3. I don't know.
Could be
all the ones I was referring to.
There was a logjam of runners.
296 James Hessen right there. So yeah, maybe this is the group that's coming in together. They were running in pretty hard.
James Hessen, perhaps Wes Newbeck, could have been Brian Thorne. There were like 4 guys that were within
seconds.
Of one another. Bib number 296, 328, 36, 238. Well, they're all coming in, so let's try our best to recognize all of them.
Yeah. That looks like 791.
791, that is Hezekiah.
Yeah.
24 years old, out of Mississippi.
Yeah.
So just to run down the most recent finishers that we saw that all came in together. I guess you're off the hook on this one, Jake. Brian Thorne of Marion, Iowa. Started running later in life. He's 42 years old. First-time Cocodona finisher. Started running later in life after getting sober in 2016. Congratulations to you on that, Brian. Started running to get in shape. First marathon in 2018. Fell in love with it. First 100-miler in 2022. Has now done, prior to today, a dozen. So this makes 13 100-plus milers. Wanted to show his 2 sons anything is possible. He said that this was a dream race since he started running ultras in 2022. The furthest he had run before this was 130 miles and was, like many runners, excited about Sedona. Just finished his 5th Boston less than 2 weeks ago. Nice little training run to do Boston. All sub 3 hours, did rim to rim to rim, a rite of passage here in Arizona. Solo in 2024. Wanted to shout out to his sons, Vincent and Dylan. That is Brian Thorne of Marion, Iowa.
Another finisher was 378 Jonathan Nickel. The chat helped us out with that one.
Thank you so much. Jonathan Nickel of Salt Lake City, Utah, 41 years young. Jonathan Nickel ran Haviland 100 last year in 2025. Had a finish there. Looks like he ran the Speedgo 50K last summer. Not a long-reaching track record in terms of time, having run his first trail races that we could find back in 2022, but now a Cocodona 250 finisher. So congratulations to Jonathan Nickel, another runner that I saw come in, bib number 296, James Hessen of Centerville, Maryland. First-time Cocodona finisher. Looks like his first 200-plus miler, but does have a Rim to River 100 out of West Virginia, Beast of the East in North Carolina. Ran Sedona Canyons in 2024. So congratulations to James Hessen. Another finisher that came in that group of guys that just charged the finish line. Wes Newbeck of Virginia Beach, Virginia, a first-time Cocodona finisher. Congratulations to Wes. Leveling Up ran Sedona Canyons in 2024. You know what? It had he's got a lot of the same races as the other guy that I just mentioned. Okay. So maybe they all came in and ran together as a group.
Maybe.
Bib number 328, James McCulloch of Phoenix, Arizona. Grew up a soccer goalie and always viewed running as punishment. Sounds like my best friend from high school. Took 40 years to find joy in running and running across beautiful landscapes. That sounds familiar. Spent the last few years running sections of the course, linking it all together. Huge shout out to fellow Cocodona 250 runner Nicole Kernick, who has already finished her Cocodona. Been his training partner these last few years. The previous personal best for James was 77 miles, running from Black Canyon City to Prescott, basically to Whiskey Row, I'm assuming. Mm-hmm. And was looking forward to, amazingly, getting up Mount Eldon. Wanted to shout out to his dad, Richie, stepmom, Karen, Lovely wife, Mai, who paced him from Walnut Canyon to Wildcat Hill. Carrie Dank, the ultimate, I'm not going to say that word, cousin Marlo, and his girlfriend Lauren, Ian, and Frank will all pace him through the course. So thanks to all those pacers. And his mom, Merritt, who will be cheering him on along the route. He is grateful. So congratulations to James McCulloch.
I think we had, did you see Brian Thorne? Did you already talk about Brian?
I did not.
Okay,
Brian Thorne
I think
was.
he's in there too, this group. 36?
Brian Thorne. Oh yeah, no. Brian Thorne was the Iowa runner. Yeah. So I think we covered our bases.
Okay. Quite a few Flagstaff Press runners coming in together there.
Yeah. No. Oh, right there. Yes.
Yeah.
We basically just had a rush of people, and as we promised, you're going to get our best effort.
Yeah.
You're not going to get perfection. So, but thank you for tuning in with us because we want to celebrate all of these runners. Of course, all runners are through Walnut Canyon.
I did see, there's a question in the chat, did Danny make it through it? I did see his marker past the aid station, so hopefully he is moving.
Yeah, it looks like our last few people who departed Walnut Canyon include Robbie Cheney, Larry DeBoard, Stacy, was it Stacy Bostic?
Oh no, we do still have Danny's
Or
marker here.
Stacy Dostie and Missy Hendricks. So, yeah, it's hidden.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't see it.
So Danny Westergaard, we're going to keep an eye on Danny Westergaard's situation. Hopefully he is out and moving forward, as runners had to be out and through. It just flickered at mile 228, and Walnut Canyon was at mile 227.9. So I'm going to operate.
Let's just be positive and say he's just outside the aid station and just getting what he needs, and he'll be on his way. Maybe he's taking a nap right outside the aid station.
You know what? That's a legendary boss move right there. Because you can't stay in the aid station. You just got to move forward. You got to get out of it.
Yeah. Was it just like the Barkley? You got to be on the other side of the gate, and you can stop right there if you need to.
Or the backyard. I mean, like, have you heard how particular they are about that setup? Like, you have to be
certain feet or something.
Like when you can interact with your crew and not. Yeah. I mean, you have to make sure that you're following the rules to the letter. So hopefully Danny is continuing on. Going to keep an eye out. Yeah, we're going to do our best to share as many stories, as many profiles as we can. For as late as our producers will allow us to stay up, they will put us to bed at some point, but we will fight them as long as our hearts will allow.
And the runners that left Walnut Canyon, their next cutoff will be at Wildcat Hill at, we got about 2 hours before they can make it.
So, yeah, 10:45.
Was that about 17 miles? No.
Oh, no. They
7 miles.
Yeah, they have
7 miles. I was like, oof, that's going to be rough. Yeah, 7 miles.
Yeah, 7 miles. 3 hours to go 7 miles to get to Wildcat Hill, at which point they have to go on solo from there, which would give them 19 miles to go to the finish line, and 11 hours and 15 minutes to do it. But I would hope beyond hope that, in all honesty, even though it is, quote, only 19 miles, that these runners are going to get there by 10 p.m. tonight, because you're going to want every minute you've got to get up and over Eldon.
Absolutely.
Looks like we've got another finisher to one of our distances, making the most famous left-hand turn in sports, the left on Birch. Picking up the pace. That's a Sedona Canyons bib right there. See if we can sniff out who that is. It might be Perry Cook or Daniel Dean, perhaps. Maybe Dana Frank. We'll do our best to ID this runner.
Yeah, somebody in the chat got some good eyes. Let's see if anybody figures out who that is.
I think it looks like maybe an. It looked like an 8 something, I think.
8:48 maybe?
Could be. Turn to your right. It'd be Sedona Canyons. Yeah. Unless, I mean,
well, yeah,
they can pick up runners with them once
Right.
they hit the streets of Flagstaff. That's kind of one of those things. Like, yeah, they can't have pacers for the
Until
up and over
Buffalo
Flagstaff.
Park. Yeah.
As we've seen, like for instance, one of the best groups of pacers that we saw all race was Adair Ramirez and his children. Like, I think he has 3, I believe, but all of his kids were running him in. And, he was taking his time and celebrating, soaking in the moment with, because he has very young children.
Yes, he does.
So, and the kids basically came in for the last mile with him. Of course, you and I covered Adair at the USATF Championships at Jackpot, the 100-miler. And going into that race, I asked him what his expectations were, and he just said he wanted to do well. And I asked him, like, what, you want to do like 16 hours? Because I think the 16 hours is pretty darn fast. Mm-hmm. And he kind of shrugged. He's like, well, we'll see. And what did he do, like a 13:30?
He's always very humble and downplays his accomplishments. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those people that, like, maybe he just doesn't realize how good he is, but also one of the friendliest people you'll come across at in any environment.
I mean, he was out, had finished Mammoth 200 last year and was out around the time when I was finishing, and he had already finished 12, 15 hours before me, and he was just sitting there cheering everybody on. And kind of, I wanted to know about his race, and he quickly turned around and wanted to know about how my race was.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, that's the kind of guy he is that, given the opportunity, he would much rather talk about your race than his.
Yeah.
Is that Eli Straub? Yes. Wait, no, maybe. What? Could be. No, that's not Eli.
All we need is just one quick turn.
Looks like we've got eyes on some grilled cheese.
Oh, there we go. That would hit the spot.
That would be at Trinity Heights. Oh, now you're just teasing. The grilled cheese action at Trinity Heights, sampling the wares of their efforts.
What is that? Okay.
Jake Jackson and Chris Warden hanging out here with you at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Okay, our follow cam, that was Rob from Michigan, who just came in, and he's Robert Crow, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Yeah, from Lake Orion, Michigan. So bib number 118. Jake, our eyes are really bad. I think we are both due a doctor's appointment. Of course, this is Robert's first Cocodona. Did Haviland 100 last year, sub 24 there. And being a Michigander, is that what the term is? Michigander?
Sure.
Let's go with that. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, because I usually am. But multiple finishes at a race that I know is a Western States qualifier up there, the Woodstock Run 100-miler. Has run Oracle Rumble It seems kind of random. All of his other results were either in Michigan.
Right.
And Oracle Rumble, for those unfamiliar, is a race put on just north of Tucson, and is I actually ran the Oracle Rumble 50K a few years ago. I started to run the 50 miler, but they presented me with an option at mile 28.
Yeah.
And I took that option. And I encountered a bit of a firestorm for accepting a finisher medal from people on social media who did not realize that was part of the allowable rules.
Okay. Yeah.
I was chastised for, quote, taking a finisher award I didn't earn, but the finisher award was a horseshoe. How could I not take a rustic horseshoe? That was so cool.
Yeah. Is that race run on the AZT down there?
Partially, yes.
Okay.
Looks like we have a runner coming into Trinity Heights.
Yeah, that was, I ran Joe Corcione's Desert Peaks Ultra out there in Oracle, and that was my first experience in that area and running on the AZT, and it's really, really beautiful down there.
Somebody's asking about the cinnamon roll waffles. I didn't try any. I've never been in Jerome during the race. I love Jerome, but we don't have an aid station for cinnamon roll waffles when I happen to be making my way up to Jerome. Jake, did you get a chance to try them a couple years ago?
I think from what I remember, I had pancakes there maybe. I don't think they had the waffles. Either they hadn't started them when I was around or
they hid them from you.
Yeah, that's true.
What was your favorite aid station food at Cocodona? Is there anything that sticks out in your memory?
I mean, Munn's and the lasagna. Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, yeah. I love that Stouffer's lasagna. I think I had like 2 plates of that.
So with Cocodona, one of the things that some of the aid station captains do, they really take pride in trying to outdo one another. I mean, I've seen aid station setups where they've got a full breakfast spread. I've seen them where I know that one year one of the captains did like a chicken and waffles kind of spread. They do everything they can to try and outdo one another. I think I know who just finished there. I want to confirm, but the finishers are coming in fast and furious here at the Cocodona 250. That might have been Dana Frank that just came in. Dana Frank of Prescott, Arizona. Running Sedona Canyons 125. Ran Mingus Madness 50K last fall. Crown King Scramble in 2024. Running the Mammoth in October.
Nice. See you there.
Also has run Man Against Horse a couple of times, done the 25 miler. Several times. Actually, a 50 miler finish as well. Actually tied my 50 mile time exactly in Man Against Horse with an 11:53 for the 50 miler. It's a 12-hour cutoff. It's very aggressive.
Okay, yeah.
And you have to go up and over Mingus and down.
Oh, wow.
It is a hard race.
Yeah.
Since that point, though, the Man Against Horse 50 miler has gotten a little bit easier in terms of the time. I believe that the cutoff is now 15 hours, which is reasonably stout. I think that that's a fair cutoff for that race. But yeah, you go up and over Mingus and kind of around the mountain as well. So,
Okay.
And for shout out to the race director for that, James Bonet. And I do know that for those runners who complete the 50 miler at Man Against Horse this year, because there's also a 12 mile and a 25 mile. But if you complete that 50 miler and you have a Western States qualifier completed, that there is a drawing for a Western States entry.
Oh.
So
yeah. That'd be worth it.
And I assume that, I mean, usually the race had about, 50 or 60 entrants, but I expect a full sellout, probably in the next month or two, which I don't think it's ever had. But yeah, congratulations to Dana Frank. We believe that's who was taking those pictures right there. Your most recent Sedona Canyons 125 finisher. I like the energy that we're getting from the Trinity Heights aid station. And what's interesting to me is, I can't say whether or not I would be in that situation. 228, Cole Knudsen of Salt Lake City, Utah. We'll be keeping an eye on Cole because, the finish is pretty much good to go. But runners are taking their time, and maybe to some they don't. They wouldn't do this. They don't think they would go the same route and take their time with less than 4 miles to go. But these runners have 249 miles on their legs at this point.
Yeah.
So, and given the fact that you've got until 10 a.m. tomorrow, there's no point in rushing. Maybe. And again, there's nothing really technical from here on out. The pipeline trail's got a couple of rocks in your way. But once you get off of that and link over to Buffalo Park, it's not technical at all.
Yeah.
But, maybe there is...
maybe they're waiting for some more of that grilled cheese sandwiches to get made or something.
I was wondering where you were going with that one. But yeah, grilled cheese sandwiches, of course, they've got all sorts of things for them to nosh on at the Trinity Heights Aid. I would just think, then once you're so close, maybe not be in a hurry, but, look for somebody to pair up with and just, you can walk it in from there and be done in 90 minutes.
Right.
Very reasonable. Because once you get to Buffalo Park, it's all flat and downhill.
Yeah. And putting on some pants, it looked like. Might be pretty cold up there.
Oh, yeah. It's been getting chilly. Although we're lucky that the race started out the way it did. All the races started out when they did. Did you see what the high in Crown King was today?
I did not.
98 degrees.
Oh, wow. That would be rough. Yeah, I was very happy to see that cloud coverage when we were starting the race, and it hung around.
Of course, we are trying as best we can to identify as many runners as we can. I would expect we're going to see Perry Cook, Peggy Schaus, Benjamin Lodgson, Daniel Dean, and Rusty Smith coming in. A couple of people from Sedona Canyons, a couple of people from Cocodona. We welcome them all to complete their journey here to Heritage Square. I do see that Walter Hanloser is on Schweitzer Connection Trail. Keith Astorga is in Buffalo Park. Fernando Montes just getting to Buffalo Park. Julie Hong coming off of the Pipeline Trail, making a turn briefly onto the AZT. Tracy Denblaker also on that Pipeline Trail. So those are the runners that we would expect to be coming in sooner rather than later.
I think we have Benjamin Logsdon in front of the camera right now. We get a number 109.
Bib, you said Bib 109?
I think I believe that's him, 109. Could be a Sedona.
Benjamin Lodgson of Kenmore, Washington. Lives just to the north of the north end of Lake Washington near Seattle. Did most of his training for Cocodona at a beautiful state park nearby called St. Edward State Park. Grew up in Alaska where he fell in love with trail running as a teenager, running cross country in high school. One of the first trail races he ran was the Crow Pass Crossing in Alaska in 2006, which was a formative experience for him. Did the Matanuska Peak Challenge a couple weeks later. Drove from Alaska to New York State to start graduate school. Lived in the Seattle area for 15 years. Works at a biotech startup as a scientist. And works on things that I can't pronounce. So he's really smart.
Must be smart, yeah.
What inspired him to run this race? Benjamin, he crewed Kevin Metz I remember K-Money. Ran Cocodona 2023, fell in love with the race and the community, knew that it would be his turn one day. Another reason is that his father passed away from dementia last year, and the couple of years have been hard with his father's illness. And he wanted to do something big and scary that would be really hard, but also not impossible. Unlike what his father dealt with, which was impossible to stop. Finished Javelin 100 in 2021. We'll finish it again someday, though had many spectacular DNFs there since 2021, most recently last year. Benjamin, right there in that struggle bus with you. Tapped out on lap 5. Went over Eldon solo. He paced K-Money the last time he was in town. And he kept lying to Kevin about how many switchbacks were left on the way out. He holds the DKT, dumbest known time for the donut, a variation on the Lake Washington loop that includes a lap around Mercer Island. It's about 100K. He's fallen in a glacial crevasse, run away from an avalanche on snowshoes poorly, runs into all sorts of wildlife, and his favorite movie is MacGruber.
Okay.
Some of these people, I hope they had as much fun filling these out as I do reading them. Want to shout out, we'll want to run through these really quick, but wanted to shout out Lindsay, his wife, K Metz, we mentioned K Money, Stephen Walston, Braden Van Dracht, and to his mom Katie, brother Michael, training buddy Kyle Martin Morris, coach Hayden Hawks, and to Cahal Therapeutics and the team there who inspire him every day. As we have our next finisher here, this looks like could this be a Cocodona finisher? Yeah, that is indeed. That is bib 230.
Peggy Schaus?
Yeah. Peggy Schaus of Sedona. It's got to be brutal to run home to Sedona and then have to depart for another 100 miles.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Peggy Schaus.
She's got a pretty long list of ultra sign-up races as well.
I figure by the time you're running the Cocodona 250, you probably should.
Yeah.
I mean, there are no previous requirements for running Cocodona, but it probably just it behooves you to measure your approach carefully. Did 272 miles at ATY across the year's 6-day last year, so has covered big mileage before. Did Yeti 100 in 2024, Black Canyon in 2024 as well. Another race that I've heard wonderful things about, Canyon de Chelly in 2022, did the 55K there.
This Pony Express, that's been one that I've been wanting to do for a while too, out in Utah.
Yeah, I've heard about that one too.
It's not self-supported, but your crew has to follow you along, and it's a very long trail.
Kind of like Badwater-ish?
A little bit, yeah, but it's on dirt, so yeah.
Our
a couple more finishes coming in.
Yep, it looks like that would have been, I just had it on my screen a moment ago, but that would probably be Benjamin Logston that we were talking about. So congratulations to Benjamin and to Peggy. Looks like another runner is departing from Trinity Heights on that final 4 miles to the finish. It's 3.9 actually.
Is that Walter that just finished?
It could be.
It looks like it. He must have really been moving on that last stretch.
Yeah, well, I mean, Walter is a very talented runner. I mean, the guy is just made of steel. For him to do the number of runs and races that he puts his body through is so impressive. Oh yeah, Walter was dropping, looks like going maybe 5 miles an hour, maybe a little bit faster at some segments here the last few minutes.
Somebody in the chat said he was going for the most 200-mile finishes this year, and this is number 7, I believe.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Bib number 139, Walter Hanloser. Of course, if you've run a 100-miler like in the last 5 or 7 years, then you've run a 100-miler with Walter. So his races so far, since the start of the year, he ran. Okay, so I'm wondering. So he did across the years 72-hour. Of course, that states as December 28, 2025. I'm assuming he probably started on the 1st or something.
Day, yeah.
He did Fierce Dragon 200 in Georgia, Swami Shuffle 200 in Virginia, Viper 200 in Cordova, Tennessee, and Southern States 200 in Delta, Alabama. Of course, we mentioned he is, now done Cocodona, still on the docket for him. I mean, I don't know how this kind
That's
of...
a lot of green.
Yeah, it's a lot of green that has 200 on it.
Right.
And also, I mean, I don't know how this goes. Like, for instance, he's signed up for Born to Run next week, and the 4-day. So I'm assuming he's anticipating 200 miles there.
Uh-huh.
The Styx 72-hour, which I know Walter can cover 272. At the end of the month, Heart of the South... in Georgia, that's 350 miles.
Wow.
Summit 200 in Colorado in July. Buckeye 200 in August. Old Ephraim 200 in Utah. The Front Range Ultra in Loveland, Colorado. The Cowboy 200 in Nebraska. The Mammoth in California. And the Endless Mile 72-hour in Alabama. So those are all between now and October. And they're all... given what we know about Walter, I guess anticipated 200-mile races.
And I'm assuming that there's probably a bunch of races that aren't even ultra sign-up races that he's signed up for.
Yeah, that would sound like something he would do.
Yeah.
Walter, for those who have been following ultra running for a few years now, know that he goes out and he picks these incredibly daunting goals and fulfills them.
Melissa Huffman 535 in the chat says, my amazing husband Jason Huffman, bib number 1569, is out there running the Flagstaff Crest 40. He's running High Lonesome in July and is hoping to run Cocodona next year. Good luck with that lottery.
Yeah,
it's
of course.
Going to be packed, but yeah.
It is a Cocodona lottery. So if you're interested in running, you would need to go to the Aravipa website and check things out. All of the instructions for that lottery are there. The lottery itself closes on May 18th. The drawing will be June 1st. Looks like Walter has run the Y East Wonder in Oregon. Heard good things about that one. And ran Ram Party in Colorado Springs, another Aravipa race.
And one of the cool things about the lottery getting in is if you finish the race before, you get a certain number of, is it tickets or points or some kind of number that associated with that?
I think it's an additional ticket.
Okay. Volunteering will get you some more tickets there. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that all pans out next. Yeah.
We are glad that you are back and watching Socket Silver. Thanks for tuning in. Chris Warden, Jake Jackson here. 112 hours into the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. We're just here hanging out. I see that our friend Aid Station Fireball has made his way to the studio to no doubt cause trouble here and drop the band hammer in the chat. It's kind of his thing. 112 hours into the Cocodona 250 race, 62 hours into Sedona Canyons, and 14 hours into Eldon Crest. What's a 100 miler? Okay, I have a couple of approaches about this. Somebody asked what 100 miler you would recommend to an ultra newbie. I want to see what you think and how you answer this question.
For a newbie?
Yes.
Well, I guess the easy answer would be to find maybe a 24-hour like looped flat race, just so you can feel what it feels like to go 100 miles.
Okay, so you're thinking approachability.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just on the screen right here, it looked like we had Tim Tollefson standing in the corner talking to you. Brian Shook.
Tim Tollefson, the one of the best hair days in perpetuity in all of ultra running, although fiercely challenged by Raj Paul Panu.
Yeah.
And
oh, maybe that's not him. It just
it just looked
nice
like
hair. Yeah. Okay.
That's a good head of hair right there.
It
Yeah.
is.
But yeah, so please continue regarding your selection.
I mean, everybody says Javelina is a good one because you got the community there, and let's see, another 100-mile.
I mean, Javelina would be my pick, and I have several reasons for that.
Yeah,
it's doable, it's approachable. You're going to get unbelievable support at the aid stations. I'm going to pat ourselves in the back at Aravipa Running for, how much that, I dropped into that race last year knowing full well that I would be taken care of at the aid stations. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't have the race I'd hoped for. I quit on Loop 5, which is just brutal. 17 miles to go. But I just didn't have it anymore. But yeah, I would say Javelina 100 is a very approachable race as long as you approach it with the level of respect it deserves.
Yeah, let me just scroll through some of the ones I've done when I started. See if anything stands out.
It also depends on what your preference is in terms of terrain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Javelina 100 is a rolling, it's a gentle course. It's uphill on the way out, downhill on the way back, and that downhill is smooth.
Yeah,
like you can really open up on the way back. So I don't open up. I basically just let gravity do its thing with me.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for a flatter, faster race, I mean, there are a lot of Midwestern courses. I've run Hennepin 100. I'm a 2-time finisher there.
Yeah.
If you just wanting to knock it out, and it's very well supported. Michelle Hartwig, Ornery Mule Racing, does a great job.
The Yeti, both the ones out on the East
Jason
Coast.
Green, right?
Yes, and they have one up in, I believe, Washington. Those rails to trails, 100-mile
That's
courses.
what Hennepin is, yeah. I've heard great things about, obviously, Tunnel Hill has had world records set there.
Yeah.
Indiana 100 is another well-known one. But I've also heard, some other, interesting courses. Like sometimes people want to experience something unique. If that's the case, then maybe something a little bit more rugged, maybe a little bit more mountainous might be your cup of tea. Otherwise, I mean, if you're going to do that, take a look at something in maybe Northern California or Colorado, for that first 100-miler. I actually, if you like loops, that's another consideration. It really depends on what you want out of that first 100-miler. Like if you're trying to just check that box, there's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely
and
not.
I agree that, like a fixed time type thing, like, across the years, Fat Ox, Beyond Limits, when I think that race is currently mothballed, but that's the kind of thing, you're right about that. But, I personally would, if I had to consider no other factors, if somebody told me what's the first 100-miler somebody should run, my inclination would be to say Javelina. Because you're going to be there with 500 other newbies.
Right. Yeah. And there's so much information about how to, get through that race, the heat training protocols, how to deal with nutrition.
I see a couple people offering up the suggestion of a flat and fast 100 like Hard Rock. we have jokes. If you know what, if you want to share, looks like somebody saying Saddles. I think Saddles is actually kind of tough. Yeah. Stagecoach, I've heard good things about that. Of course, that's Ian Torrance's race here in just outside of Flagstaff. Somebody did mention the heat being a factor in Arizona, and I guess I might be a little bit more acclimated to it living in Phoenix, but
like I was saying, there's plenty of information on how to properly deal with that.
Yeah. I mean, actually, that's somebody, a friend of both of ours, Mandy Holmes, was posting tons of detailed information. You're talking about somebody who's run Javelina, Western States, one of your teammates on the national team, Team USA. very familiar with heat mitigation strategies. You look up some of her hints on running Mandy on Instagram. But yeah, I mean, as long as you prepare for javelina properly in terms of heat mitigation strategy, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, somebody else mentioning Brazos Bend. I know that's a flat and fast 100. Best of luck to you with choosing whatever race you so choose. But yeah, again, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking to knock out 100, find something flatter, faster, more approachable, something with a generous time limit.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
If you're wanting something to be an adventure, maybe look at some of those mountainous races. I am just going to spitball here, but like races, I don't know if they have any qualifications that you need to fulfill, but you want to try hard things, try something like the Bear or Cruel Jewel. Oh, no, Cruel Jewel has qualifiers that you have to fulfill.
Yeah, I mean, I ran Burning River 100. That was a fantastic race out in Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a flatter, faster one, right?
I mean, there are some difficult climbs, but I would say it's one of the flatter ones.
If you're looking for something that's a little bit of a mix, I've heard great things about Kettle Moraine 100 in Wisconsin, although I've heard that the one thing about that is how humid it gets.
Yes.
Looks like we've got another finisher here. We want to recognize, trying to acknowledge as many finishers as we can here on Mountain Outpost. That might be Keith Astorga, if I am reading things correctly, bib 302.
And if your thing is running around laps in an indoor ice hockey rink, there's always 6 days in the Dome.
Yeah. You know what? Like a place like the Dome is a place where you can potentially put down numbers that you maybe didn't realize you could handle. And you can also have an opportunity to run it alongside some really, really talented runners.
Right.
Have you ever actually done the Dome, Jake? Or
I've run it twice. I've done 48 hours there and a 24-hour run there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, Zach Bitter, originally set the 100-mile world record at the Dome.
And the 12-hour.
Yeah, that's right. Those kind of just roll in together like that. Of course, I do also believe that's where Meg Eckert ran her first 500-plus mile effort, running 526 miles in 6 days at the Dome. Of course, improving upon that by nearly 80 miles the following year to set the world record.
There's someone in the chat saying Burrito League was a great way to... I don't know about running 100 miles for the Burrito League. That might be pretty rough. The guy who came in second in our Burrito League, he actually did run 100 miles. My buddy Colin Day. Yeah.
Speaking of Burrito League, Troy Croxdale had himself a heck of a rally here at the Cocodona 250. Was down around 300th-ish place. To be honest, I saw him on the tracker early on in the race and was quite concerned. And then rallied to be among the first 50 finishers.
That's awesome.
So moving up a couple hundred spots over the last few days. I'm beginning to think, beginning to hedge my bet on that being Keith Astorga. That looks like a Sedonic, maybe bib 139. Yeah, bib one. That was Walters. Yeah, I think that was Keith Astorga. I'm looking at the picture now, and it looks kind of like him. So, again, Jake and I are not too proud to crowdsource help.
Absolutely. There's so many 100-milers out there.
Eyeball somebody and you know who they are, feel free to correct us. We are not beyond reproach in that case. So, looks like we're getting a heads up that Harold Benali, one of our Indigenous runners, is about to descend Eldon. Hopefully he's got some people with him because, like I said, I mean, even if you can do it solo, I think it's the kind of thing you really want to go down in pairs or in groups. So,
yeah, especially in the dark like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, these runners have made it this far. They obviously know what they're doing. They're obviously extremely capable, but, just in the interest of self-preservation, unless you're chasing like a PR or something very specific, take your time getting down Eldon because it is treacherous in the daytime. Saw somebody mentioning Winona Fulgham in the chat, talking about her, a Sedona Canyons runner out of Chandler, Arizona. She didn't get into the 250. So that's the runner who did both the Bradshaw Brute and Sedona Canyons.
Oh, okay.
So one of the few finishers of Bradshaw Brute and also running Sedona Canyons in the same week. That's pretty amazing. We'll once we get that follow cam squared away, that runner has already made the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, the left on Birch.
So running all three, that would be 265 miles. There's an idea.
Don't give every time. Okay, so if you can run the Bradshaw Brute in 2 days, run Sedona Canyons in 2 days, you could run Flagstaff Crest on Friday.
Yeah.
Man, you would actually top the Cocodona mileage.
I think we need to add a 6th race tackling all three.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's 2 more in the hopper. Our next finisher here, that looks like a Cocodona bib. That is 162, perhaps?
No, that's 302.
Oh, 302.
Looks like Keith Astroga.
Oh, that is Keith Astorga. Yeah, that's the one. I thought it was Keith earlier. Yep, good looking out. That's Andre Lee.
Yes, definitely is.
That right there, that gentleman who just came in on the left-hand side of your screen, Andre Lee, the final finisher of the 2021 Cocodona 250, featured for his candor in the Cutoff, the new film by Dylan Harris chronicling the back of the pack of the 2025 Cocodona 250. Andre ran another, well, there you have 2 people right there at the finish line, or that we're talking about, who ran a race earlier in the week. Andre ran Mingus Traverse and now ran Flagstaff Crest. I'm assuming his partner Jan is coming in here fairly soon because they were supposed to be running it together.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I would expect to see a friend of mine, Jan Rice, coming through here fairly quickly from the Flagstaff Crest race. Yeah, Andre wasn't the DFL this time around.
Yes. Someone in the chat was asking, have we considered having someone at or near the finish line communicating bib numbers back to the studio?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
if you want to do
come
it.
out here, yeah. I mean, I think this is something that Mountain Outhouse is working
Outpost.
on.
Mountain Outhouse is the old channel.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
So my soon-to-be former colleague, Jake Jack. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. You're absolutely right. That would be something we'd love to have. We are, we do what we can with the bandwidth available. We have follow filmers. We have, our team on the ground. And, I would love to have somebody out there. You know, I do what I can when I'm off the air, and I'll do something like that. I'll occasionally do some spotting, but we have our next finisher here. Is that Missy Turpak? Or is that Winona Fulgham right there? Yeah, that's Winona, I think. Running the Sedona Canyons 125.
Yeah, I think so.
One of our indigenous runners. Winona Fulgham. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I don't know if it's the G is silent or not, but congratulations, Winona. You did it twice. You did it twice.
Look at the crowd still out there.
That's right. Winona was in the cutoff as well.
Yep.
Yeah. She's doing the Cocodona collection here. I wonder if she would be in position to be the first person to complete all the distances here. Did Cocodona last year. The Brute and Sedona Canyons this year. Beautiful. Beautiful. Howie Stern there to capture the moment. Nobody better to capture this moment.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, Winona could come back and run Mingus Traverse and Flagstaff Crest and have the whole set and be the first person to complete all 5 different Cocodona.
Yeah, she has all the buckles.
Yeah, she has the hard ones out of the way.
Buckles, yeah.
The hardest ones. I don't want to discount any of the races, but yeah, she has the most difficult aspects out of the, completed. So, man, Jake, you ran Bradshaw Brute earlier this week. Winona ran it and came back and ran the Sedona Canyons 125 later in the week.
So she finished Bradshaw in 37 hours and 50 minutes.
She was the DFL.
So how much time in between the start? 24,
so she
13.
So Winona, finished at 7:49 p.m. on Tuesday. So had less than 12 hours.
Right.
To finish. Went from... The finish was at Watson Lake. So going from Watson Lake to Jerome, that's about a 30, 40-minute drive.
Okay.
Up to Jerome, and 11 hours to get ready. This is one of the most amazing things I've seen in a while.
That's impressive.
Yeah, no, that is really cool. Yeah, I am here for that. That is a beautiful thing, and I really feel honored and privileged to be able to witness many of these indigenous runners and their journeys through the Cocodona course and through these lands, and the reverence with which they hold, and the things that the things they do to prepare, and then also celebrate and acknowledge their accomplishments.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to be a part of. It really is amazing. These runners are, no matter who they're, where they're representing, are wonderful. But yeah, when we have the opportunity to bear witness to this, it's wonderful.
Yeah, someone in the chat said, get an all-around buckle ready for Winona.
I mean, I would assume that there can't be very many people who have all 3 buckles.
No, she has to be the first.
I mean,
was there anybody else?
Maybe Holly Hovius or Dee Woo? Because I know Holly ran Cocodona. So yeah, Holly Hovius would be another person. So she ran Cocodona in 2021, ran Sedona Canyons in 2024, and now Bradshaw Brute in 2026. But yeah, rarefied air there, between those events. Looking at the finisher list, yeah, maybe Daewoo. Daewoo did Cocodona in 2025, did Bradshaw Brute this year. Did Daewoo run?
I'm pretty sure he finished
Sedona Canyons this year too. Yeah. So okay. So there's 3, but I mean that's which
finished.
Actually kind of speaks to the insanity and toughness of the people who are running Bradshaw Brute.
Right.
Because now that we know of 2 people who actually ran multiple 100-milers this week,
I mean,
wow.
After I finished, I definitely could not have, lined back up. Of course, if I knew I was going to, I probably would have slowed my pace down quite a bit. But yeah, that is super impressive.
Yeah, that is something to be acknowledged and celebrated. And I'm sure that the Cocodona social media team is going to be recognizing Winona's amazing effort here this week as part of the festivities of the Cocodona 250. Yeah, if you haven't seen the cutoff, I mean, I don't want to tear you away from our live stream, but, in about 12 hours, perhaps, 12 and a half hours, because what's going to happen come 10:01 tomorrow morning? I mean, we're going to sign off, and you're going to have this
void.
It's real, Jake.
Oh, yeah.
It really is. I mean, 2 years ago, after our live stream ended, I was wandering the streets of Flagstaff aimlessly for hours, just like looking for something to help bring my spirits back up.
Another finisher coming in.
That's a Cocodona bib right there. That is 311, perhaps. 311. Or maybe that's...
272.
That's 272.
Yeah, Fernando Montez.
Wow, I mistook 311 for 272. Yeah, my eyes are cooked.
Haslett, Michigan. Or if he filled out anything. No.
Fernando Montes.
Looks like he finished Cocodona 2024 and 2022.
Yeah, 2022 was an unusual year for this race, having been rerouted due to fires in the southern end of the course. Actually started at Watson Lake, did a loop around the Prescott Circle Trail, and then proceeded to move north. And that was the year that Joe Stringbean McConaughey won the race.
Nice work, Fernando.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done.
should be seeing Julie Hong here soon, too.
Yeah, in the chase, I mean the cutoff rather. The Chase is also an excellent film too.
Yes.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Of course, The Chase chronicled the 2024 front of the pack men's race, which was at the time the most competitive field we'd ever seen for a men's 200 plus miler. But the cutoff last year was a passion project by Dylan Harris that chronicled. Originally, it set out to cover, I believe, they interviewed a few runners in advance of the race, the previous DFLs that were coming back to run the race, as well as talking to runners at the back of the pack, those who were chasing cutoffs early in the race. And Winona was among those. Of course, we do have a couple out on course that were also featured in that race in addition to Winona. I believe Robbie Cheney and Missy Hendricks were also among those runners.
This looks like Julie that just finished. She's from New York.
Nice.
She says, running is her therapy. As a single mom raising 3 kids alone, running gives me a much-needed break with 3 kids. The longer, the better. I'm addicted to fresh air, the adventure, the connection. It strengthens me and humbles me. But not only is it important to me for myself, I want to set an example for my kids. That's awesome.
I think it's a wonderful example to set for your kids, to show them that very difficult things can be done if you put your mind and body in the right situation.
Yeah. She says she's lucky to be part of a team that has amazing ultra runners. Some have run even farther than 250 miles. When big, challenging races come up, we dig a hole. So thankfully, one of them asked me during a weekly run if I'm going to sign up, and I jumped into the pit. She is a part of the Misty Mountain Runners. There are 4 of us running Cocodona and 1 running the 125 and 100 back-to-back. Interesting. I wonder if that's D. Woo. And teammates coming to crew us. Special thanks to my power team. Lucy coming to support later in the week and be there at the finish line.
Looks like we're going to get a group of Sedona Canyons finishers here coming in over the next little bit of time. Of course, we mentioned that was Fernando Montes followed by Julie Hong. I would expect to see maybe Scott Tom coming through, maybe Ryan Kerr. Brian Rathbun, as I mentioned, a Phoenix local. Would love to see Brian come through. There we go. That was Sedona Canyons bib.
Somebody in the chat said that was 749. Martin Bermudez.
That makes sense.
From Laveen, Arizona.
Phoenix Valley individual. Now a 2-time Sedona Canyons finisher. Looks like not a ton of races completed, but did improve upon his previous Sedona Canyons. Last time took 70 hours, 34 minutes, and this time looks like it was closer to maybe 62. Again, that improvement is fantastic. Dropping 8 hours from one race to the year over year, one to the next, very impressive. I'm also at a little bit of a loss because I left my mouse at the media house, and my screen extender wasn't working either. So I'm in the ultimate first world problem situation right now. I mean, if I don't have a mouse and my screen extender, I mean, what are we even doing here? So yeah, if that was Martine, we might have a couple moments of breathing room here, maybe reset our follow cams that are still out in the field. I don't know how many we've got or even where they're at. I know you can obviously see we have a camera at Trinity Heights, and the aid station volunteers are doing what they can to keep things hyped for the runners. Hopefully Scott Tom, Jose Valerio, Ryan Kerr, Brian Rathbun, and Rob Kopecki are able to finish Sedona Canyons in short order. On the other side of the race, we've got Tracy Den Bleicher coming in. Probably the only runner to be coming in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Actually, probably more like 30 minutes in the Cocodona 250. There's a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people running together in Buffalo Park, at least 6.
That seems intentional.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think that it behooves you to come off of Eldon in a pack because maybe they just kind of decided to stick together.
Well, it was probably they were all sitting there at Trinity, and one got up and said, "Let's go, guys."
That's entirely possible too. We talked about stories to follow in this race, and one that I talked about a little bit ago, Anthony Culpepper, bib 411, is now at the bottom of Eldon, has completed the descent. Again, Anthony Culpepper, I would say, one of the, I don't want to use the term exactly, but he kind of one of the co-creators of the Cocodona 250, along with Jamil Curry. The two of them together set out on the course exploration, connecting several routes and several communities in Arizona. So Anthony Culpepper, I'm going to tell you in advance, I am going to get a little bit verklempt. Another finisher here. This is a Sedona Canyons bib.
Maybe Scott Tom. See if he can get a bib. Another finisher coming through.
Oh boy.
They're coming in now.
They're coming in. Well, I think that what we'll have to do in these instances, Jake, is just kind of congratulate them maybe in a little bit of a batch here, just because we've got, we know we've got at least 4 coming in short order. I think that we mentioned we have Martine come in. They also could be potentially Flagstaff Crest runners too. So because they are moving pretty well. Yeah, that looks like a Flagstaff crest bib right there. As we mentioned, a little bit ago we had about 40 runners remaining in Flagstaff crest 40. That number has winnowed down to less than 20 runners remaining in Flagstaff crest. Their race started at 7 a.m. local time, so they're approaching the 15-hour mark. They do have tons of time remaining, of course. They have until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, so literally just over 12 hours.
So people were asking earlier today, what's the elevation gain for the 40-mile course? And it, according to the website here, it's about 3,000 feet.
Okay.
So not flat for 40 miles. There's definitely some climbing in it.
Absolutely. And somebody was asking if Anthony Culpepper is related to Dante Culpepper. I'm going to guess no, but I am not one to presume anybody's familial ties. Yeah, Melody, we just took a break.
Yeah.
Miguel, I was just walking a few blocks from the finish and a group of gals were chatting loudly. I can't believe the owner of Pizzacletta is an ultra runner. Caleb? Oh, yeah. Caleb's the man.
Yeah. I finally had a chance to go into Dark Sky. I had dinner there. The pizza was amazing.
Yeah, you know, they brought in a whole stack of pies the other night.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. But also, I've also I go there every time I go to town, regardless of whether or not, you know, we're getting fed. So
yeah.
I also frequent other local establishments as well that serve the same type of food. So I have had pizza
$3.97
4 meals this week, and I also love my local Flagstaff coffee. My favorite local joint is Lucy's. I think that Lucy's is arguably the best coffee I've ever had, other than Inner Circle Cafe in Scottsdale, Arizona. There are some other great places in town. I think it's called Diablo Coffee. That's right up the street here. I've hit that on my way into the studio because they're open 24 hours.
Oh, okay.
Late for the Train is right across from the start-finish line. It's another great place. You know, when you have a mountain town, you're bound to get some really good coffee. So it's like when you go to Silverton, you know, the Coffee Bear is my jam up there.
Okay.
So. Have you ever been to Silverton, Jake?
I have not.
Oh, you're due,
Definitely
man. You're
on
due.
The bucket list.
You got to get up there, you know, to be a part of those festivities for Hard Rock, and the Silverton celebration of it is just wonderful. Single speed, is that, are you talking about another coffee joint? If that is the case, I'll give it a shot. I'll try any small independently owned coffee shop in a mountain town. I mean, it's never going to be bad.
Yeah.
It's always going to be good.
I guess my coffee preferences aren't, I don't know, as strict, I guess. You know, I'm a truck driver. I spend a lot of time in, you know, 7-Elevens, and
Well,
so
I
it
mean-
doesn't really bother me too much, I guess.
I'm not a coffee snob.
Yeah.
Like, I will drink pretty much anything.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I've had many a Circle K cup of coffee, you know, and it doesn't make me recoil in horror.
Yeah.
I'm also simple with my coffee. I mean, I want just a hot drip or an Americano of something of that vein. I mean, I don't do anything fancy or upscale. We have another finisher there. Maybe two finishers, or a finisher and a pacer, perhaps. That's actually a Sedona Canyons bib I could see on the runner's left-hand side. If so, I would assume that's bib 802, perhaps, or 756. I can't see it from that angle. If we could... we do have another runner coming in off of Birch. We mentioned, like we might be one off, but we want to recognize these people, make sure that they get their due. Ryan Kerr, bib number 802 in Sedona Canyons. I think he might have been our last finisher, but
So someone from the chat said bib 1650 coming in, so maybe that was one of the two runners that came in right now.
Ryan Kerr of Corona, California, finishing Sedona Canyons, married with 4 kids, been running ultra since 2013, been in the game a while. DNF'd at Kelly Canyon last year due to a foot injury at 108 miles. Man, that's brutal. Kelly Canyon to Flagstaff was obviously what he was looking forward to this year. Any fun and unique facts about yourself? I'm not that interesting, but I'm on a 1,200-day running streak, if that counts. I think that counts.
Yeah.
Shout outs to his parents who were crewing him. Wife Katie was tracking from home with the kids. Colette, Kaylin, and Mikey, also son Patrick, who passed away in 2019, is watching over him as well. So congratulations to Ryan Kerr of Corona, California, on completing your Sedona Canyons journey, and Godspeed. Jose Valerio, bib 756, wrapping things up here as well. Of California, Jose ran the Leadville Trail Marathon last year. Has finishes at San Diego 100, Leona Divide 100. That's pretty territory right there.
Yeah.
Leona Divide.
Oh, yeah.
I went out there to crew a few years ago. Not Jose's first run through the Arizona desert, ran Black Canyon in 2025. So congratulations to Jose as well.
Yeah, I just finished Leona Divide 100K about 2 weeks ago.
That's right.
Got my Western States qualifier out of the way for the year.
Brian Rathbun. I know Brian, again, a Phoenix local, bib number 807. Drawing his Sedona Canyons race to a close with a finish. Ran Haviland 100K last year. And in 2024, ran the 100-miler in 2023. In 2021. So, yeah, he's got several long-distance finishes. Sedona Canyons would be his longest to date. So congratulations, Brian. I know that Brian is not only an avid trail runner, but I believe he's an avid mountain biker as well. Coffee Ship Coffee in Shiprock, New Mexico. I do find myself in Shiprock on rare occasion. depending on which way I'm heading to Silverton and Durango, I might need to actually scribble this down. It's very interesting going to Silverton from Phoenix, because depending on what part of town, it either sends you through Flagstaff and through the Navajo Reservation up north, or it sends you through like the kind of going through Farmington, New Mexico, Gallup, New Mexico. It's kind of interesting. You never know which way it's going to send you. It literally depends on traffic here in town, or in Phoenix. So thanks for the heads up on the coffee place in Shiprock. I have been in Shiprock from time to time, so I could definitely check it out.
Minutes away from 113 hours elapsed time since we started the Cocodona 250.
That's why I've been drinking so much coffee.
That's true. 12 hours remaining.
Yeah. Somebody was asking like where the discussion came from. It's just because, you get into a mountain town like Flagstaff. I mean, you've got the outdoor activities. You've got the college campus, and it just seems like the coffee in mountain towns, it's always really good.
Yeah. Maybe it's those cold winters. Helps you get you through the morning.
That makes sense.
Wakes you up and warms you up.
Flagstaff runners have a very Flagstaff crest runners have a very generous cutoff. They have 27 hours to complete the 40 miler, simply as a function of sharing the course with the Stona Canyons runners.
I think we just had
Tracy Denvlaker, I believe.
Yeah,
that looks like Tracy. I recognize her from other events. Actually, from other Cocodonas. Having finished Cocodona last year, her 2025 is what I would call a pretty robust year. Ran in reverse order Moab, Superior. I've heard that's a toughie. Wyoming Range, which is now a Hard Rock qualifier. Cocodona, Manitou's Revenge, Arizona Monster, Orcas Island 100, all in 2025. Yeah, that's a pretty stout year of running by Tracy, so congratulations.
So she has 3 German Shepherds with her wife, Amanda.
Mm-hmm.
She's been running 100-mile or longer ultras for 15 years. Okay, she has started all of the Cocodona 250s. Interesting.
And 3 finishes.
3 finishes.
So this would get her the 1,000-mile buckle.
Right. Yep.
It's kind of different because, you think of other races like Western States where you have to run it 10 times to get the 1,000-mile buckle. Cocodona, you quote, only have to run it 4 times. Are there any 100-mile or longer races, Jake, that you have repeated enough times to get like a frequent flyers award of any kind?
I guess the only race is, why am I drawing a blank right now? Nanny Goat, 24-hour.
Okay.
They used to have different colors for the amount of years that you run the race. And I know, they ended up changing their buckle. But, yeah, that's one it's pretty much like, if I want to come and run it, just come and run it. Because, Shelly Sexton, she's a wonderful person. And, I know.
You've run Javelina multiple times too, right?
The 100-miler just once.
Okay.
The 100K twice.
Okay, because I know you can get a jacket for a 5-timer on that.
Okay.
So you got 3 more times to get that 100K jacket if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I don't typically run
races
more than
5
maybe
times.
Twice. Yeah, I mean I've done San Diego 100 twice, and
Of course, one of the things, it seems like either you or your wife are running Javelina or like out there crewing and hanging out and stuff like that. It's a great festival of an event.
Yeah, we missed last year, and both of us, while the, stuff started flowing in from Instagram, we were both like, man, we should have just went out there. And so she ended up wanting to run the 100K again. So I'm going to be going out there and crewing and pacing her this year. So
nice.
Back out to the party.
Fantastic.
And the company runner that she works for, they've been one of their sponsors the past several years, so that was our excuse to go out the past couple times. So
yeah, I recognize that company. We are gonna have a bit of a rush of runners here coming in from the Cocodona 250. It looks like 4 or 5 at least are going to be coming in short order. We're looking for Kellen Lomaestua. I hope Lomaestua.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Jeff Hervella, Cole Knutson, Byron Roca, Dan Knaus, Corey Haygood, Roel Koch, Logan Troutman, Francis Shanahan, and Tanessa Klein. All within 1.5 miles of one another. Looks like that may be Rob Kopecki, Babe 865. "57 years old from Alberta, Canada. Ran his first ultra at the age of 50. So there's hope for everybody yet. You always got time. Always got time. Just wanted to push himself and see if he could make it, being a part of an event like this. Said with superstars. Frankly, yeah, there are a couple superstars, but everybody is so crucial to the success of this race. Previous furthest distance was 100K, so basically doubling that up. I wanted to hopefully see or hear one of these owls he'd heard about so much.
Famous owls.
Yeah. Lost 42 pounds since signing up for this race.
Oh, wow.
That's impressive.
That's awesome.
Wanted to shout out his friends Lisa Howitt and Larissa Ireland, who made the trip with him to Pace and Crew, and of course his regular training friends back home in Edmonton. We're going to be hanging out for a while longer here. Chris Warden, Jake Jackson at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. And of course, Jake and I are going to be back in the morning to call in the final finishers. We invite you to stick around. We are going to have our producers keeping eyes, and I don't know how many follow camps we're going to have, but if we have any, that's actually how we caught Sally McRae this morning.
Really?
We didn't have anybody in the studio.
Yeah.
But before you and I,
out there.
But yeah, we did have a follow cam to actually bring in a few runners, and that's when Sally came in.
Okay.
So and guess who the first spectator was to give Sally a hug at the finish line?
No idea.
Rachel Entrican.
Oh, wow.
The woman has not slept.
That's great.
Of course, other places you could spot Rachel Entrican since she won this race. You could have found her hanging out at the finish line, shaking hands, kissing babies, taking photos for about 3 hours after she finished.
Yeah.
You could see her here in the studio at one point doing an interview. You could see her hanging out at Trinity Heights, checking in on runners. Just absolutely an amazing ambassador for this sport we all love.
Yeah, that's always wonderful to see the winners and the top runners sticking around, coming back out, cheering the other runners in.
Well, and Rachel is one of those people who is such a fan of the sport on all levels. She really is. I mean, she loves these, crazy, tough mountain races. But, I mean, as well as I do, that she has an extensive fixed time history as well.
She does, yes.
Been multiple 48-hour races. I would love to see her take a swing at the national team, the 24-hour national team. I think she could put up a big number.
Yeah.
I mean, think about what she did this week. She ran a 17 5,700 miler and then about a 21-hour 100 miler back-to-back on this course.
Yeah. It's one of the unfortunate things, I think, about becoming a pro athlete, that a lot of them don't have the freedom to do what they want to do or what motivates them.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the 24-hour races and flat looped courses are just not something that most companies want their runners to run.
Conversely, I think that Rachel's the kind of person who's going to do what she wants to do.
Well, I mean,
because she's going to represent a brand well no matter what she does.
She's obviously raised her stock in this race this week, so maybe that'll give her a little bit of freedom to go after some maybe not so prestigious races.
I mean, you turn on ESPN and you see her. You turn on ABC or CBS News, you might see her. You go onto socials. I mean, I guess my algorithm is such that I have been hit with all sorts of Cocodona material. And trust me, I'm not complaining in the least.
No, yeah.
But, it is amazing to see how much of an audience swelling there has been and how positive the reception has been for this race and what Rachel Entricken has done.
Yeah, and I mean, I just in my feed, I was noticing some of the Instagram pages were not even running related stories. They were from different news sources,
Oh, yeah.
So it's reached the masses. I mean, kind of in the same vein that Courtney, when she won Moab years ago.
That's right.
Don't be surprised if Rachel is on Joe Rogan or, Cam Haines here pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's been Cam was there to watch her finish.
Right.
That was one of the things about the finish line for Rachel when she came in. Everybody was there. People representing all different brands, people who were out here, people in town. It was funny. One of the things I did hear Rachel say was that I got to meet the mayor.
Oh, wow.
Like, no, the mayor got to meet Rachel.
Yeah.
So, we are just past 113 hours here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. So the golden hour or the golden morning will be tomorrow, but we are just under 12 hours remaining here in the Cocodona 250 2026. We are going to, at some point, take a talking break. We are still going to be covering the race on silent mode through the overnight, and then Jake and I will be back in the morning. I mean, we're not in a hurry to leave, but we do at some point need to recharge our batteries.
Yeah.
So
we do have regular jobs that we need to get back to and families to get back to.
Right? When was the last time you talked to your kids? Because my son, other than him messaging me about the reception for Cocodona, we've got a finisher right there. Is that Kellen Lamaeswa? Kellen was bib number 200. Congratulations to Kellen. It is indeed Kellen.
Looks like another Cocodona finisher there.
Bib 158.
Be Byron Roca, Lake Worth, Florida.
The Flatlanders representing well here.
Yeah.
A couple Floridians coming in on finishes here tonight.
This must be that group that's coming in.
Yeah, let's acknowledge them all. We might not nail them in perfect order, but we had Kellen Lomaestua, Byron Roca. Again, if I butcher any of these names, you let me have it in the chat so I can do better moving forward. Byron Roca, Jeff Hervella, and Cole Knutson. Yeah, there was a group of 4 that were coming down Beaver Street fast and furious, so we're just trying to keep up with them.
Yeah, Ryan P in the chat said happy to see such a crowd at the finish line this late. Yeah, there is definitely a crowd still out there. It's wonderful.
I think we're going to see that be a thing here for the night because of the fact that it is graduation weekend.
Seeing lots of puffies, lots of beanies on the heads. It's probably pretty chilly out there. And looking at our next cutoff, that will be at Wildcat Hill, mile 234.1, and that is in about a half an hour.
Given that we know who is coming in, even though we might bounce the order around, we mentioned Kellen. We talked about his Hopi background and this being his second time Cocodona finisher. Congratulations to him, and shout out to his family watching from a distance. I mentioned shout outs to his wife Keisha, sister Tracy, big brother Alan, Pacers, Dal, Trey, Ian, Isaiah, KJ, Wendy, and the rest of the Hopi community. We also saw that it was bib 313, Jeff Hervella of Austin, Texas, first-time Cocodona finisher. Congratulations to Jeff. No stranger to big things, though. Has run Bigfoot 200, ran Snowdonia. Whew. Finished Haviland 100 a few years ago as well. Congratulations to Jeff. Bib number 228 as well. Cole Knutson of Salt Lake City, Utah, from Colorado originally. What inspired him to participate in this race? The voice in the back of his head that said, I wonder if I could do that. Also watching some badass friends complete the race. Prior to this, his longest was 100 miles. He was the last ass over the pass winner for Leadville 100 2021. Coaches and trains Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and is faster than Kyla Maher. Wanted to shout out his awesome sister Cassidy and her partner Dan, as well as close friends Cole Murphy, Anna, Aaron for both crew and pacing help, and special thanks to Cole for all the miles spent in preparation. That is Cole Knutson of Salt Lake City, Utah. So yeah, that is a couple of our most recent finishers. I think we said we saw Byron Roca there as well of Lake Worth, Florida, going for that second Cocodona finish. Congratulations to him.
That was so cool. 3 of the finishers, I'm not sure who these gentlemen were that just finished together. They didn't look like they maybe knew each other before the race, but they're kind of like, let's get all in here and take a picture together.
Oh, sure.
New friends.
Yeah, Mendoza Clown with speaking truth here. Doing Eldon overnight sounds like hell. Suit Dog asking, wonder how much is in the Epic Legend Goat Square jar. I don't know. AJW took it with him when he left town. He probably used it to buy his plane ticket to get out of town. Native Princess saying it's perfect weather in Flagstaff. I mean, I guess perfect is a matter of perspective. I think it's kind of comfortable, a little bit chilly for me. However, I am from Phoenix, so. I'm going to take a look at the back of the pack here really quick and see what we can see about those that are going to be our, in all likelihood, final finishers here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra.
Yeah, it looked like there was only a couple that still hadn't made that out and back section to get into Wildcat. So it's hard to tell who's coming in and who's going out on that section. Looks like there's about roughly 15 people that are still in the vicinity. The cutoff there is at 10:45.
We do have some heartbreaking news to report that Danny Westergaard was indeed a DNF at Walnut Canyon.
That's too bad.
Yeah, Danny, we were really rooting for you. Right now, the current back of the pack includes some familiar names for those who have watched the cutoff. Go watch the cutoff. Again, yeah, what you do is you have two screens open. You have one where you're watching the live stream, and you have another one where you're watching the cutoff. When we go silent tonight. Your back of the pack is a familiar face, Robbie Cheney, our 2024 DFL, Stacy Dosty, Larry DeBoard, and Sarah Mountain. But I will say this, Robbie and Stacy are about a mile back of the rest of the field at this point. Mile 234.9 is where Wildcat Hill sits. So all but 2 people have made it to Wildcat.
Yeah.
That's extremely encouraging.
Yeah. I mean, they're close. So, yeah, there's definitely, they definitely have
Oh, they'll
time.
make it.
Yeah.
They'll make it. And because the furthest one out is Robbie, and Robbie is
1.1 mile out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And has 24 minutes to get there, and that's not a brutal section of trail.
No.
And Robbie knows the drill.
Yeah.
His race last year was chronicled in the cutoff. And if you want to get to know Robbie before you watch him triumphantly head into Heritage Square tomorrow morning, I'm calling it now. You want to get to know him, you can do so. So actually, Robbie is 1 mile out. Well, actually, you know what? They're trackers have not pinged in a while. Stacy's has not pinged in 27 minutes. I'm going to call that she is in the aid station at the very least.
Right.
And Robbie's has not pinged in 9 minutes, and he was a mile out. So assuming Robbie is even walking, he's probably within a half mile or a kilometer of Wildcat aid, which again means that they have until 10:45 tonight to get out of there. And it's going to take everything they've got, one last tremendous push to get up and over Eldon.
Yeah, and I don't want to spoil anything in the film, but I believe this is further than Robbie made it last year.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, there are a lot of people between Wildcat and the finish.
They're all up on Eldon. I'm sure coming down Eldon, you can see the city lights below. You know, it gives you a little bit of a hope that you're making progress.
This actually makes me want to drive over and look up at Eldon to see.
Yeah.
You know, it looks like 50 or 60 headlamps. I'm going to shout out another person near the back of the pack. We mentioned Missy Hendricks. Robbie Cheney. I want to shout out George Lind. George Lind is a Phoenix local, finished Cocodona last year, knows what it takes to get the job done. I have confidence in him getting it done as well. Greg Secatero, bib 323.
I think that was Robbie Nordquist that just finished the Flagstaff Crest race.
Greg Secatero of Kayenta, Arizona, a 3-time Cocodona finisher. Some other recent finishes for him include a 10th place finish at the 2026 Jackpot 48 Hour. Finished Stagecoach last year in 42nd place and 16th in the 2024 Triple Crown. So Greg Secatero, again, another runner who has experience on this course, knows what it's going to take to get it done. Also, one of our native runners. So looking forward to seeing him come through the finish line and getting his 1,000-mile buckle.
Awesome. This should be Alicia Kopenhofer coming into the finish. Sedona Canyon's 125 finisher. Nice work, Alicia. From Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. Another runner coming down the alley right now to the finish. Looks like 15:43. Lindsay Withers finishing the Flagstaff Crest. I don't know if the other runner was who that was. I believe that is Dan Canoose that just finished the Cocodona 250 from Stockbridge, Massachusetts. Nice job, Dan. Yeah. And it's been consistent, so yeah.
You can see another finisher there. I see a corny costume in the background. Looks like that might have been Logan Troutman.
Phoenix, Arizona. All right.
Two-time Cocodona finisher Logan Troutman. Yeah, I wholeheartedly invite anybody who is enjoying this coverage that's, within a couple hours, if you want to come up and watch the Golden Morning tomorrow, I would advise if you want to watch the final finishers. I know that traditionally Golden Hour is a thing. However, we have no guarantees that anybody will still be on course during the Golden Hour. On at least 2 occasions out of the first 5 years of the Cocodona 250, there was no Golden Hour because everybody was off the course with over an hour to spare.
Wow.
That right there is Corey Haygood of Scottsdale, Arizona, a Colorado native who fell in love with the Sonora Desert. Started trail running during COVID. A lot of people did. Initially with the goal to do a half marathon. That led to getting coerced into doing a rim to rim to rim. After getting back to the top of the South Rim, he said that was amazing, but he's never doing anything like that again. Less than a week later, he signed up for his first 50K, spiraled into 50 miles, then 100K, then 100, and now this. The furthest he'd run before this was Mogollon Monster. One of the years that, due to fire damage, it went longer than 100. It was about 106. That looked like that might have been Roel Koch or possibly Francis Shanahan.
I think it was Roel from the Netherlands.
Oh, then I totally butchered that name, I'm sure.
Did we have anything on him? Yeah, we do. Yeah, Roel from the Netherlands, through hiker, gone ultra runner. Healthy mix of poor decision making and curiosity. He's always been drawn to long, uncomfortable things that don't make much sense on paper but feel very right in hindsight. Classic type 2 fun. The kind of effort where everything strips down to the basics. Eat, move, solve problems, repeat. Cocodona just happens to be that, stretched out over 250 miles. Furthest distance run before was 240 miles. I wonder if that was Moab, maybe?
That would track.
Yeah, he runs a small B&B back home, so I'm used to taking care of other people. Cocodona is where I forget to do that for myself. Yeah. He's also learned I operate surprisingly well on very little sleep. Well, that's a bonus for these long races for sure, although the jury's still out on that.
Yeah.
Questionable food and a loose plan. Not a strategy I'd recommend, but it seems to work. And if things go sideways, I'll probably just keep moving and call it part of the experience. Awesome.
Congratulations to him. We also saw, I believe, Francis Shanahan of Waukton, New Jersey, now a 2-time Cocodona finisher, 51 years old. Finished last year in 2024 in 1:13:08, 1:13:31-ish. Also has finishes at Moab 240 and Leadville 100. I've been running trail races since at least 2012, so no stranger to what he did out here this week. Again, a 2-time finisher, Francis Shanahan of New Jersey. Congratulations. Okay, it's pronounced cool, but with rule. Okay.
So,
rule Coke?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody mentioning that an R3, rim to rim to rim, is hard, so much elevation. People sleep on it because they look at the distance, and this is how screwy our whole ultra running world is. They're like, oh, it's only like 40, 45 miles. It's like, yeah, but you have to head down the canyon, and then you have to up one side, and then down, and then back up again.
The temperature changes. Yeah, everything.
Yeah. It might be 35 when you start and 95 or 100, when it gets to its hottest.
Exactly.
I have it on authority from a pretty talented individual talking about our friend Anthony Culpepper. He is a supreme thru hiker who did all 3, the Appalachian Trail, the Pacific Coast Trail, and the Continental Divide in a calendar year. One of the first to do so. That's thousands of miles. I mean, the Appalachian Trail itself, over 2,200, and the Pacific Coast Trail and the Continental Divide. Anthony Culpepper, absolutely amazing athlete. Also, a very kind human too. Even when he's not running, he's out doing things for other people. He's out at Haviland 100 every year, volunteering and hanging out. Just genuinely one of the good people in the sport. So, there are so many wonderful stories, and I would never want to shortchange anybody. But asking, my personal experience, he's definitely one of the people who I am paying very close attention to, and have my heart like ready to explode in excitement for his finish, this long overdue Cocodona finish.
Yeah. It's probably very rewarding for him to see how this race has grown over the years. Something that was just an idea to see where it is now.
Absolutely. Anthony, finished Hard Rock in 2023, 2018, 2017, and 2015. So a 4-time finisher of Hard Rock. Been around the scene a long time. Got started young for the time in trail and ultra running. Ran his first ultra in 25 back in 2006. That was rare to see anybody that young doing ultra at that point. There's been an absolute huge drop in the average age of people getting involved. But, we're getting hit with some finishers here. It looks like we had Amanda Rosenberg, Sherry Logg, and Tony Jean Cruz. Sherry Logg and Amanda Rosenberg in the Sonoma Canyons 125. Tony Jean Cruz in Flagstaff Crest. Congratulations to the three of you for doing a combined 290 miles amongst the three of them over the last few days. We mentioned bib number 1554, yes. Tony Jean Cruz of California. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name. Do you know how that's pronounced?
No. Tonga. Tonga?
Tujunga maybe? Tujunga? Never been. But Tony Jean Cruz coming in on a finish here for the Flagstaff Crest 40. Congratulations. We also saw bib number 744, Sherry Logg of Laveen, Arizona, a Phoenix Valley local by virtue of that, completing her first Sedona Canyons 125. Looks like first 100-mile completion. Took a swing at Haviland 100 previously. Did not have the day she hoped for, but got it done here. Congratulations to Sherry. Also, bib number 563. Amanda Rosenberg of Phoenix, Arizona, running Sedona Canyons, getting it done here. Looks like this might have been her first 100-plus mile event as well. So congratulations to our recent finishers. That's what we're here to do, recognize those who might not have gotten things done at the front of the pack, but we are here for you, and we are here to celebrate and acknowledge you. We will find a point, a break in the action, and probably sign off at that point, at least from anchored coverage. Like I said, we're going to still have cameras on the course, cameras at the finish line, but Jake and I are basically... if this were a last person standing, it would be you and me.
Yep.
And we will be, when we sign off, we will be back on bright and early. I believe we're on at 5.
5 is what I saw too.
I mean, I think I'm probably going to sleep over in a corner of the room. So I don't know. I mean, I'll do whatever is asked of me. I will. So things at Mountain Outpost, once upon a time, the boards were simple, and I could actually keep the car on the road myself. It is way beyond my pay grade now. We have this full-fledged studio that we've got here is way beyond my capabilities. It looks like we're having another Flagstaff Crest finisher, Elizabeth DeFusco, bib number 1581 of Thornton, Colorado. Looks like this is Elizabeth's first Ultra, the Flagstaff Crest.
We are closing in 5 more minutes for the runners to leave the Wildcat aid station.
Yeah, we'll at the very least verify they all do.
Yeah, there's still, looks like there's quite a few people still there at the aid station, so we'll see.
That is Elizabeth DeFusco right there. Congratulations. I think coming down the alley, we've got Matthew Diamond, bib number 332 of Bend, Oregon. A chef, husband, father, and his son is in the Air Force and getting married at the end of May. So, yeah, you've got a busy month going on here, Matthew. Started running ultras in 2017. Began running period in 2009 to lose weight because of a diabetes diagnosis. Also deal with AFib and acute arthritis in his hips. That's not stopping him. Nope. Besides that, can't seem to settle in on any one distance, so he just keeps trying harder and longer races. Was inspired to participate in Cocodona by, trying to get into a lottery race like Western States is hard, and Cocodona was not that difficult to get into.
Sorry,
at the
that's
time.
changing. Yeah.
You know what? You got in while you could.
Yep.
You know, that's fantastic. Has a crazy streak that pushes him to attempt things that he's not sure he can accomplish, and Cocodona is the itch that needs to be scratched until it bleeds. Also, if he can't be fast, might as well try and be a badass. Ran the Oregon 200 last year and was at mile 145 when the race was stopped due to a massive fire that started on the course. Was well on his way to the finish, and only 5 runners crossed the finish line. For the rest of us, the race didn't even happen, according to Ultra Sign Up. He was excited to tackle the first section and get it over with. I like that attitude. And then probably the Dells, getting down in Sedona and up and down Eldon, because if he makes it that far, he just might finish the damn thing. He was prophetic in that answer. He and his wife have been together 35 years, and in that, he says he's no stranger in committing until the end. Wanted to shout out his wife, Jane Radosevich, their friend Anne French, for helping out. Any coworker who has taken the time to ask about training or is following him on the live feed or tracker, we know you're out there. And his dogs, who are not missing him hanging out with Grandma and Grandpa. So... You know, congratulations to Matthew Diamond of Bend, Oregon, our newest finisher of the Cocodona 250. So we have been looped into some access, and this is Tanessa and Madison Klein coming in, being chased by a dinosaur. Oh, looks like they lost the dinosaur. Tanessa and Madison Klein, congratulations. So Tanessa ran Cocodona 250 and Madison ran Sedona Canyons 125. Did one of them just kind of like wait at the corner for the other? That's kind of wild, because there wasn't like anybody's bib who was like hanging out there for a while.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Kleins. Way to go. Tanessa bib 249 in the Cocodona race, and Madison bib 854 in Sedona Canyons. Tanessa Klein of Arvada, Colorado, a now 2-time Cocodona finisher, a single mom of 3 beautiful daughters, and co-founder of Almost Home Adoptions, a nonprofit cat rescue founded by her mom. Second year running Cocodona 250, and grateful to be back. The first experience was life-changing, and she learned so much. Highs and lows. It's an honor to return and experience the magic of running it again. This year is also special because her oldest daughter, Madison Klein, is running Sedona 125. Well, we saw them both come in together. Inspired to come back because of how much she learned about herself the first time. Last year showed her what she's capable of. Seeing if she can do it 2 years in a row is something she would have never imagined for herself, showing her kids that if you can do hard things, that you can do hard things if you work hard. 2 times running Cocodona, did 257 last year, about 253 and change this year. Uh-oh, the dinosaur found him.
Yeah, what's going on with the dinosaur here?
The whole course is beautiful to her and challenging for each section. Running Cocodona to raise money for Almost Home Adoptions for rescued cats and to bring awareness to caretaker fatigue. In animal rescue, we see a lot of heartbreak, and many of us quietly carry the emotional weight of caring for abused, neglected, and homeless animals. So doing things for a cause beyond herself in this case. Wanted to give a shout out to her crew. Thanks for giving her all the snacks and naps along the way. She said she truly couldn't have done it without them. Tony, her crew chief and brother, the one who introduced her to ultra running, and she will be forever grateful for his friendship, support, and knowledge of the sport. She hopes she's half as good at ultra running as him someday. Thank you to her coach. Oh, here, good guy, Mike McKnight, for believing in her and helping her be the best athlete she can be. So I know Mike is down there, part of the congratulatory group. He was down there earlier. So thanks to her mom for helping hold down the fort by taking care of the 2 younger daughters, animals, and the rescue. It is a lot to ask, and she appreciates it a lot. Wanted to thank all the volunteers at Almost Home who have stepped up and helped out extra, not only during race week, but during training for Cocodona. Wanted to say that they are the best. Shout out to her daughters, biggest fans, Gabriella and Savannah. And she's grateful for their support. And Madison, who is now a Sedona Canyons 125 finisher. It looks like we've got another Sedona Canyons finisher coming in, Laramie Whitehat. We will get back to Laramie's story in just a minute, but I do want to finish telling the story of the Kleins. Madison Klein of Arvada, Colorado, 27 years old. Born and raised in the Front Range of Colorado and never planned on leaving. Work as a flight attendant and an EMT. Saw her mom complete the Bear 100 in 2022 and became an ultra runner the following year. Big fans of her mom, of course, Tanessa, and her uncle, Tony Klein. Her first 100 attempt was in September of last year at Wild Goose in New Jersey. But this definitely would qualify as a 100-miler. Was looking forward to Hangover Trail in the dark. And did get to do Left on Birch. It's so wonderful.
So was Mike a coach for both of them?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I just had this crazy idea that what if Mike was in the dinosaur suit?
That would track. She wanted to give a shout out to her fiance Jacob, #1 supporter and crew chief. In-laws Brenda, Mark, Kira, Bill, Corey, and taking care of her kitties and show never-ending support in their own ways as well. Hopefully they're all tuning in on the live stream. We're doing our best to share your story. To her flight crew members and EMS partners who have shared a jump seat or an ambulance cab these past few months. These are such great stories. So congratulations to the Kleins, both Madison and Tanessa. We mentioned Laramie Whitehat, bib number 686, finishing Sedona Canyons. Let's give her some acknowledgement as well. Finishing Laramie Whitehat of Flagstaff, Arizona, so a nice little run home. Looks like this was Laramie's first run longer than 50K, so jumped up big. Congratulations to Laramie. Natalie Perrone, a Flagstaff finisher, along with Henry Palacios. Natalie, bib 1635 of Gaithersburg, Maryland.
I think we just had Brian Connor just finish the 250.
Let's see, Brian Connor, Cocodona 250 finisher, our newest one. Bib number 397. Out of Rentham, Massachusetts, 59 years young, father of 4, turning 60 in November. So what better early birthday present? Look at this as a half birthday, Brian. Currently working at People Inc. As a director of engineering and spent the last 13 years in advertising. Has too many shoes, too many pieces of tech, but you never know when you might need it. Got into trail running about 4 years, listening to various podcasts. Started listening to the Everyday Ultra podcast and heard about Cocodona and decided he wanted to try it someday. No rhyme, no reason other than it sounded like an incredible experience. The furthest he had run before this was at Haviland 100, 2025. He was excited for the first 37 miles. Man, that's his... First 37 miles here and the Hangover Trail. Lives in Massachusetts, lucky enough to have quite a few trails within a mile of his house. Lives with 4 dogs, Ruby, Lucas, Honey, and Chex. Had a 7-year stint in CrossFit, 4 years of them coaching. Named after actor Brian Keith. And served as a boatswain's mate in the U.S. Navy during Desert Storm and Desert Shield. Brian, thank you for your service. Wanted to give a shout out to people in his corner. Donna Connor, his wife. Dr. Brianna Connor, his daughter. Barbara DeRosa Joint, sister-in-law, whom will be popping in at various aid stations to cheer and support him. Daughter Megan, Kaylee, another daughter, Ryan's son-in-law Sam. Ernest and Maureen Connor, his parents. Frank and Pat DeRosa, his in-laws. And Joe Corcione and the Everyday Ultra team. And Becca Rick. You know how many athletes Joe Corcione had out here running this weekend this week at Cocodona? Over 30.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing what he's built over the past couple of years.
Absolutely. Joe Corcione with the Everyday Ultra podcast and a ultra running coach has an incredible roster of runners who have done great things here this week en route to Flagstaff, actually, because not all the races were in Flagstaff.
Right. So I'm looking at the tracking here. The question in the chat was, did everybody leave the Wildcat Hill aid station? And it looks like everybody did make it out.
Good.
So the cutoff was 6 minutes ago, and looks like they're all moving. So that's good to see. There's a group of, what do we got here? About 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. So.
Yeah, it looks like we got everybody through. Yeah. I'm going back through the DNF list, and I don't see any new names necessarily.
And from Wildcat to Trinity, that's a 15-mile stretch up and over Eldon. And the cutoff for Trinity would be at 8:15 tomorrow morning.
It doesn't sound like an aggressive cutoff, but at this point in the race, when you've got to climb a couple thousand feet up and over Eldon, it's a pretty aggressive cutoff. So
hopefully everybody there got the calories they needed, got their warm clothes on if they didn't already have them on, and hopefully maybe they'll just stick together and tackle the miles together.
I'm a big fan of that strategy at this point. I really think that if they made it through the aid station, then I think that that they're doing all right. It looks like I want to verify that we have everybody through. There is Susie Lurie is showing as not having hit it yet, but with that being an out and back section, because she was ahead of it before and now is showing as registered backwards. So I'm kind of wondering.
For Susie?
Yeah.
I'm seeing distance to next aid, Trinity Heights.
Okay, so it did finally ping.
Changed, yeah.
All right.
2 minutes ago.
All right, game on.
Looks like everybody's good to go.
Nice. So those folks who are still on the course, we've got a handful of runners getting close to the finish line. Andrew Shetley will be coming through here real soon. Brian Connor, Edward Aguiar, Kelsey McGill, Anthony Culpepper. But if we're looking at the back of the pack right now, it looks like this. Robbie Cheney, Stacy Dostie, Missy Hendricks, Greg Secatero, Susie Lurie, Ashley Livingstone, Larry DeBoard, Katie Alyssa, Mike Faseline, Caitlin Fisher, Sarah Mountain, Carl Vasil, George Lind, and Kaylee Fatty. Those runners are the ones who are currently at the back of the pack, but it's pretty tightly wound. I mean, all of those runners are within about 2 kilometers of one another, front to back. Yeah, Tony, thanks for doing the math for us because our brains really couldn't handle it at this moment. 37 minutes per mile splits needed to stay in front of the cutoff from Wildcat Hill to Trinity Heights. They're going to need a lot of that time. Yeah. Once they get up and over, once you get to Trinity, I mean, you're home free. But man, getting up and over Eldon, I do not envy these folks whatsoever. Yeah. It is going to be hard work to push through and get over that hill. Our most recent finishers here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. Let me check my timing. Looks like my most recent finisher is still Brian Connor of Rentham, Massachusetts. We'll see where we're at here. I mean, we were told to that we were going to be off at like 10:30. Is that what they said?
I think so.
I mean, we totally just blew past that.
Yeah, we did.
We're having too much fun. I mean, there is a balance between fun and sleep, but we, like I said, we want to recognize as many people as we can.
Yeah, I wanted to at least make sure that everybody got out of that Wildcat 8 station.
Yeah, that was clutch.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's grab the next couple set of finishers here, and then we'll go quiet. But I actually have a plan. I'm probably going to just be milling about the streets of downtown Flagstaff for the next few hours, and I don't know if I'm going to go to bed. I might just go down to the finish line and hang out a little bit. I definitely want to see Anthony Culpepper come in.
Yeah, go see your buddy finish.
That's going to be really cool. And then I've got another friend, Brittany Olson, who I'm looking forward to. She's the climb is underway up and over Eldon, and I'm sure she's hurting, but I also am sure that she is more than capable of pushing through. I know that another runner that we're going to be seeing in the next few hours is Andrea Moore,
Yeah, I was just
a
looking at
huge
her
fan
tracker.
favorite.
She's almost out of the Eldon descent.
Andrea Moore, another one of those people who does a whole heck of a lot of really long races. Another guy I want to shout out to, Roy Quinn. I haven't really talked about Roy this year, but my boy Roy, a fellow athlete coached by, well, I'm not an athlete. Roy's an athlete, but we're both coached by 8 More Miles, Pete Mortimer. Roy is like watching Roy grow and develop as a runner has been fantastic. He moved here from San Diego a couple years ago, and Roy went from a guy who was like me to a like his 50Ks are now like 2 hours faster than mine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he's done a whole lot of work, and he's my age, so I've got no excuse. Another person I'm really excited about. You know what? I'm just going to go down a few of these names. Aaron Flesher. Are you familiar with Aaron Flesher?
The name sounds familiar.
So Aaron Flesher will make the Legacy collection a perfect 4 for 4, having run the previous 5 Cocodonas.
Okay.
So Aaron Flesher going for finish number 6 here. He is at mile 247.4. Mitten Madness on Instagram. I love that name. I don't know what it means. I just think it's cool. But Aaron Flesher, one of the good guys in the sport, bib number 333. Keep an eye out for that. Another one, Troy Wicks, bib number 777. Troy Wicks, part of our Mountain Outpost broadcast team out in the field doing video, flying drones. So yeah. Troy Wicks,
awesome.
Super excited. Took a break from the live stream team in order to partake in a Cocodona 250 journey, but looking forward to seeing him finish as well.
Yeah, we were personally called out in the chat to wait until number 204 comes in. That would be
Andrew Shetley?
Yeah. He's not too far, about a half mile. I think we might be able to manage that for you.
Andrew Shetley of Memphis, Tennessee, home of Jerry the King Lawler.
Got a 100-mile finish at Wolverine State. I've never heard of that race.
Which one?
Michigan Wolverine State 100.
I've seen that in a couple of runners' lists.
Gorge Waterfalls 100K.
Heard of that one.
Yeah, I definitely heard of that one. He is a man against horse finisher.
Yeah.
2024.
Oh, wow. He was much faster than me. He was 10:13. I was 11:54 or 11:53, I think. Yeah, Andrew getting it done. You can see some runners departing Trinity Aid. It looks like we have bib number
271.
Looks like that, yeah, 271. Walter Edwards of Longmont, Colorado, going to be somebody we are following here and finishing Cocodona here. I would say at this point, the expectation for runners that are hitting and leaving Trinity Heights, it's 3.9 miles. Oh, we've got a couple finishers here. That is Chris Furtado and Meng Yu Chi. Bibs number 1664 and 1655 in the Flagstaff Crest. We'll get back to my previous thought in a moment as soon as I completely forget about it. But Chris Furtado of Tacoma, Washington. And Meng Yu Chi of Renton, Washington. Congratulations to the two of you. Looks like this might be Yang Yu Chi's first ultra. The first one we could find. And Chris Furtado, the same. If that is the case, congratulations. And if it's not the case, congratulations on doing it again.
Yes. So how many of these runners are where? What am I trying to say here? When we come back on at 5 in about 6 hours, I wonder if we'll be calling in some of these people that just left Wildcat Hill.
Well,
I mean,
the Wildcat Hill people, yeah. I was thinking about those who are departing Trinity before we got hit with a slew of finishers. 3.9 miles. I'm thinking those runners are going to be maybe about 80 to 90 minutes. I think that the first part it's not tough, it's not hilly or anything like that, but it's technical for this time of night.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit chunky on Pipeline, heading over to that brief stretch of AZT where you head on a downhill, then an uphill. They look like they're going to run it. But then once you get to Buffalo Park, it's buttery. But at that point, you know, like if you've got specific time goals you're trying to chase down, I totally understand it. But I would assume that most people at this point, you know, I mean, think about all the people we've seen just, you know, kind of taking it easy, heading down Beaver Street.
Yeah.
You know, and there's no shame in that game whatsoever.
Nope.
So how far out is the person we've been demanded to follow in? It looks like Andrew Shetley 9 minutes ago was 0.7 of a mile out. So I'm assuming we're going to be seeing him very shortly.
Minutes. Yeah.
So, okay, so I see how Madison matched up with her mom. She actually went up the Cocodona course a little bit, like maybe a block or two. But she re-entered the course where she departed it.
Right.
So that is within the boundaries of the rules.
Okay. Could this be Andrew coming in now?
According to my, yep, that is Andrew Shetley.
Okay.
Andrew Shetley, bib 204, crossing the finish line with his people.
Nice job.
Andrew Shetley of Memphis, Tennessee, our most recent finisher. We mentioned ran Wolverine State 100, Gorge 100K, man against horse. So this was not his first time climbing Mingus this week, interestingly enough.
Way to go, Andrew.
You can see there were some people that were hanging out to watch him finish here this evening.
Yeah, lots of comments in the chat, crewing in or cheering Andrew in.
Congratulations, Andrew, or Drew is what they're calling him in the chat, but we don't know him like that, so we should we'll keep it nice and formal. Andrew Shatley of Memphis, Tennessee, our most recent finisher. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and hanging out with us. It is just after the 11 o'clock hour here in Flagstaff, Arizona. 114 hours and 6 minutes. You can see in the chorus clock on the upper right-hand side have elapsed. For us, though, I think the night has drawn to a close. We are going to keep our cameras on. We're just going to shut our mouths.
And our eyes, maybe.
And our eyes, probably a little bit. But, I mean, I'll be honest. Yeah. I'm walking over to the finish line from here.
Really?
Yeah. I'm going to hang out over there and partake in some of the fun. I mean, there's still a pretty decent handful of people over there for this time of night. That's and like I said, it does get a little bit screwy on Friday night because of all the graduation traffic. Like once people start to bar hop a little bit, like maybe they're heading from the Uptown Pub House to the Monte Vista, or leaving Dark Sky to head over to, the Yucca. Like, I mean, there's a lot of cool little bars. I mean, this is a college town.
Yeah.
It's a college town in the mountains. Like, mountain towns are cool, college towns are cool. This is a mountain college town. So, and what'll happen is that you will, on your live stream, you will see random people, like maybe wearing, gown and cap, half on, half off, walking along, trying to figure out what's going on. They'll walk right through the finish line area, kind of, maybe do a little bit of posing, some photography. They're just, they're soaking it in as well in their own way. Yeah. So, Jake, it's fun. It's always fun to hang out with you here on Mountain Outpost, but we're going to take a few hours to compose ourselves for the final push in the morning, the golden morning. We're scheduled to come on at 5 a.m., but if I'm feeling a little bit spry and have the energy to come on a little bit early, I might do so. I made a promise to a friend that I would do my best to call their finish in.
All right.
And I intend to keep my word. So,
well, if I can manage to get some coffee, maybe I'll join you.
Well, that's the beauty. Like I said, there's a 24-hour coffee place, a block, actually less than a block up. It's Diablo is literally one door over. So they are open 24 hours. I do know that. Pretty good coffee.
Sweet.
So from here, from our building, like literally, so you're on Route 66 here, and you go one building to the east, like past this parking lot. If you look over there, it's a small little hut. I'm talking with the producers here about where to get coffee at 2 a.m. or whatever, but because they're, yeah, I mean, you guys are going to be, up and at 'em. So on that note, I've lost any semblance of clever, witty things to say. So let's just call it for the night.
See you in the morning.
See you in the morning. Back at bright and early, 5 a.m. at latest here on Mountain Outpost.
I got a fire that burns so bright from the back road to the street.
trees they are singing to the tune of a song, and the wind is gently ringing the bell that brings the morning, the welcome of the dawn. The voice of the robin, the call of the dove, the red leaves are falling, the barn owl is calling, the welcome of the dawn. The dogs will be howling in the early morning light. All are happy to be out in the ending of the night, the welcome of the dawn. The nights are turning colder, soon the falling of the frost. Soon the summer will be over. You feel the change is closer at the welcome of the dawn. The trees they are singing to the tune of a song, and the wind is gently ringing the bell that brings the morning, the welcome of the dawn. Though the warm days are over, they are not forever gone. Like the dusk brings the night, the summer brings the fall. It won't be long till harvest comes, morning brings the welcome of the dawn. Daylight is calling, welcome of the dawn. last night you loved me. Sigh, baby, sigh. Wrapped up on the cover with the stars above me. And in a dream I was loving you, but not this time. Gotta get up, oh, not this time. You were so close, I could hear you breathing. You were by my side and I was never leaving. But I was late out dreaming, believing what my mind was showing while my eyes were busy sleeping. And I was all you were ever needing, but not this time. Oh, I'm real wide. Why me, oh, why? 'Cause I'm a dreamer. Why me, oh, why? You know I need her. Why me, oh, why? A true believer. Give me one chance, and you know I'd steal her. Why me, oh why? I dreamed last night you wanted me. You cried for me, cried, cried, cried. Came back around in my sleep and haunted me. And in a dream I was loving you, but not this time. Oh, why me, oh why? Why me, oh why? 'Cause I'm a dreamer. Why me, oh why? You know I need her. Why me, oh why? A true believer. Give me one chance, and you know I'd steal her. Why me, oh why? 'Cause I'm a dreamer. Why me, oh why? You know I need her. Why me, oh why? A true believer. Give me one chance, and you know I'd steal her. didn't do it for you. I've got other cards I can play. You know it, baby, you know it. I care for you, baby. Oh, I love you, baby. You know it, baby, baby. You make me dizzy, baby. And I believe in you is right. Make me feel right. I love ya. I love ya. I care for you, baby.
But I think it's really up to you because they're just kind of like, they weren't showing it all the time. They were just like sometimes putting it up. Nice. I did too. There's a lot of Here, like with the little sign, yeah. I hope somebody saw it. That was
She paced them, and she wanted to run it, and so he's running the whole thing with her. So basically pace her the whole way.
That's crazy. That's cute. I like it.
They're the coolest couple I've shared like so many times with them.
Is they just your pacer signs up for the race too?
Have you been sleeping at all?
I slept a lot.
Oh, how
He
like?
slept at Fane Ridge, right?
Oh, nice.
He's got a 2-to-1.
No.
That's thanks.
Okay.
Rocking.
You sleep at Mingus?
I slept at Mingus.
I remember you at Fane Ridge. You were there on Tuesday?
Probably.
I remember you.
He doesn't. It's time. I had to answer that question. Let me leave.
Well, it's technically 12 now.
Is it?
So you're technically into Saturday.
I am at 254.31 miles. You done?
Yeah, that's basically all the run that came.
Can we give me a number?
Yeah. That's like
Last year, it was 258. This
Yeah.
year, 254. But it gets
He's not
better.
like they got here with
Yeah.
258. Oh
Yeah.
god.
Nice shot.
That's crazy.
What about did Julie come through?
I sleep
There was a
3 hours before I get there. I sleep a lot. It's 3 times a morning and back. Like I was so tired.
And
There was a Julie that came through.
Not me.
I'm saying that to Bruce. Not that he's going to see anything. I drank 2 liters on that section.
Do you have enough water to?
Yeah, it's almost full.
Yeah.
I think you need to wait for them to send us. If they don't catch me.
I don't think anyone's close to you. There's some people like relatively close, but their trackers haven't pinged in a bit. Wrong face.
They've done like Tour de France together. They've done all these. Like,
That's cute.
yeah, it's crazy big races.